What's going on, folks? Just a minute. Hey, how are you? It's me, Artisan MC, looking fuzzy all day in the place to be. What's good? 1 second. Of course, soon as the timer runs out, now I have to go to the fucking restroom. So I'm gonna run this bumper for a quick second. I'll come back. I just gotta go. Bathroom is way in the back, so just hold on a quick second. What's up, everybody? It's me, Artisan MC. Felt like talking at you guys for a minute today since there was some stuff going on. I was thinking about, fuck, my camera is foggy. I was thinking about doing a reaction for this House of the Dragon trailer. That I see is up there. What up? What up, VC Realm? Shout out to the Snowman. What's good, Snowman? CJ in the morning. That's me. What up to the package man? No one. What's good? No one. Nothing much. I felt like getting in your face. It's hump day, new comic book day. So why the fuck not? I'm in a comic shop on new comic day. Might as well do something and doing shit else. I was about to watch this 21 Blocks with Chadwick Boseman. But then I thought about it. This would be a good time to talk about some of these rumors for Black Panther, since I got it mixed up. I thought last week was San Diego Comic Con. It wasn't. It's this weekend. which is San Diego Comic Con. But it makes no never mind to me because I'll still be working that Saturday and not at the actual Comic Con. What up, Aqua Techie? Number one wrench in the building. Wrecking crew in the building. What up, Beastly? And I remember who I thought that picture was. I thought that picture was of the dude Cyber. See what happens when you get some sleep, shit comes back to you. I thought that was Cyber in that picture. Slew just getting off work and had to stay late to try to help these families to take lessons. I knew. I know. What up, Joe? Fracture Comics in the building. What's good, Joe? Joe, how the fuck didn't you tell me the scanner wasn't working? This motherfucker is broke. I was here till 2:30 in the morning, hand entering all those damn books because I couldn't scan them. I ain't got the scanner yet. It should be showing up to the house today. Motherfucker. Oh, bitch. But yeah, those rumors. Look, loose lips sink ships, but a lot of these rumors ain't shit we wasn't talking about anyway, right? So this is what I'm gonna do, since I still feel like I owe y'all, I owe you guys part of a stream. I'm gonna give my reaction to this House of the Dragon trailer because I don't need to do a whole separate reaction to that one. I really don't. I really don't give a fuck, actually. And then I'll open up the panel and we can talk some geek shit for a little bit while I'm still here. Yeah, Joe, it's not scanning. It keeps giving me an error that I have never seen before about device hooked to it malfunction. So now it's not functioning right at all. I ain't scanning shit. You don't want to. No one said down, forward. HP on the equipment. down, forward. HP on the equipment. Yeah. High punch. That would be what the HP on this one stands for, a high punch. Like right through the fucking system. But in this case, it's this fucking little bitch. I'll get a new one. If that doesn't fix it, then I guess it won't fucking matter, will it? What up, BMT? Bro, why are these two comic book groups arguing? That's enough. There's enough for everyone. What two groups are you talking about, BMT? What two groups are arguing? I heard a lot of goofy geek comments recently, and what I see it as is people trying to position themselves for this next phase of Marvel. Because I told you guys after that Kenobi shit, and then after that Thor, I'm like, well, whatever, man. I really couldn't care. I really see myself possibly walking away from this shit altogether, and just I'll go and walk about, and I'll come back when y'all clean your houses up and get your shit together. Maybe then it'll be something that I could watch and be entertained by. And if it's not, then you won't have to worry about getting my money no more. You just won't. It'll just be what the fuck it is. But I've heard other geeks out there kind of skirting around that line, right? And actually calling people on the access and whatnot. Oh yeah, the Black Sands and the Rippaverse stuff. I don't know if he said something else or not. I don't know. I heard that one initial comment and heard what he said. I'm like, nigga, I'm not giving you no shine on that. Only thing I said was you need to shut your fucking mouth. Ain't got nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. But somebody else, I think it was Aquateki, said it in the chat on Sunday, that black folks, especially black males, always have that Highlander complex. Can't be two of you in the same place where a bunch of white people feeding you money. No. Got to be only me, because if you hear, that means my pie gets a little bit smaller. This is how you know that there's not a pie like that. And I'm thinking Angry Man will agree with me on this point when I make it, right? If you're into finance and you're into making money, right? If you limit yourself to just this one small pool, then yes, it will be very limited. It will be. But if you market and sell your products to everybody, your earning potential is unlimited. And I give you a perfect case in point. Why is, say, Meek Mill just rich? Maybe if he out of jail. Why is Meek Mill just rich? While Jay-Z is a billionaire. Didn't seem to stop him, right? They're both rappers, right? They're both from the East Coast, right? They actually know each other, right? So why is Meek just a millionaire and Jay-Z is a billionaire? Do you think Jay-Z gave a fuck about Meek Mill's becoming a millionaire? No, it did nothing against his fucking pocket. Why is Jay-Z a billionaire and Kanye a billionaire and they actually fucking friends? Somewhat. That means there was 2 billion to go around? Oh wait, don't forget Rihanna. So that's 3 of them. You mean it was 3 billion to go around? Stop being fucking stupid. Stop being stupid. There is more than enough money out in the world for you to access if you have something to market to the world. Ask Jeff Bezos. There's more than enough money out there. The problem is you accessing that money. The people finding you and the people putting that money into you. There can be 2 of you. There can be a multitude of you. You don't think so? In a comic sense, Image Comics prove this. Image Comics proved this back in the freaking 90s. You know what they proved? That a small independent company made up of just artists and writers from the top companies could come in and carve their own lane in this market that was dominated by the 2 powers, Marvel and DC. And they're still here. And they produce good books. A lot of people, independent artists and writers and stuff like that, can have their own title through Image, through the framework and the door that Image made between the 2 majors. You can find your lane right through there. Again. But I don't hear anybody complaining about, oh, fucking Image came around, they just fucked up all of our money. Fucked up your own money. What up, Artie Ibmore? I see the Ibmore Bandit in here. Dope boy in the building. What did I do? I wasn't trying to do that. Right. Here we are, born to be kings. We are the princes. Yeah, straight up Highlander. Yeah, straight up Queen. Straight up Queen Highlander. I am immortal. I should play that shit. Right? So, Ripper making his money, ain't taking no money out of, I'm forgetting the brother's name for Black Sands. They ain't taking no money out of his pocket. So hopefully he only said one thing and just shut up after that. If he's still going back and forth on Twitter or Instagram, having something to say about Ripper and what he thinks, who's a coon and who's not a coon, it's like I said Sunday, you only hurting yourself. You're going to fuck up your own money doing that. Just do your shit. Just do your shit. Sing it like fucking YG. I'm just doing my thing. Fingers in the eye, banging my game. Bang your Black Sands and call it a day. That's all you got to do. Last report I saw about the Ripper shit, he approaching 3 million. I'm like, damn, that's awesome, nigga. Access. Obviously, somebody's willing to pay for that shit. I bought a book. I'm waiting on my copy to show up. That's it. Done deal. I could say, send me a shirt, 1 of 3 million. Right? I'm just waiting on my copy to show up. That's it. But being mad about it, no. Good for him. Because for me, I'm more happy to see that it happened to a brother with his own created character than what I saw happen with Milestone when they came out with their characters and fucking DC undermined their ass so they couldn't keep putting that shit out and went under and then bought their asses and then took decades before they let anybody see anything from Milestone again. That's what I'm more happy about. I'm happy that it's a brother. Good. Awesome. Dot your I's and cross your T's because you know the motherfucker's going to be coming for your cash next. You know it. If anything, he should have jumped on his wave instead of simply hating. Yeah, he should have just said congrats. That's all he needed to say. Damn. What was the comment? I heard Ripper made such and such on his initial offering of his first book. Congrats. Done. Done deal. If anybody asks you how you support his politics, what does a fucking congratulations have to do with supporting somebody's politics? Who gives a fuck? Black man made good. Awesome. Me too. Got that cover A. You got that cover A? Cover A, I got cover B. I got cover B signed. Why? Because I don't give a fuck. Look, I got my boy Joe Thompson book in here signed. Supporting Black brothers, comic book creators. What am I upset about that shit for? Why would I be? I mean, really? Yeah, BMT. Yeah, I know. I didn't even worry about you. I knew you wasn't feeling that shit. I could have felt it through my Negro senses, like Xavier. Like BMT said bullshit. Come on, man. Come on. Nobody gave a fuck about that. He was the only one out there. Fuck that nigga. Sound like a salty bitch. That's what I said. Just shut up, or you hurt your own brand. Just be quiet. Just be quiet and sell your books. I ain't gonna stop your shit from selling one day. It's not. What Aquatech say 2.67 mil in sales when I looked yesterday. The thing up today, because I'm subscribed to his channel. He about to do a show today, approaching 3 million. So 2.67 is close, but I think 2.8 is approaching to me. I thought Milestone was DC. I'm glad to see them breaking the hill. Milestone, initially when it first came out, Milestone was itself. They only depended on DC for like publishing or some shit, distribution. And what DC did, they went behind their distributors and fucked them up. So distributors wouldn't push their books. They couldn't get their books out there. That's why they ended up going under. And then DC stepped in because they were using space from DC and whatnot, and DC bought their asses out, bought them characters, and stuck them motherfuckers on the high shelf. That's what DC did. And if you wasn't for all these, the tide and social consciousness shifting, where everybody was talking about how black men get done so wrong and killed and stuff like that, and social unrest, they still would have been thinking about putting that shit back out. They'd have kept trying to find a way to throw static in there one way or the other and figure out how to use rocket one way or the other, but you wouldn't have seen Milestone come back at all. You wouldn't. So you can thank Jim Lee, the enterprise and Chinese guy that he is, saw an opportunity and pushed to bring that shit back. And thankfully, Denny's Cowan and Phil Lamar and all the rest of them dudes was willing to get on with that shit, and they got it back out there. Oh, and they got Dwayne McDuffie's widow to sign off on. That's why you saw it come back the way it was. And that's why it took a year longer, because the first thing that they was putting out with Milestone was some woke shit, and nobody was into that. That's why it took long. Yeah, fucking hell, Beasley. I'm gonna start this comment right there. I'll start that one right there. That's one less brother out there struggling. Thank you. Nipsey said the marathon continues. Awesome. The rest of us still got to run. The rest of us still got to run. This motherfucker got endorsements. Awesome. Maybe I need to run a little harder. See if I can get my endorsements up or something. Yep, signed too. I wanted to get the artist book because it's limited. Look, I look at it like this. You have to understand when things are actually historic. If you listen to these goofy ass folks on TV, they'll tell you everything historic, which is not historic. Nobody will be remembering that shit a week later. They won't at all. So that makes it not historic. I hated that once we got into the 2000s, motherfuckers was always trying to claim something. On this historic day, this is not historic. It's not history being made. It's just some shit happening. This is actually kind of historic. Why? Because it's the first book that I can think of put out by an independent black creator to make this much money that fast. He didn't have to grind it out on Artist Alley, going to different cons and stuff like that. He didn't have to keep printing his own books and working his day job and shit like that and get that done that way. No, he came at it really smart with money, because anybody who got a $200,000 war chest to spend on this shit initially on your own, you was already getting your bread. You was already getting your money. You got a big channel. You're doing all right. You're doing all right. So for an initial offering, even if he hit 3 mil, $200 million initial offering of one book ain't nobody read yet? And it's a 96-page monster? Nigga, what you got in that book? I need to read this. I really do need to pay for this to find out what is in this book. I really do. So that makes it historic. Milestone didn't even launch that big. No, it didn't. So my only question is, wouldn't be on the hate tip, is like, who bought all those books? And what don't they know about a little comic shop in El Cerrito, California? But then I thought about it. That's why. Because it's just Marvel and DC shit. And that shit ain't selling. Not like that. Or at least niggas don't want to buy it from me. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. One way or the motherfucking other. There could be a universe cross if they could make down the road Marvel and DC do that. Yeah, Marvel and DC have done it plenty of times, right? They did it with Milestone at one point too, with that whole Worlds Collide thing. The Dakotaverse came into the DCU just so you could have Superman get his ass kicked by Icon. Or they just kind of went at each other, even though Superman would get his ass kicked. Sorry to tell you, I'm not beholden to white comic Jesus like that. Embrace, extend, extinguish. That's a good one too, Aquateki. That's a good one for a star on that shit too. Embrace, extend, extinguish. Good job, brother. What you need? Can I help you do anything? Did it. Did it. I'll talk you up on my platform too. I want to make sure you hit more, because if half of these other goofy ass people that works for these major companies sitting on my shelf right now can make these shitty ass books for major companies, I don't see why anybody should have a problem with one man making his comic. So fucking what? So what? Fuck, Marvel gonna make something million on one copy of the shit that's out this week, and it's probably gonna be ass. You don't believe me? Ask Arta Ibmore. He buying this shit. Excuse me, I should say he's reading this shit. Yeah, you and me both, BMT. That's why I mentioned Artist Alley at cons, because that's where you'd see them. Like, oh shit, that is a black bookstore somewhere. If you could find one of them around still, that's where you would find them. Otherwise, you didn't know. That's why everybody thought Brother Man was just a ripoff of fucking Captain America. You don't trust it because some brother was selling it to you? That's what you're telling me? I do believe you think the white man's ice is colder. But whatever. And yes, BGS, I see you in here. That's the Microsoft way. Yeah, you have to remind me what it was, Aquateki, because I was saying a lot of shit. Amen to that. People are hungry for something different. No shit, Aquateki. Starving for it. And what's that line from that movie? They'll crawl through the desert to drink the sand. They'll crawl through the desert towards an oasis, and when there's no oasis, they will drink the sand because they don't know any better, anything different. And yes, we need new. Yes, we do need new blood. We do in a lot of areas. That's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing in geek culture right now. This activist leaning in geek culture, BGS, the same shit that was just in your video for that Ghanaian chick, right? That Chicago 5, whatever, I don't fucking know. I ain't been to Chicago. But that chick going to Ghana is the equivalent of what happens in these companies when these folks get in there and do it. Not that they want to build their own company, not that they want to make their own book. No, they want to take the books you love and turn it into that. That's why it's all crap. That's why. Do your own shit. He doing his own shit. Black Sands dude doing his own shit. Joe Thompson doing his own shit. Chris doing his own shit. Why don't y'all do your own shit and grind it the fuck out? Joe got a whole job. He still put out books. Trades. Same thing with Chris. A lot of them do it. A lot of them not blessed enough to have $3 million worth of supporters. It would be nice, but it's all process. Good. Now somebody gonna come in here. How you guys doing? If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming. You need a mask on because I don't have one on because I'm talking. No, I don't give out masks. You cutting your pickups in half? Yeah. I can understand why. I cut my order in half. I'm not gonna trash him. He wasn't a customer because he didn't buy shit. But if you walking around in California and you don't have a fucking mask, you expect me to do my due diligence for the shit that you're supposed to be doing for yourself. I got a mask every fucking where. Everywhere. Got a bunch of them. You can't have one just keep in your coat pocket for when you have to wear one. Somebody got to provide it for you. I'm fucking lazy, dude. That's the other thing that's killing society. Reading is a lost art because people are fucking stupid. Yeah, a lot of stuff is trash. It is. It is. I got a stack of books right now, Artie Ibmore, that I actually want to read. Right? Got my Gunslinger Spawn. Got my King Spawn. Welcome back. Got my King Spawn. Got, what was it? Star Wars, Mandalorian, which is just a retelling of the damn show. Iron Cat. Iron Man looked interesting. New Fantastic Four looks interesting. Bunch of stuff that I might just want to read, but I'm not rushing to read it. Why? All my feelings hurt. I want to find out his shit. I don't want to find out that the best thing about it was the cover. And if that's the case, I might as well rip that off of there and throw the rest of the book away. They'll say people hungry for that new stuff. The algorithms are blocking. I know they are. Look, Joe, I know that from being in this space. I know it a lot just from doing my own channel to see how quickly people actually get here and if they got an alert at all. But I'm a small channel, so I guess that's just what happens. If there are more of us, it's easier for young artists to build the environment. Exactly, BMT. The more of you it is, the more visible you are. It's not about just one person being visible. That's awesome. $3 million, $2 million gets a lot of eyes on it. If that's you as a Black creator it is a good place for people, jump off point for people to start looking for other people. Like, damn, especially if the book is good. You guys saw the art on the book in the commercial. The art looks solid. Does it look like something that you've seen already? Tell you what. Did the art on the cover of his book look better than this art? Did it look better than this art? I'd say it did. And this is Marvel's off. See that? They putting a lot of stock in this Eve of Judgment. That looked basic as hell. Okay. We'll see. If there are more of us, it'll be easier for young artists to build the environment. Yes, that's sorry, I read that. DC versus Vampires is good, but I don't have hope for Judgment Day. Do a Power Bomb is good. Do a Power Bomb is good. That's a book, or are you just saying? DC versus Vampires, I'm not interested in that shit. People already into vampires anyway. Why do I give a fuck about reading that? I mean, really. Just do your fucking stories. Stop doing offshoots. Bisa said, I'm writing my own shit right now. Then you need to do a show. What you need? You better start crowdfunding that motherfucker. Give us a little snippet. Look, most of y'all didn't like it, but it was probably just because of how our channel worked. But Kendra did something that I thought was really interesting. She would do story time. All right. And I liked that because it showed her creativity in writing fan fiction. Now, nobody was buying a book, but you just listen to what she wrote and how she wrote. To me, that works. It's like listening to a damn audiobook, especially if you know how to freaking read. That's all it is. That was good. Because if it was something that she was selling, I would have bought it. Just based on that. Right? So do what you got. Write it up. Give us a little snippet. Pre-record it. Throw it out there. So people start getting the idea that, oh, Beastly Nerd got something coming. And then people start waiting for it. Especially if you can build yourself up in the internet space. I got 3 in my car and 2 boxes at home. What is this? Comics? BGS, you got 3 boxes of comics? Or 3 comics in your car? Oh, you're talking about Mask. Okay, got you. Yeah, they sell 100 for 20 bucks, but nobody will use that. You don't live in California, Shelly. You don't live in California. We're still doing that. Anywhere there's a spike, they keep doing it. And we have a spike. How many times can you retell a story? How many times can you retell a story? Depends on how many times you retell a story differently. Everything is variations, right, on a theme. Hey, you pointed this out more than anybody else, BGS. What's the difference between the Foundation series, the Dune series, and the Star Wars series? What's the difference? I told you once I had read the Foundation series. It's all about perspective. It's just perspective. Because in Star Wars, in the Foundation, you get the whole background of how these wars and conflicts happen. The government stuff that goes on with all these wars starting because somebody in politics listened to some smart guys talk and really thought there was something into it. And then they went after that scientist to say, hey, the people could actually learn something from this, but it would destabilize the whole union. So you're probably going to have to die. Right? Whole battles being fought. You never see the battle. You only hear about it. The Doom series, you get the philosophy behind the people that are in the battles. What a race of people in the battles are thinking about, what they believe in, depending on how long the battle goes on, right? And so you get the philosophy and the religious idea of how these people rise up to take on the government that's trying to oppress them and why they fight, right? You get to Star Wars, you're just in the battle. You're just riding with the fleets. You get a little of the politics, but you get a little of the religious, but then you get a lot more of the action where you're in the battle. You're in the spaceships. You're one of the pilots out there fighting for whatever side is on, and understand that it's a struggle. Those are three beloved stories. Where she go? This president. And they all about the same shit. It's the same story, pretty much. But the perspective on each one of them taking that same story is different. That's what makes it unique. How you put that stuff together. It's always unique. It's not the same story. Same struggle, same main idea of people, but how you go about telling that story is completely different. Joe said a black writer is doing a Mando comic. Rodney Barnes, I believe. Yeah, I picked it up. I picked it up. It's actually what I wanted to do. Want not. Do. Then you don't have to want. Do it, Beasley. Come on, man. What the fuck? You ain't got nothing but time unless you rushing your way off to die. Everybody hi to, everybody say hi to Snowman so we can keep the chat moving with conversation points. So that's my thing. They can tell another story. You just have to figure out a different way to tell it. And if you make the story from your perspective, that automatically makes it different. Automatically makes it unique. My mother sent me something yesterday about Rod Wood or something like that. I guess he's on Trevor Noah's show. What up, Charles? Woo to the Woobies. And one of the segments that she sent me this whole thing, about 3 segments, but she didn't tell me what she wanted me to look at. And I learned this way back when. If you send somebody a video clip of anything, tell them what you want them to look at. Don't send them a whole clip and ask, did you watch the clip I sent you? Well, you sent me a 15-minute clip and I got 5 minutes to look at it. So what do you want me to actually see so I can focus on that and then give you a response to it? If you just send me a long-ass video clip in the middle of my day, I'm not watching until I have time. And then when I have time, I'm going to have to remember to watch it. So I watched the whole thing, all 3 segments, and sent her back some stuff. And turned out she didn't even watch the last segment. I was like, so what did you want me to see in there? What made you send it to me? But one of the things they're talking about was the idea that characters have different perspectives, right? Black people specifically have a different social experience in this world. So initially, their stories are different. So instead of feeding stories to folks that only focus on us being fucked up or having struggle or our pain and letting them get off on sharing a fucking sympathy circle with, ooh, just the black pain, the black struggle. You were 12 years a slave. That's awesome. You can tell them regular stories too. You can tell them regular shit. That black folks, some of us, not in the red pill space necessarily, but some of us still look for love. Some of us still trying to live a fucking normal life and just accomplish the dreams that we want to accomplish. But they're not used to seeing that mainstream, so they don't know how to accept it because it doesn't fit into their approved box narrative of what black people or black men are supposed to be. That's where you come in. You've already lived your life as this person. So can't nobody tell your story better than you. So that's your perspective. That's your end. That's how you take the human experience of living and make it different, because the human experience of living is the same story, but it's told from a billion different people's perspectives because it's different for every other person. That's it. That's all. Yeah, I could take you. Timestamps are nice too. You usually remember that shit when you're talking to somebody who's important and has not a lot of time. You remember to tell them, hey, this point timestamped here, what so-and-so had to say about this. I try to remember that when I send Dr. T anything, because I know he doesn't have a lot of time he's working with. So I try to send the substantive part. This is what I want you to respond to. That helps, especially in a text message. Timestamp, point of interest in the question. That would be awesome. So, black creators are needed. I'm not upset with Ripper. I want to read the story. And if it falls into the same line, look, this is my universe, and these are my characters, and this is my Superman character, and this is so okay. What's the rest of the world like? Because don't think I'm gonna be judging it any more critical than Umbrella Academy or anything from Wildstorm or anything from Image when they did the same shit. The initial offering showed you the world. It introduced the characters. You build on that from that point on. Spider-Man don't have this many fucking decades of continuity just because they did that one story and just let it lie. They built on it every month for decades. That's how you get there. Shout out BGS, appreciate that. Yes, definitely donate a like to the stream, and if you feel so inclined, support the brother in this time. Much appreciated. So I am. Oh, I took the thing down. Took my shield down. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Took my screen down for sharing the video. Crap. So they'll probably flag this later on if I play that clip. Anyway, next part about this goofiness. Black Panther 2. Now, as much as I tried to resist it, I listened to somebody talking about spoilers for some of this shit. And the story spoiler sounds plausible, right? It sounds plausible. Doesn't necessarily sound like something Ryan Coogler would write, but under the gun with the amount of stuff that was going on, I could see something like that popping out. Now, understandably, everybody is looking at Marvel with two side eyes after Thor and Doctor Strange. Some people even after Ms. Marvel. I don't see why. Ms. Marvel is just fun. It has nothing to do with nothing. Nothing to do with nothing. They got more of a connection with Shang-Chi, and most of y'all didn't watch that shit either, so it don't even matter. Last little stinger of Captain Marvel showing up at the end. So you knew she was going to be in a movie anyway. So what difference does it make? That was like the lamest. I didn't think they would have her on the show. Personally, I didn't. But okay, she showed up on the show. She looked frailer than ever. I guess she's going to be super tough this time. 90 minus pounds, right? So my thinking is that I'm thinking Black Panther 2 going to be a stinker. I really do. I really think it's going to be a stinker. And I don't want it to be, but I have to accept what it is. I know goddamn well it's not going to make what the first one made. It's not making what the first one made. And because everything in Marvel is trending downward like that, there's no possible way I could see it making what the first one made or surpassing. Now, I keep pointing this out to people when they keep comparing Thor and Doctor Strange to their money numbers to what Spider-Man No Way Home did. You are not hitting that point again. You're not hitting that. And that's not even fully Marvel. That's Marvel Sony. More Sony. You know why I say more Sony? Because Sony got the bigger cut of that shit. Marvel was just there to make sure the story held together. Right? You're not hitting that point. There was too much going on going into Spider-Man to make that the movie that it was. And for the most part, that movie sold off of two things. And it ain't the damn multiverse. It worked because of the multiverse. It sold off of two things. Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire. Those are the two things it sold off of. You had the original actors who played these characters before Tom Holland come back, reprise the roles, and go into the same movie with the current character, the current actor playing Spider. Unheard of. Unheard of. You can't get that in another Marvel movie. Can't. Unless you want to start going back to the damn 70s and 80s with them shitty ass TV shows and people who were playing those characters back then, you're not getting it. So give it up. Stop thinking that's the comparison. It's not, because that's mostly Sony's money, not Marvel's. Marvel's money, their nut, is on Doctor Strange. It's on Thor. It's on Black Panther. Now, as much as people like the Black Panther and may not have, she done said some goofy shit, may not have too much of an issue with Letitia Wright, nobody in this movie-going audience is really all keen on Shuri being Black Panther. Even though it happened in the comic. But like I've told you guys many a time, this is not the same Shuri. It's not. It's not the same Shuri. You know, Shuri in the comic was the one who was trained as a warrior, went to war with Atlantis while she was Black Panther, because she didn't give a fuck like that. She went to war with them. Shuri in the MCU is the snarky, tech-based Zennial with no fighting experience outside of her little power mittens. No, I don't see that. I guess she's gonna have a Black Panther Iron Man suit and get her ass kicked. Now, BGS is saying it in here. That's one of the spoilers, BGS. The easy fixes to revive Killmonger. One of the spoilers, the rumors, is that she gets trained by Killmonger in the ancestral plane. That she fabricates a fake flower to get access to the ancestral plane, and Killmonger is the one that's there to train her. And my thinking is, why would he give a fuck? What's up, cuz? What you doing here? You know he ain't in the same ancestral plane, though, right? That wouldn't make any sense if he just all of a sudden dropped dead and he's on the same ancestral plane as all the other Black Panthers. It wouldn't even track from the first movie, to where when he visited the ancestral plane, it was just him and his daddy. That was the two people that was there, because they were cut off a bit from that. They did some grimy shit. So if she fabricates a flower and tries to get, slip under the velvet rope to the ancestral plane, and she only got Killmonger there, well, it's because he was the only one fucking there. I'm just saying, unless you want to meet your uncle you never met. Just saying. So even then, that doesn't work. I'm not buying the ancestral plane fighting experience. That would be like, I don't know, playing around in the Matrix and they just download it into her fucking brain, right? So for me, it could be true, it could not be true. Who gives a shit? Yeah, Charles. Black Panther 2 will be a feminist story, feminist love story. There's women all over it, as far as I heard. And I hate even having to say this shit. I don't give a shit about women being in a movie, a woman protagonist or anything. I don't care. It doesn't matter, as long as it's fucking good. As long as it's good. Letitia Wright, for all her fucking complaining and getting hurt and shit like that, I was like, yeah, she's getting hurt. She's 90 fucking pounds. She is not the fighter. And you gonna just roll her ass up there and get her out there doing the same stuff that Chadwick Boseman was doing? You out of your goddamn mind? It's not happening. You just heard the last report. The chick was talking about, oh, Marvel conditions on these sets was in danger for my life. I almost died. Like, you got this complaining ass chick in there. Oh my god, dude, this movie is like doomed to lose money at the box office. It's just doomed to lose money at the box office. She's been holding up this whole damn production, the whole time, because they wanted to keep pushing with her. Get somebody else. They can be other people. Like, nope, we're gonna stick to this. There will be no more T'Challa. Okay, you better recast his ass, or you will be recasting him after this fucking movie comes out. Whatever. Yeah, one saying, what's good? Nope, can't bring back another saying. Can't bring back another Panther. Different ancestral planes. Killmonger didn't have access to the plane with all the rest of the ancestors that were past Black Panthers. He wasn't there. He was just in the house in Oakland with his daddy. That was it. No tears for me, my son? Yeah, none. Y'all fucked up. So Marvel was just fumbling all their touchdowns. Dude, they ain't even fumbling touchdown. They just fumbling trying to gain yards. They are losing yardage right now. That's it. That's how they do it. The game was your last hit. Anything after that is stumbling, bumbling, stumbling, bumbling, bumbling. Jesus. Yeah, they should have recast Charles. All of us know that shit. We all got love with Chadwick and Boseman. Recast. You need another one. It ain't gonna do anything to him. You recast they recast Superman all the time. Half of these dudes still alive. What's the issue? If DC get their shit together, that will be the movie that they could do to make a shitload of money. You bring all them Supermen back in one movie, like a Spider-Man. Skip Ezra Miller in that Flash shit. Skip that. Go to a Superman movie. Bring back Henry Cavill and do some like what was it called? When Worlds Collide or something like that. It's called something else. I'm forgetting the name of it. They do so many of the same event over and over again. But there you go. Tragedy on Infinite Earths, whatever. Fuck you know the DC guys know what I'm talking about. Do that and bring in all those Superman. That'd be awesome. I'd go watch that in the theater. I bet you make $1 billion then. Bet you it does. Get Henry Cavill, Brandon Routh, Tom Welling, Dean Cain. Get the brother that's on Superman and Lois right now. I can't remember his name for shit right now. Yeah, get all of them in one movie. Get them all in one movie, one Superman movie. Have them take on like a Dark Side or something. That'd be awesome. Let Zack Snyder do it. Then you know it'd be some destruction level where all the kids on the spectrum would be in there and be googly eyed, like, oh my god, it was so epic. Aquatech, she got power mittens, man. She like Mac mittens from the Dave Chappelle skit. Meow meow. Got little panther hand cans. Killmonger almost killed her ass with them hand cannons. Goofy ass. Everybody else got offensive weapons that they can get up on you and fight. She the only one throwing energy at folks. Why? Because she can't fucking fight. Better give them damn Dora Milaje. Stop waiting on an ancestor to bequeath you some fighting skills. What's up, Baron? Baron Samdi was good. You missing a great lead in. You're gonna have the name Baron Samdi, and you ain't gonna put like nobody with a top hat on your avatar. You're just gonna be faceless under the bitch. Come on, man. Do something to make people think. Especially if you're gonna throw a 0 in there instead of a O. Just saying. They should just do the ancestral underworld story and how all exists under Wakanda. I forgot. Being the Lord of the Dead and stuff like that. I don't want that story for Shuri. Not in the MCU. Not this Shuri especially. No. give me a recast T'Challa and let him be the king of the dead. Because with everything, the way things are going, they'd be stupid not to go towards Secret Wars, the most recent Secret Wars with God King Doom, and not have that scene where Black Panther rolls up with the Infinity Gauntlet on, controlling all these zombies, the Marvel zombies. They'd be a damn fool not to do that scene because that was epic in the comic. That was epic in the comic. And if you miss doing that on screen, you was a dumbass. I really don't know what he was thinking. She'd be the queen of the BP. Just be Killmonger. Black Panther would just be Killmonger, swayed by previous BPs. Yeah, that was the initial one, but that's not the current rumor going around. But you'll find out in 2 more days. Because Saturday they're supposed to be announcing some shit that you're gonna get Black Panther 2 trailer footage at Comic-Con. So all these rumors will be put to rest after that. Yeah, Black Panther's version of the hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah, Charles, they're trying to pull some bullshit. No, you're not getting trained by Ghost. Here's the reason why. And I'll say this, and I think even a resident Gnostic will understand this shit. If you travel to the ancestral plane, you're not using your physical body. You're using your mind. And even if in your mind you learn how to do all those moves, there's a disconnect because your body is not moving while you're in the ancestral plane. So now, once you mentally come back to your body, you have to figure out how to do all that stuff that you're thinking in your head with your own uncoordinated ass body. That's not how that shit works. It's not. You're gonna get your ass beat a while. As Charles would know, as being a wrestler for many decades, you're gonna get thrown a lot more than you throw people first. Just saying. How does Riri fit into the story, you think? I hate repeating rumors because they're just fucking rumors. But the rumor is she made some tech to help these people look for vibranium. And it fucked up Atlantis. And they came after her. And she had her own cobbled together suit. Now, the scene I remember that they showed of Okoye and Shuri being at MIT talking to Riri Williams that came out last year around this time when they were filming the scene. It sounded like they were talking to her at college while she was at college, finding out who the hell she was. I'm thinking maybe they recruited her. That's what I'm thinking, that Wakanda actually recruited her. Now, it wouldn't be that hard to fathom because you already know since Black Panther 1, Wakanda has been doing outreach to the US, right? Or to the world. So they probably had some program that she was in. You know, Dr. T, a lot of that shit. You know, they started a program by Black Panther, but he dead now, so only sisters got in it. That's how they come across her. Now, if they find a way to make one of her professors Adam Bashir, I'd be thankful. I'm just saying. But that's neither here nor there. And throw Namor in there, hopefully well enough to start his storyline. We'll see. They got Namor being like a looking Mayan or something like that. Aztec. Okay, they ain't where Atlantis was, but whatever. People don't read nowadays. They ain't gonna figure it out. Who gives a shit? Whatever. So I'll just wait to see what they do with Namor, with this change to who he was, because a lot of this continuity shifting right now that's happening is starting to really bug me, and it's in the Star Wars stuff mainly, but I'm not seeing it as any different right now. They're just changing all this shit up. Why even call it that? You're just doing the same. You're making the same mistake every other franchise that failed before this new. Changing up your original source material completely. Okay, whatever. Riri is probably going to be a product of the center back. Probably. That's what the rumor said, that she was at the start of the movie. Oh, sorry. I'm going fast now. I'm trying to catch up. Should have recast Black Panther. Yes, Beastly Nerd. That's another vote for the recast. Yes, we should have just recast it. Wouldn't take nothing away from Chadwick Boseman in my mind. He was the first Black Panther on screen forever. Forever. I need y'all calling my fucking work phone. See that? It's on my work phone. What is that? That's the picture Todd McFarlane did of Spawn for Chadwick Boseman's death. That's why he's doing the Wakanda Forever. Chadwick will always be Black Panther, just like Christopher Reeves will always be Superman. Don't matter who they can get in there after that. It doesn't matter. That's good. Keep the character going forward. But that actor will always have a place in people's hearts because he was the first one to play that role. Plain and simple. So you're not hurting anybody's feeling by recast. Yeah, Shuri and Riri should be under T'Challa's intelligence, but not in the MCU. Talk to Dr. T. He will tell you about how diminished Black Panther's intelligence actually is in the movies. But that goes into that greater conversation of only having so many avenues for Black men and only so many things they want to actually see you as. Could never just be the smartest person in the room. Yeah, they had no problem recasting Rhodey. With all that dumb shit Terrence Howard been saying recently, I'd have recast his ass a long time ago too. But whatever. Don Cheadle don't have a problem collecting the check, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Charles. Crisis on Infinite Earths. Sounds like a perfect spot for multiple Superman. Just saying. They did Crisis on the CW shows, right? DC has a couple of events like that they've did. They also had the one that I fucking hated, which was it Convergence or some shit like that? Kind of the same deal, but I didn't like it. It was garbage. Best part about it was Wetwork showing up. Hey, ladies, doing? If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy. There's another event that they can use other than Crisis on Infinite Earths. They can do it again. Might as well. Man of Steel is still classic to me because I like Man of Steel. I wasn't on the train with hating Zack Snyder or hating a realistic Superman. Or excuse me, not Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan. Sure uses magical jazz hands. Come on, man. You know her Black Panther suit is going to be full of tech. I'm new to this. It's okay. So Marvel is channeling KK now. Here's the thing, BGS. I keep saying this because I keep wanting to go into it. Look into Victoria Alonso at Marvel. And look at these shows that you're really finding objectionable and see who was actually the executive producer who was in charge of this shit. It's probably going to fall at her feet. And she's probably in that same line with them. Her, KK, Amy Pascal, that last chick that was over at Warner Brothers. Yeah, they might be on the same stuff. So it's not, I told you that Marvel does theirs a little differently. It's more subversive, right? It's the undercurrent. It's not the main thrust of the stream, but it's there. And it's getting played up more. So that means somebody else is making these decisions because it can't be Kevin making this decision because the last 10 years that was all under him didn't have any of that like that in it. So somebody else is signing off on this. And if it's not them, it's a push from Disney. Yeah, very epic. What up, Ray Hummer? Man, to be honest, I don't even care what BP does. If that Jungle Book dude messes up Blade, I'm going to be mad as fuck. I showed Dr. Tia-san a picture from Future Fight, and they had their new depiction of Blade. And I sent a picture of it to Dr. Tia-san and told him, I said, I think this game is bad for spoiling stuff especially in the movies that's coming up. I think that's how Blade is going to look. Might be how he looks in the movies. It's not necessarily flattering. He looks a lot bulkier, but no, like they stole Static's haircut or something. Man, okay. Yep. Have a good one. Yep, you're gonna have to ride when you first learn to fly. Yep, you're gonna have to ride when you first learn to fly. Exactly. You don't get the controls. You get to sit on the side seat like a good passenger and learn how to do these things. What's the process? That's why whatever combat sports you in, the first thing you start learning how to do is garden and taking a fall. And that's your first couple weeks. If you can do that successfully, then we can move on to the fighting part. But you got to learn how not to get killed when we throw you. Why wouldn't a new Blade be rated R? I don't know why it wouldn't be rated R unless they're going for a different audience, because the writer on it is a female. So they might just be trying something completely different. But Deadpool is still going to be R though, so that's the thing. They could go R if they wanted to. You still available? Stars Isaiah Bradley. Yeah. If they ever put up a poll for that, I'm putting your name on it. New characters, new creators needed. One second, you guys. Let me take care of this customer. All right, what you got? Thank you. Together or separate? Yeah, together. Okay. This might take a little bit of a minute because my scanner is not working correctly. So we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Get the fuck out of here. This is what was taking me till 2:30 in the morning last night, which was putting all this shit in there by hand. Awesome. What was this, 38? So second here. I am going to, so you guys aren't sitting there just listen to me type. Put the link in the chat. You got any geek stuff you want to speak on? What up, Joe Herb? I see you in here now. That's the link. Come on up. I will bring you in and we can have this conversation on the live. And it will actually be content instead of me reading numbers and typing. There we go. That works. Nobody? No takers? Y'all gotta actually get active in the chat. I do need a co-host at this time. So basically what I'm doing, so you guys who don't know, because my scanner is not working, I have to actually type in the whole barcode. And so that's what's just taking a minute. Good, as long as you're patient. Long as you're patient. Because I was literally here all night putting these motherfuckers in last night. And I was not happy about it. Uh-oh. Got the black line in the building.
Oh yes, yes, yes. The Superman who does not identify as a Wonder Woman.
What's that?
Oh,
Superman doesn't identify as a Wonder Woman?
As a Wonder, I am the Superman that does not identify as a Wonder Woman. Oh man,
Well, you can't be binary. You got to be the super, whatever, the super they.
I'm gonna make a character that makes everybody pleased. We're gonna call him the non-binary.
Super dildo, man.
Super, he's got it all. Powers, genitalia, and all.
Yeah, super double dome. Everybody gets pleased on both ends.
I'm just looking at it like, okay, who's fumbling at Marvel? Who's fumbling at Marvel? None of your movies connect. It just, I finally seen Thor: Love and Thunder, and I was like,
oh, I was waiting to hear this. Let me hear this. I need some trumpets or something to sound. Go ahead, tell me what you think.
You know, Marvel is like really hell bent on trying to destroy Thor. Really, Thor is a very serious character. As a matter of fact, he's built up the same way as Superman is. He's like when a cop needs help, you know, when they really in trouble, they'll call SWAT to get them.
Yep.
When Spider-Man needs help, they're calling Thor. When Cap or Tony needs help, they're calling Thor.
Iron Man needs help, call Thor. Talk shit though.
No different how when DC or Batman is facing down some parademons, Clark's on speed dial. Yep. Like, I don't care how smart and how rich he is, he ain't stupid.
But you know what it is? He'll hear Batman grunt, and that's why he'll come running. He said, "I thought you needed my help." Batman will still say, "No, I didn't, motherfucker."
He'd be like, even Batman said we need to get our big gun. So I'm just looking at it. He's literally in Norse mythology the god of thunder, storms, and strength. And they're making him look like a jealous ex-boyfriend. I didn't mind the Jane Foster Thor. I'm glad they picked it up, you know. Okay, that's cool. But I would really like to see the journey of her actually being worthy. What made her worthy is that if she would have gave or fought off a monster, fought off Gore, got wounded, and she's damn hammer, proving herself to be very worthy, not just, hey, I killed the new Asgard. You know, we get Christmas lights.
Well, that would have been fun to see, but she didn't see that. They bypassed all of that by just saying, "Hey, Thor casually touched a hammer and put another enchantment on it, so it just goes to her now." Like, come on, man, that's such bullshit. Like,
and then when they had their little lovers quarrel, I guess
you had a rom-com moment.
I'm just looking at it because being a soldier and a cop for so many years, even the most selfish girls eventually understood that, hey, I may not come home tonight. It may be a late night. I might have to do a double shift. I might have a late call that's going to take me into the wee hours or even tomorrow morning. You can't be that forgiving to a guy who's literally putting his life on the line to save a planet, if not a universe.
Yeah, no shit. But you know
I
that gets into that American woman thing. Like they have to be more important than everything else. I am your
yeah,
whole world. Like, bitch, please. There's other people out here in this universe. Get the heck.
and I mean, he's gonna outlive her 1,000-fold. And it's like I remember when Thor became King Thor in the comics, and he was like he had to tell Captain America that he almost forgets some of their adventures because time is different for him. And
Yeah,
it's like,
the space of a
okay,
breath.
yeah, like 5 years to him is like a breath.
5 years.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at this guy, and I'm like, you literally can have any woman you want. And I mean, yeah, you got your things for Jane, but she's not appreciative. It's this modern westernized woman that I could do better than the God of Thunder. How the hell are you going to do better than a god? Please tell me.
And yes, Ray, I wanted to see Beta Ray Bill too. That was my pitch for this whole movie. Like they could have just bypassed all of that little love girl, kicked her fucking out, kicked Chris Hemsworth's daughter out, and put Beta Ray Bill in that shit. Then
Yeah,
the ending scene would have been more fun because then you would have had Beta Ray Bill with Stormbreaker, like it's
yeah,
supposed to,
and
like it's
that's
supposed
another
to be.
thing.
You could have broke half of that damn tree handle off of that bitch. It's like, yeah, it works better this way. And been out there with Thor kicking ass, and I would have been awesome. You got Jane, she died, but Bill is there. What's up, Bill? Let's roll.
It would have been a cool ass scene
It's life.
if they would have had Beta Ray Bill as one of the servants of the gods who said, "I'll help you."
Yeah, I will help you. The Krogan. Yeah, I'll take the
Yeah.
Krogan. Yes, thank you.
And you could have done your same funny scenes, and because he would have, Beta Ray Bill does play aloof, but we all love Beta.
Yeah.
We all love him because he's like a down ass dude. Like he's just down. Like, yo, Thor need me, I'm there. You
Yeah.
have me when you need. That's the type of character he's written in.
Beta Ray Bill is that beta that you actually fucking want. Because he's gonna be there. He's gonna be right there with you, and he can go just as hard as you want to go.
Yeah.
Just as hard.
A
Like
bona
if Thor
fide ass kicker.
if Thor had to drop dead for a moment, who would you give the hammer to?
Oh, you
Jane
give
or
it
Bill?
to
Giving
you
it
give
to
it
Bill. Bill picking it up.
well, Bill
No,
picking it to Bill gotta go hard. 'Cause Bill did
Yeah.
some amazing shit with Stormbreaker, which is the equal to Monair. So in the comics, I mean, and here's the crazy part: you get this
Yeah.
little girl.
Yeah, Monier is gonna like, come on, man.
I'm like, you get the snarky little girl thing, which I'm tired of. Like anybody who's a father, you're looking at that shit. Like I wish my kid would tell me he's what they're not gonna wear.
I can tell you how done to that shit I am, Charles. I got a 20-something-year-old daughter. Okay, that Z snarky shit is irritating as fuck to me. That's like a step away from getting slapped in the fucking face. Like,
Yeah, like that I'm like, yeah, you can't do that with a black guy on the TV. And I'm like, nah, that will
older
that
generation, they'd have spun you around like a fucking 44, a 45. Boy, they would have played that song back. Bring that beat back, DJ.
would have cocked your ass like a 357 pistol.
What the fuck did you say? Take some of that trouble in your tone.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that like, okay, we already dealt with this shit at Obi-Wan. Like a 10-year-old girl is supposed to be as knowledgeable as fucking a 40-year-old me. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I told you what I thought about that shit. I don't hate that little child actress because that would seem really fucked up. But I was tired of that little girl. I was tired of little Leia Sue on that Kenobi show. I was tired of her little ass.
My thing is like this. You're about what, 46, 45?
I'm 48. I'll be 49.
40. 48. I'm 40. What can a 10-year-old girl tell someone like you or I? You or me?
Not a
My
damn
mama
thing.
wants to talk to you.
That's about it.
The ice cream truck is coming. Can I have $5 for some ice cream?
That's about it. Because I'm getting tired that you get these worldly men in these roles. Like, who the fuck was smarter than Obi-Wan? Like, I mean, Obi-Wan's a Jedi.
he wasn't Obi-Wan wasn't a fucking genius, but he wasn't a dumbass either. There is a lot of room on that scale. Okay,
he's a very worldly. Out of any Jedi, he's probably one of the most worldly, with the exception of Yoda and Mace Windu.
Look, from what I was finding out about Obi-Wan was basically the Rock Lee of that shit. He wasn't the one that had the most talent at all. He just worked hard at that shit.
Yeah, he was the hardest worker.
Yeah, he's just the hardest worker. He is a Jedi's Jedi. Everybody liked Obi-Wan. It's like, hey, it's Obi. Yeah. You know, he was just good. He was just good people. That's why he made it up to the Masters. Everybody had respect for him.
Yeah, and I'm just like, and I look at Thor. Like, Thor been through how many battles could you go through in 1,500 years of existence,
including fighting the Hulk,
including fighting Loki, including fighting Surtur, including fighting
motherfucking rock people,
including fighting Ultron, including fighting Thanos.
Your fucking daddy, Odin,
your dad. I would have looked at her like, what consequence are you to me, little girl? Like, look, I am literally the guy who decapitated Thanos. Get out of here.
Yeah, with one hit. One hit wonder. Like, damn, why didn't you do that the last time?
I was like, wait a minute. I buried that damn axe in his chest with all the Infinity Stones in his damn gauntlet.
Took some righteousness pushing that shit in there a little bit, like.
Look, and he was
when he pushed that hammer into him, that axe blade into him, you could hear the racial slur come out. Like,
no, because you saw how he walked up on him. He hit him with the shit, and then he landed. He just got that swagger up on him, like, punk motherfucker. He's just swagging up on his ass, like, oh, look at that. You got a fucking axe in your chest, nigga.
You got both feet in your chest, nigga.
Blasting the hammer with the Infinity Stone full blast, and the hammer and the axe was still going through that to hit to where it landed in his chest.
So he chucked that motherfucker with the power of the All-Father, boy. He threw that bitch with everything.
I mean, he threw that shit
if they had a little bit more money in the budget, you would have saw that shit hit with a crater.
Yeah,
it would have hit, and it would have been a fucking impact crater around Thanos.
He threw that shit like a birth certificate of a child that wasn't his. Oh, fuck out of here!
Wait, y'all. I got a better one. What did he say when he pushed that axe in Thanos' chest? Who the fuck is Shango? Call me Shango, nigga. Call me Shango.
He would have been like, I got through that shit before I got in the room, bitch. Do that shit before I got in the room.
All right, Charles got me. Moving on. I ain't gonna try to top the Black Dynamite.
You can't top the Black Dynamite.
That shit before I got to the planet, nigga.
Now, I will say this, even though this is not part of the agenda, it's more believable when it's a 10-year-old boy that's kind of knowledgeable, because me being around children, I would have those some worldly conversations with, like today I'm watching like this goofy Disney movie that all the kids and especially the girls like it, but the one boy, he's kind of a nerd. He's like, what is the point of this movie? He's like, I don't understand. He said we should have started, and it was the third one. So he was like, okay, I don't understand what's going on. I said, well, it's 2 prior movies, so that's why we should have probably started with the first one. He's a kid, so it's more believable when a boy who's thinking like that. But when you have some 10-year-old little girl, I said, what 10-year-old girl acts like that in real life?
But here's the thing. Modern fucking little teenage girls, right, or 10-year-old girls. I give a 10-year-old girl and 10-year-old boy pretty much the same leeway, because I had one of both, and I worked in the community center, right? I'll give them, but these like kind of hood kids, I'll give them some curiosity. I'll give them some worldwide wiseness a little bit, right? Depending on their fucking background, I can think they know some shit, but not everything. And I can trust them to think they know some shit, but be wrong. I can't accept the fact that this 10-year-old is right about everything she's throwing out her mouth to the point that grown-ups have to follow her.
Yeah.
That don't make no goddamn sense. No fucking. What 10-year-old do you know that you would fucking follow anywhere other than to the ice cream stand?
Exactly. If that. And I'm just looking at.
If you need any help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy.
Yes, sir. No worries.
No worries.
No, we're just the voices in his head. We are
here too, right?
I am your conscience.
I'm your conscience.
I'm not your conscience.
Yeah, I found your conscience, but I took him out. So,
fuck your couch, conscience. Fuck your couch.
Found a cricket in here, but we stepped on that.
One day I gotta come to the Bay just to do a guest appearance at his store and be like, "Hi, everybody." And he's like, "Well, if I'm talking to somebody, I'm doing a live stream, not talking to myself."
Charles, come to California to this shop. I'm gonna tell everybody that Isaiah Bradley is coming.
It's funny. It's funny because everybody who actually does meet me in person, they were like, "Wow, you look exactly like your picture." I said, "I hope so." That's what the Negroes took it. I mean, shit. Like, I'm not 6 feet tall. I'm 5'10". So hey, but I'm 280 pounds, so I make up for it.
So yeah, this Wakanda Forever got me worried for a little bit. I'm really not thinking about it that hard. I'm really not, because I don't know. I feel like the disappointment is coming. I really do feel like the disappointment is coming, man.
It's not already.
I'm not putting too much on it. It's just like whatever, man. My expectations.
I'm sorry, it's gonna come, and I mean it's gonna come hard. I mean, like Ron Jeremy hard. I mean, Jesus Christ. No, I mean,
they said they was doing it without recasting. I was like, see, now we're gonna have a problem.
Well, see, that wasn't an issue for me. I knew they were gonna have to. You can't make $1 billion and then walk away from it and say, "Oh, that's it. It's all done here. We're wrapping it up." No, Disney didn't buy that to never put out a movie. Like BGS and me and BGS joke many a time, Disney will not leave no hoe off the streets. She's getting back out there. Broken heel or not.
Without recasting the character. I'm like, bro, just recast.
But yeah, but then not recasting it, that was the bad move. I'm like, dude, you're just trying to sideline the black male character. That's all you're doing. Especially if you don't recast it. You just sidelining the black male to elevate what you got left. It's like, Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Let's not do that.
Which you already sidelined him in his own movie, to be brutally honest, if you think about it.
Not as much as Obi-Wan.
Oh.
I think even Ash wouldn't sideline Pokemon.
Don't get me started. I just heard some bullshit from them that they're gonna go back and do that book of Boba Fett again. I'm like, why? Why are you going back there? Don't go back there. Oh, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be grittier and all the rest of that. You should have did it the first time. No.
Where's Boba Fett's ruthlessness? I mean, I was looking for that.
Everybody was looking for that. Even Tamora Morrison was looking. Where's the ruthlessness?
I mean,
I don't know. You playing Boba Fett? You tell me.
Yeah, this is Boba Fett, the bounty hunter. Come on now. Like, what are we doing?
No, like, he wasn't. Why even that?
If Robert Rodriguez is director, I said, give me that same energy that he had when he did Predators, because I thought that was awesome.
That's the thing that I learned is that I was watching this report. What's up, AB? That they were talking about how you can tell that Book of Boba Fett show was not because of Robert Rodriguez, because you matched it up to the other stuff that he's done. You match it up to the other episode of Mandalorian that he directed with Boba Fett, and then you match it up to the show. It's not the same character. It's Boba Fett both times, but one of them is strictly Robert Rodriguez doing the character, and then the other one is Robert Rodriguez doing the script that Jon Favreau wrote and Kathleen Kennedy signed off on producing. That's why you got those mods. That's why you got those mods, those goofy ass mods, because he could not deviate from the script that was given to him. And he wanted to. He couldn't deviate from that. And that's why the actors on the set was complaining about all the dialogue, because they didn't want to say all this stuff. It didn't seem to make much sense to them. That was another rush job. They put something in there just trying to be cool, thinking that they had some time, and then like, oh, they really want it, do it now. Like, dude, we wasn't even ready. It's just bullshit.
It's just like, is it hard for American writers to write a decent story? I mean, you wonder why Japanese manga is whooping
Yes.
your ass.
Yes. Yeah. I was thinking about this before too, Charles. You know, because it keeps coming up, especially in the comic shop, right? About how Japanese manga is really beating comic book industry right now because they don't focus on all the other stuff, right? And I was like, well, no, they're just actually more creative because who would have thought you'd watch the show about some dude just cooking or playing tennis or just driving cars, Initial D or something like that. You go back and watch some anime, some old anime, not just the top of the mainstream anime, but just go back and watch some of this stuff. It's just about stuff most of the time.
One of my favorite animes from Netflix presented was the one when, like the one about the Yakuza guy who's a current he's like a current house husband, but he was a former Yakuza captain. It is like funny.
Interesting premise. I said, what is this, Mr. Smith?
And it's like it's funny as shit because, and I mean, if you never saw it, watch it. It's like, and it's funny because one time he messed up something and he's about to cut off his finger and he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break your pristine figure. I apologize. And the wife's like, no, don't cut off your finger.
Well, here's one for you. Most of y'all might have seen this if you ever seen Full Metal Panic, right? But what's fun about Full Metal Panic? You got all that big robot attacking stuff, but what I see when I look at it, you got a child soldier put into a regular high school. You think you got some Middle Eastern child soldier put into a regular Japanese high school? He dealing with regular schmegular teenage kid stuff, but he is a soldier. He's thinking like a soldier. Everything is a problem. Somebody slipped a note in his locker, trying to tell him he's cute. He thought it was a tripwire. He blew the damn locker up. Like, no, somebody trying to set a trap for him. No, dude, it was just a note saying I thought you was cute. He blew the whole thing up because he's not thinking like a normal kid. He's a child soldier. That was funny to me. It lent itself to a lot of freaking comedy.
I mean, think about one of the top mangas that's out. Mangas, whatever the hell you want to call it. Yeah, Way of the House Husband. That's what it is. That shit is so hilarious.
Way of the House Husband. Wow.
I'm gonna check this out, man.
It's actually funny because you think he's a retired Yakuza captain. Everybody who was in the gang knew who he was, and they still fear him. And he's like, look, he actually does a Yakuza sit down between two characters. Like, it's like the wife has like basically their universe's version of Sailor Moon and the bad guy. He does a Yakuza tea sit down to bring to bring them together in peace. And they're like, this guy is so intimidating. Even though he's intimidating and he doesn't, Jesus Christ.
Don't forget Nightmare Campus.
I mean, think about it. My Hero Academia, the point that I'm getting, basically is the story of the Golden Age Superman as a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the young kid Midoriya. Yeah, he cries a lot, but he's cool when he hits.
Hey, Charles, you know what Midori means, right?
What's that?
It just means green, right? So he's Mr. Green.
Yeah, it's green.
Yeah, it's just green. That's all it means is green. It's like,
the greenhorn. He's a greenhorn.
Yeah, he's just green. He comes in green, right? What do you call somebody who's new on the job? They're green as hell.
He's green as hell. It's like basically if I took a rookie cop off the street and they like, okay, ride with him. Mm-hmm. And the first thing, you know what I tell them? It'd be like, the first thing I'm going to tell them is, you're going to be running, right?
Good shoes on, right?
You're going to be running. Right? You know why? Because when I was green, guess what the first thing they told me? You're going to be running, right?
Yep. They turned into the track meet, right? The experienced officer get to drive the car. You get to get out and run.
All you got to do is keep eyes on. We got you. We tracking.
Yeah, right there.
I mean, it's stories that make you relate. I mean, you gotta think about it. A lot of shit is actually relatable.
Mhm.
You sometimes a lot of us were not born athletic. We were not popular. We might have grew that way.
Right. Well, that's exactly what it is. That's why I told you about this before about using Naruto in one of my classes and explaining how um, characters actually key you into dealing with certain things in actual real life, right? Because it's just an orphan kid. It's an orphan kid growing up in a village where everybody looks at him like he's different or a problem. I'm like, damn, that's the black experience. I need to watch this a little closer. Right?
Yeah.
And his mission to prove all of them wrong. Everybody. He
Yeah.
believed in himself when nobody else did. He believed in himself. He was like, no, I'm gonna do it. I will be the best. I'm gonna be Hokage. And they laughed his ass off, right? They laughed at him every point. Fucked him over and everything. He
Started
still did it. I
until
said
they started winning
Naruto is about
battles.
the most. Look, if Naruto was in the DC universe, he'd have a Green Lantern ring. Dude, he'd be better than Hal Jordan because his willpower was unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, that's why, Blair Con, I gotta talk to you offline about a panel, and we're gonna do a panel, maybe two. Comics for 40 and over guys, 35 and over, and also what I like and what I dislike about current comic and comic book movies.
Tell me now. You can tell, shit, that don't even need to be a panel. That's an everyday discussion. Like, oh, did you see the new such and such?
They give
Nightwing
you real,
bending over in a compromising
Yeah, I
position.
did see it. Yeah, I did.
they give you
problem.
pretty good they give you pretty good deals for rooms if you're a panelist. So hey, I'm trying to get those deals.
No, I forgot even about that BlurCon was coming up and you was gone. Somebody else told me you was gone. I think it was AAL told me, Charles over there at BlurCon. I'm like, Charles at BlurCon? He didn't tell nobody? He didn't leave a message on the door? Nothing?
I
Said about
was
I was like, God damn.
like, shit.
His streams wasn't popping up. I hadn't seen him in a minute.
I was like, shit. I had to go up there and walk in there like a 70s player. Hey, you drop turkeys. The cock of the rock, the Muhammad Ali is here.
Is that your version of a smile? I am smiling. No, but that's usually why, because I was in here watching Trigun yesterday, right? And I'm sitting here watching the original Trigun, and I'm thinking they need to redo it to update the colors, right? Because it looks like it was fading, right? But at base, it's just kind of a goofy show. But it's good.
Yeah.
If you watch the whole thing, it's an awesome show, right?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You guys have a good one. Right? It's a good show. But if you try to explain to somebody what it was about, well, it's this guy, it's like a Western, but it's in the future. It's sci-fi because they all crashed on this planet and society had to build itself over again. And the reason that all these people are on this goddamn planet and not on the planet that they were supposed to be on is because one of these two people on here ain't actually human. Two of them ain't actually human. And one of them don't like humans, and he crashed everybody here to kill them off. It's like, really? Like, yeah, and the dude is a good gunman, but he got some other shit going on with him too.
Yeah.
It's like, you get into it and you watch it and you get some real good character studies, and you find out why characters like Wolfwood is so loved by people. Like Wolfwood is the coolest shit. But all they do is drink and smoke cigarettes and shoot guns and shit. Stop crying sometimes. People not wanting to believe that this goofy bastard in this coat is this ain't Vash. This ain't the humanoid typhoon. Worth $60 billion. This ain't him. He too goofy. This can't be him. It is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. So he has to show you.
Yeah, until he has to actually get serious a little bit. Like, nah, nah, I am actually that good, motherfucker. Up to that point, it's just fun.
What's another one? Like, if you have not seen Samurai 7, I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
Oh, look, here's the thing with Samurai 7, Charles. If you have not seen Samurai 7, you already fucked up because you don't watch Akira Kurosawa movies. You need to watch the Seven Samurai first.
The Seven
Then go
Samurai.
back and watch Samurai 7. So you
And
can
you'll
see how
appreciate it greater.
it was. That shit, I wasn't sure about Samurai 7 because I'm a fan of the Seven Samurai, right?
Mm-hmm.
I watched it anyway, just because I'm a fan of the original material. I just went back and watched it just to see what it was. I was like, that was still cool. They got big mechs in it, how it worked it in. Shit, I like that.
Yeah.
Still like the same characters too.
The story was so damn good. I was like, you know what? I had to sit on my steps for about an hour, smoke a cigar, and then contemplate my own damn life for like, you know what? I had to give praise to whatever God that's out there, my ancestors, for letting me be alive to see such a goddamn masterpiece. Like, this is how you do it.
That's usually what I do. When I see something that I actually really resonates with me, it's usually about the writer or the creator that work really putting some oomph into it. That's why I love Ghost in the Shell so much.
Oh yeah,
I can always go back and watch Ghost in the Shell. I don't give a fuck what episode it is, especially the standalone complex. And second gig, I can go back and watch any episode any day of the week and be totally engrossed in that shit.
Oh yeah, by the way, Naruto shirt today.
Representing. That is a Naruto fan.
Where's BGS? This is for you, BGS.
I thought he was in the chat.
He's probably listening on the cloud. Oh, here we go. Swinging from the bottle. This nigga again. You know, it's been a minute since I had some alcohol, and I just felt tasteful of Stella today. Remy Martin.
Remy.
Good. Nigga drinking that good alcohol.
Anything less will be civilized.
Saku, I have not seen Cannon Busters yet because I don't get a lot of time to watch a lot of anime. I pay for 2 services, but they getting free fucking money right now because I barely have time to watch the shit. I watched Trigun yesterday on, what was it? It's right up on here. I forget what app I was using to actually watch Trigun. It probably was fucking Prime or something. Yeah, it was Amazon because they had the whole series and I could just get it for cheap. So I got the whole series for cheap. So
and by the way, I like to say this to Art of It more. He's the stunt double for RuPaul in those questionable sex scenes.
Wow. He's a cock double.
Yeah. He's the fluff.
He's the fluff double. Fluff double. The booty talk number 58. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Ray. You should rewatch Samurai 7. My boy is still Yuzo. And Yuzo, if you watch Akira Kurosawa's The Seven Samurai. Watch that first. You can find his like Criterion collection. They got it somewhere cheap and for free. And you'll see what George Lucas was looking at when he was designing fucking Jedi. That was the stuff he was basing it on. Right? Watch that. Find out who the characters are in that and see how it all works together. And then go back and watch Samurai 7. You'll see the same thing.
Yeah.
That's why I don't understand why. Well, I kind of do understand because I'm fucking American. But why American audiences fuck up remakes so bad? Because they try to introduce all this contemporary shit into it, but they never really paid attention to the original story anyway. Yeah. They just use the original story as a fucking mannequin just to throw all their bullshit on top of it, like they make it a meat suit or something, like Silence of the Lambs. Oh, you're a fat girl. They put the lotion on the skin. Like, come on, man. Just do it right.
It's their version of the story that they wanted to do if they got an opportunity to tell the story. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, don't do your version. Just remake the damn story. Now, update it, but don't try to put, well, I think the character would have been this, or no, just remake the damn movie.
It's kind of like when people don't realize what the old saying was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, they never know that.
You know, because it's like, you know, if you look at let's say a Friday the 13th movie, if you don't see some big ass guy with an axe or a butcher's knife with a hockey mask hacking up people, you're getting it wrong. Nobody gives a fuck about his feelings or his sexuality or what he might eat for breakfast. They want to see Jason doing Jason shit.
Yeah, and you don't want to see him running around with a pink machete.
for a rainbow or a rainbow jumpsuit.
A rainbow mask, like what good is that gonna be? That just means that okay, then Jason would be enacting all his hatred against the spectrum.
That's why I said, that's why I said a movie like Man of Steel and Captain America, at least Winter Soldier, you kind of saw the character arc of like the modern day take on like a Captain America or Superman. You
That's
still
all
kept the character to the base core, but how would he be reacted? How would he react and how would people react to him being in today's time? Like Cap will be like withdrawn because really, if you think about it, he said it in the movie. Everybody I know is probably dead. And think of that. You're a man lost in time. You're looking at all this stuff that you fought for, and you're like, you literally fought against probably one of the greatest evils the world ever knew, except racism. But that's another story. But
That's another story.
and it's like now you got zennials and kids younger than that literally spitting on the flag that you wear. So you kind of
this is what me and Joe Thompson was laughing about when we were talking about the whole thing with the boys and Soldier Boy showing up. That to me, that's about the truest depiction you would get of Steve Rogers in a modern era.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it'd be. He'd be calling motherfuckers boy, but he wouldn't think anything of it because that's just the time he was fucking from. That's why for me, I don't get all this shit where you want to crucify people for being of their time. It's like how we talk to people now in our time, nowadays. Well, just saying, for Gen Xer, talking to people is different. You still try to hold a monicum of respect, right? For a Zennial talking to people, they will use different language. Like that video BGS was playing from the Ghana shit. That chick is talking and saying what she's talking to people in another country, which sound rude as fuck. Like you coming off way masculine. That man gonna knock you out.
But nowadays
they don't play that shit over there. He was going to his trunk to get something for your ass because you step up like a man. You was getting ready to get knocked out like a man. Like, God,
it was like
you don't get it.
It's like, think about it. How would Soldier Boy or Captain America react to that Berkeley law professor who can't answer what's a woman?
He'd pull a Trump and grab him in the cooch. What did that feel like?
A great example is Johnny in Cobra Kai. Look at how he's reacting, having to deal with the kids. He's like, what? And he's like,
that's the funny part.
So you see this.
I don't mean to cut you off, Beasley. 1 second. I didn't realize I had Cash Apps on here, so let me give these folks what I do. Shout out to Artie Idmore. He said for the caps lock. What did you do? You just locked all caps or something?
No,
Okay, I'll give you that 3B salute for the dope boy in the building. Shout out to King Parrish of the Beano Nation. He said, dropping a few coins, I will take your shillings and raise you some Wilma bites. Not right now. Really specific. Looking for late 60s, early 70s.
What happened to AV Media?
It's from the late 60s, early 70s. Yes. Something like that. You just have to look inside of the book, and it will say the date in the book. We won't be open tomorrow. You can bring it back Saturday. We'll be open Saturday. Okay. See, this is what I mean. Charles asked the question, why can't you write good stories nowadays? Because motherfuckers can't have a decent phone conversations nowadays. You think they know how to write? They barely know how to fucking talk and use a phone. Like, it's an exchange. You ask a question, and the person starts responding. If you start talking, you're not hearing the fucking answer.
Amen to that, boy.
Dumb
Because
shit.
man, I'm gonna tell you how many times when I would come for a call and people would be like, "Well, I need your help." Okay, what's going on? I don't know if I should tell you. Why did you call me?
So why the fuck did you?
I remember it was like like I don't know if I should tell you. Why did you call me if you didn't want to tell me? You know I'm obligated because you said something. I gotta investigate. And it was like
Yeah.
funny as shit. Like one time we had a call for like a guy hitting a woman in a truck, and he's walking off, and they're like, the guy's right there. I'm like, what is he wearing? He's right there. No,
What
there's
is
several
he
people walking.
wearing?
What is he wearing? So I could pull up on him.
And I
He's
just
right
grab
there. You don't
different
see him.
anybody.
I see a lot of people. Give me a goddamn
Goddamn
description.
description. Help me help you. Learn
Yeah,
the fucking
people.
description.
I remember
What
when
did
I
he
was
look like?
working
He
for the
was
department.
big. Thank you.
I remember I was
NBA
working for
players
the
were all suspect.
working for the damn department. The ID used to be like, "Well, were you cussing on camera?" Well, goddamn, you got to understand, we don't have the smartest population out here.
Nope.
When you speak with the King's English, these motherfuckers don't understand till you cuss.
Even cussing, they damn near don't understand it. It's like, dude, you're getting to the point where none of it works. You can't communicate with these people because they don't understand words the same way. They don't even really speak the language, and that's the English speakers. That's the people that was born here to speak the language and grew up with it the whole time. They don't really understand what the fuck it is they're saying anyway.
Yeah.
They're not listening anyway. On top
Yeah.
of that, it's twice as fucking frustrating. That's why I guess I'm just an old bastard now. It's like I just must be old. I just need my Torino. I guess I just need to get my Torino cleaned up and get my sprinkler for my yard lawn.
Get off my lawn.
That
Fuck off
reminds
my
me,
lawn.
Charles, when you're talking,
I
breaking
like
that
none of you
down.
motherfuckers. Like, Jesus.
When I had to, when I was doing security in the apartment complex, and somebody stole one of the maintenance dudes, and I basically fought on the phone with the police and given like a clear description of the guy, and so they caught the guy around the corner, and then the cops came back so that the maintenance can ID him, and the cop was like, "Oh, that was a really whoever called gave a really good description." I'm like standing right next to him, saying, "I'm the security. I called and gave him the description." Like, come on now, seriously.
Yeah.
That's what you're trained to do. Like,
Yeah,
good God. Like,
so shout out to the master teacher. He said it's for the shop. Appreciate you. BGS, I will give you young girl cheek clapping. And to Baron Somdi, I will also give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you. And to Aquateki, the number one wrench, just to mix it up, I will give you that double lag.
Double lag. Pussy on fat. Double lag. 100 on the sack. Double lag. Block like a ghost town. Still double bag.
Oh, this chick feet so fucking dirty. She white. Her feet darker than your picture, Charles.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she homeless, and yeah, she don't look like she faking.
God damn.
She is
Look
not
like the rugged sluggish bone.
Damn. She got one slide. One slide on. Yeah, Captain Picard, get off my lawn. People think that shit is funny, but I've known I was on this slide to being a really surly old bastard for a lot of years. I've known since my 30s that the more I went up in age every decade, I was going to be more surly and irritated with people. Because I like individuals. Groups is stupid as fuck to me. It's like something waiting for a bomb to go off. And people don't use enough intelligence in groups. So that's why the group is stupid. It's like a crowd of lemmings running towards a cliff. Right? That's why you need shepherds for flocks. Because flock is stupid. Unless you got one motivated person out there with a stick saying, stay away from the fucking edge. Get away from the edge. Like cops. Right?
Stay away from the bears.
Yeah, stay away from the bears. Don't feed the bears. Gate is there for a reason. Don't go over it.
Don't talk to them
Otherwise, they ain't using their fucking intelligence. They're not plugging in their intellectual, higher functioning brain.
Oh no, they'll never do that. I mean, it's crazy because I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna do a live stream tonight, and I'm just like, I know E Black might want to come on. He wants to talk about is marriage beneficial to the modern day man. I'm like, nigga, no. Sorry, I don't knock motherfuckers getting married. I'm just like, yo, it's like looking at the super soldier serum and saying, is this useful or not? Like, wait a minute, I gotta fight secret demons.
Yeah, it's useful if you take it, but if you leave it in a jar, it might as well be dishwater.
Yeah, might as well. And I'm like, think about it. I'm like, do I really want to talk to this motherfucker who's not going to give me a damn straight answer?
That's irritating as shit.
Yeah.
Let me answer Ray's comment real quick. I'm sorry, Ray. I saw it a little late. He said, "Hey, on the subject of Obi-Wan, real quick. My brother said that the show was so good that if you don't like it, you're not a fan." Then I said, "He owns a fucking comic book store, dude." Shaking my damn head. Look, here's what you do, Ray. This is the thing that's worked forever for me for irritating people, right? If you tell me you really like something and you're trying to define what a fucking fan is because you liked it, tell me what the fuck you liked about it. Because I can guarantee your brother ain't as old as me. And I'm not saying that like I'm pulling my nuts over his head or anything like that, but I've been a fan of this shit for a long goddamn time. And the fact that I don't like the show means it's fucking sucked. That's what that shit means, because I've seen it for a while. It sucked. So if you liked it, all well and good, why did you like it? Point out the things that were awesome about the shit. And if you get to special effects and some of that other bullshit, you watching Spectrum Theater. You know what the Spectrum is? It's where they judge kids that are slow. That's what you're into. Lights and flashing lights and sounds and explosions. I'm not into Spectrum Theater. That's why that shit doesn't play well with me. You better tell me what the fucking story is. You better tell me what you liked about that shit. But don't tell me the special effects was awesome. Yeah, special effects are awesome. That's off the table. What was the story about? What was the character development about? Did it make sense that it was an Obi-Wan show that Obi-Wan sat the back of the bus in? Did it make sense? Did it make sense to have a 10-year-old out there running everybody else? Did it make sense to have little Cube in that motherfucker and then you introduce his character and this character is just gone and you don't know what the fuck happens with him later? Did that make sense? Did it make sense that you had two fucking kidnappings of a child who can bow-leggedly outrun people? Get the fuck out of here. Did it make any sense that, I don't know, Bail Organa didn't have no fucking security at his fucking palace? That somebody could just drop down into the backyard of the palace and peace out with the princess. He got no security, no nothing. And I'm still waiting for that motherfucker to show up on Tatooine and help Obi-Wan and the Larzes. I'm still waiting. He ain't showed up yet. Anybody who knows Star Wars knows that that was a piece of shit. Even, I don't know if he's a fan or not, but George Lucas, the guy who created the shit, don't even like it. You ain't got to argue with me. Argue with George Lucas. Tell him he don't know what the fuck he talking about. And then come back and tell me I don't know the fuck I'm talking about. Goofy. There you go. Tell your brother that shit. Personal message.
Yeah, you got to have valid criticisms of what you're watching. You can't just say, because most people are going to go back to, oh, Vader was in this. I'm like, so what?
Fucking what?
I'm like this. When people tell me about special effects, I'm like, that's like video games to me. It's 2022.
Yeah, fucking hell yeah. Everything has.
That's the least they could do. That's the least what special effects can do is be good.
Look, exactly. That's like saying parsley comes on your plate with dinner. The special effects better be good.
Yeah.
That's
and I'm like,
Video games is
when,
kicking that ass when it comes to special effects.
There ain't nothing on the screen real. Come on, man.
like nothing's better than the game of life. The graphics are great, but the story sucks.
Yeah, exactly. No shit. Like, oh my god. And they redesigned the board. I hate that shit too.
It's like when you look at it's like when you look at a movie,
What
right?
is this shit? This ain't life. They changed it up. They made it easy. Life ain't easy. You better pick your back.
Like, why isn't that man failing? Shit. Like I tell people, when it comes to a story, is it something that is going to be timeless? If you look at the Infinity Gauntlet saga, it's timeless. If you look at Death of Superman, it's timeless. If you look at The Dark Knight Returns, timeless. Secret Wars,
Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come was timeless. Like you could. I'm surprised they didn't do a fucking animated or live version of that shit.
Days of Future
Because they were fucking up. It's too serious, and it deals with a lot of different aspects that people probably don't even want to go into. They don't. This is the problem for me with having, as good as it is for a geek to be in this time where you have a lot of geek movies coming out. It's also the downside of it is that you have a lot of geek movies coming out, so they ain't all gonna be good because they're not focusing on making each one just really fucking good. They're too busy trying to do this and rush on to the next one that they're not focused on fucking quality. You can't watch Thor and tell me they were focused on quality. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers owe you. Taika Waititi owe you some money, Marvel Disney. That motherfucker stashed some of that shit. I'm telling you. He didn't spend all the money that he said he did on that goddamn movie. No fucking way.
You could tell.
Special effects is black and white. Get the fuck out of here. You better go check their nigga pockets.
You could tell they were looking off the big name actors such as Christian Bale and Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
like,
Russell Crowe.
And what sense does it make for Zeus to come out there holding his tunic or whatever the fuck it's called?
Yeah, his toga, pulling up his toga to walk down some steps. Like
get the cursing down. Like that doesn't
this
make
ain't
sense.
a tennis skirt. What the fuck is you doing?
It's supposed to go much longer than that.
Well, here's the thing with that for me, Charles, is that one, all these big name actors suck up your fucking money.
Yep.
That's all they do. They're not driving the story anywhere. Right? They're not taking the story anywhere. Did you get a good performance? Yeah, but what good does it do for the rest of the fucking movie? Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah. I mean,
so what am I watching? Who cared that he was fucking in it? He could have not been in it.
You could have got
more money for some other shit. Like, I don't know, writing a script.
You could have got a no name and probably just got just as good as a performance.
You could
I personally want no names.
And they would have thanked you for the shit because you would have saved money. And then you could have got a better performance out of somebody getting their shot.
And you probably would have been the reason why you presented another star. And I'm just looking at it from an artistic, because when artists like us, we see the world differently. We see it symmetrical or non-symmetrical or unbalanced, to be correct. And it's like, if this is supposed to be Love and Thunder, and you got a guy named the God Butcher, why is there so many jokes when you're literally having people who made creation die? That's even bigger of a threat than Ultron. That's even big. Like, that would be like no seriousness whatsoever. I didn't feel any threat that, okay, damn, Thor's in for the challenge of his life. Like, I'm just waiting for, like, can y'all please put the Magog series in? Like, I want to see a rampaging monster that he fights who gives no fucks.
Yeah, and you can't use the excuse, oh, that would be too expensive special effects wise. No, it won't. You just cut down on some of these big name actors you got in there. They'll take less money.
Yeah, I mean,
the last thing I heard about, what is it? Chick that was playing Reba, the actress that was playing Reba. Right? They canceled all her shit. There ain't no Reva show coming, and she ain't showing up for Obi-Wan 2, right?
Thank God.
Well, she was bitching. It came out that one of the reasons she was bitching about the Reva solo show getting canceled was because she was demanding hella money. I'm like, bitch, who is you? Yeah, Mose Ingram, that's who she is. I'm like, who is you? You sound like you doing some Tom Holland shit. You think you need to be getting some RDJ money. For what? Like, I didn't know who you were before this show. I don't even really care right now. You want some other chick show that I ain't even fucking watching because I don't give a fuck about the Brits and they hierarchy and all the rest of that shit. I don't care about the kings and queens and court and shit like that. Unless these motherfuckers getting out there with swords, slaughter each other on the battlefield, I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
So Queen's Gambit, I don't give a fuck about Queen's Gambit. That's got that other derpy looking chick on it too, right?
Oh, she was in that?
Yeah, I don't care about that shit.
Look, her
black
Hasbro,
person on there is like, damn, are you a maid or something or what?
Look, her Hasbro post sword for the Hasbro Labs got canceled, and they were talking about it. I was like, why in the hell would you why would you have people try to crowdfund that in the first damn place? She was not a significant character that anybody.
Because it was a test. Because they want this test. No, everybody's just hating on this character. There's a huge demand, says KK. And what did you see? There is no huge demand for shit for this character.
And
fuck
see,
you
that's
and
the,
character.
that's
There's a
the
huge
problem.
demand for you to get the fuck away from here.
And that's the problem with a lot of these chicks who are in these sci-fi movies. They're overestimating their worth. They're overestimating their value. Nobody gives a flying
Way overestimated.
And I'm looking at it like, chick, we could have inserted some alien-looking motherfucker in your place and would have probably made better sense.
The whole could have been a whole goddamn Twi'lek or some other creature with no fucking visible face at all, and nobody would have gave a shit.
Another Grievous like character.
Could have put a whole mask on your fucking head.
And it's like, and it's like you looking at the show and you're like, wait a minute, ain't nobody came to see you, Otis.
No shit.
So we came to see.
Joe said Queen's Gambit was good. Laughing out loud. I wasn't British. I like my British television, Joe. You know that. I don't give a fuck about no Queen's Gambit though. I don't. Don't care whatsoever. Sound like a chick show. I don't give a fuck.
Look,
Now,
I just watched
could I
that.
have watched it and probably got something out of it? Probably. But I watch a lot of shit. Look, I've been telling you guys. Well, there's a video you ain't seen. I was telling you guys. I've been watching fucking glacier videos for the last 4 days. Just glaciers flipping over and shit like that. Because I'm a science nerd. I'm a nerd. So I'm watching that shit like, oh, okay, that's interesting how that works and all the rest of it. I've actually seen a glacier before. It's like, well, damn, I got cheated in my experience. I didn't see anything like that. God damn, I need to take another cruise up to Alaska. I need to see another glacier. I need to see some cavitating, some flipping over the icebergs, man. That's exciting shit. I felt like I was cheating. But that's what I've been doing the last couple of days. So I'll watch a lot of shit. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. But for now, in my ignorance, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, laugh at that.
I just watched that chick in a movie that last night in Soho, and I was like,
you know who I'm talking about, the derpy looking one.
Yeah, it was, that movie was mind numbing. It was like, bro, I was trying my hardest not to look up the wiki. I said, okay, fuck it, just tell me what happened. Because I wanted to see that movie because it looked weird. I get into weird movies, right? Like that looks weird enough for me to enjoy. I need to watch that shit because it looks like some ghosts, some kind of time travel. Yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy. Yeah, she got a dirt face. Yeah. It was, but it was like, okay, come on now.
That part's like I got big buck teeth or something. Like she ain't all together there. She ain't smart.
Big
and the
book
question,
of teeth.
where they keep finding these weird, scrawny looking brothers at? Because that's the co-star is this black British dude, like this skinny. I'm like, where they find these weird ass looking dudes at? Because they don't get no brothers with any real swag. Because no brother, even if he's British, is gonna operate the way that dude. He operated like a nerdy ass white dude. I was like, you could just use the white kid, and that would have been
because they scared.
The county shit. I saw Iceberg recently. Iceberg Slim. Yeah, I saw that book too.
They scared. They scared that if they get a British dude on set that's black, They scared he's gonna be the second coming in Idris Elba, and he's gonna fuck all the bitches on set. That's what
you know what it is that they don't want to show masculine black men. That's why they keep getting these effeminate, skinny ass little kids. Because think about it this way: if you go back and watch some movie from the '80s, a movie from the '90s, and a movie from 2000, you'll see a trend. The dudes got smaller, the chicks got bigger.
Yeah.
And that smaller male thing goes into why chicks should dominate you because you're smaller. I think Angerman was pointing this out about that new movie that's coming out, which is animated, but you got a big ass chick teasing this little ass man about going out there and being a man. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I remember seeing that before Thor. It was one of my trailers before Thor started. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What is this?
Oh, the Strange Worlds shit?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it was Strange Worlds.
Yeah. When we get into reality, because I've dated athletic women. I've dated them all. And I'm like, none of you chicks are even half as strong as me. Like, as a matter of fact, I've told the story many of times. I had 3 female officers ask for 1 male officer to join them clearing the house.
Like, y'all got it right. Women are strong. Get it. Get them. You don't need no help. We only bring in the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
Do that suspects. Do them.
Yeah. Well, you can't. But guess what? If I say the only time I want a female officer is to search a female after I arrest her, even though technically I don't need to, but just for keep yourself from showing up at too many court events. He touched me. He touched my breast. Like, bitch, you ain't even got breasts. Those are 8 cups. Like, bitch, bitch, those look like doorknobs and mosquito bites.
Yeah. And knobs and broomsticks. Fuck you. All right. Just to be funny, since the count was talking about he saw Iceberg Slim. This is the kind of shit I watch. This is the kind of stuff I fill my brain with, right? A lot of shit, just a bunch of useless information. But this is an iceberg. They spell it stupid. It's Catalan, right? So basically, the ice sheet is falling off. And every time it falls off, it actually makes a little small tsunami, or it flips over so you can see how deep this goddamn water is, which is always interesting to me, right? So this is what I've been watching for the last fucking about 3 days since this past weekend. That's all it is. Just these videos of people sitting there watching the fucking glacier, and the glacier it's cracking, it's making noises and shit like that, and all of a sudden, the shit just fall apart. All of a sudden, no reason. It got hot, it melted, shifted a little bit more. You don't know when it's going to happen, but if you heard that cracking sound, you need to run, motherfucker. It's time to go. That's it.
So Iceberg wasn't so slim.
Yeah. See that shit? Motherfucker. Don't do me, YouTube. Fair use.
Yeah,
we teaching right now.
We running. And we paddling.
See that shit? Now that shit is like 100 feet tall.
Who the hell is still parked
still
like
water? Yeah, that's people running for their life.
It's time to go.
It's time to go. That big ass wave.
Iceberg Slim is on the attack.
Yeah, no shit.
He like, where's my money? Ooh.
Well, here's the funny part, right? How did I get to watching that? Because the algorithm showed me a video of these dudes climbing on a fucking iceberg, a little small iceberg, and the shit flipped over. I was like, oh, damn, that's interesting as fuck. These motherfuckers gonna drown.
You know what, Artisan? I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
You know what, Artisan? I'm glad you said that, because what I usually watch, if it's not manosphere related, I watch many of the, firearms tactics, tactical shooting, and, a lot of stuff about, the Buffalo and the Uvalde case and the tactics that were used or weren't used. Yeah. And it's like, of course, because, I'm kind of nerdy like that. I'll even look at science shit where we're looking at fucking nebulas and quasars.
Yep.
And I'm like looking at this shit because everything I said when I talked about the Uvalde case was true. It was an act of cowardice.
It was an act of cowardice. Who was arguing with you about that shit? That it wasn't cowardice. Of course, it was cowardice.
I mean, there's a certain Brandon who tried to take up for him.
Well, there's a certain amount of assholes in the world, Charles, and apparently you keep being able to find them. So whatever kind of divining rods you got, you need to start selling them, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I need to sell them. I'm just like, when you talk about it and people be like, well, and it's funny because I get people on YouTube. You don't even know how it feels to be in a situation like that. Okay, let's retract your statement.
So here's the other dumb shit that I watch. Right, I'm watching this other video about natural shit, and it comes up on this lake. Now you can see this is one of the tabs that's up here on the computer that I'm sitting up here researching and looking. Because I'm a nerd and a geek, and I do nerdy shit. Like this lake right here, half the year is not there; it disappears, falls into the earth. And then when it gets to the winter and shit like that, the springtime, all the water drains to this one spot and it fills up again. It's called Lost Lake in Oregon. Why is it called Lost Lake? Because half the year it disappears. It's not there. It goes down a lava tube into the crust of the earth. I know shit like that. That's why I'm a nerd. That kind of shit is fascinating to me. That's a better fucking story than I got in some of this other shit. It's a better fucking story than I got before. Because at least it's like, damn, okay.
You could have called that a sinkhole. You could have called that sinkhole Love and Thunder.
It was a sinkhole. Yeah,
like, I get lost up on the whole extraterrestrial, supernatural conspiracy theories type of stuff. If I'm not careful, like, there's this big conspiracy about the government hiding monsters in the earth. I said, did you just turn into freaking Godzilla, King of the Monsters? I was like, okay, I don't bother.
Yes. Now see, there it is. There it is. Holes in the earth fascinate me for some reason because it looks fucking eerie. They're all over the place. Well, this is it. This is that lake when it's drained. And it drains down that fucking hole. So there's a whole fucking lake close by within 8 hours of me, 10 hours of me, where part of the year it drains out. And it's empty. It just turns into a grassy plain. And it goes down that
child support lake.
Yeah, pretty much. Child support lake. Lost wages lake.
Lost wages.
Lost wages.
The lake of broken dreams.
No shit. And JL West, yeah, just to bring it back to geek shit. Yes, Anya Taylor-Joy played Magic in New Mutants, and she was fine in New Mutants. She was fine in New Mutants. But there's the thing. This is the thing that gets me about Hollywood. They always find these little derpy looking, regular ass chicks, and the only reason they keep throwing them in your fucking face is because they got a pair of titties on them. And I'm like, that's why I made the joke before about Hollywood is not short of any blonde white girls. That's where they all go. So one will do just as good as the other. That's why I'm not worried about Amber Heard being gone from being Merle and Aquaman. Who gives a fuck? Ain't there another one standing, 4 other ones standing right next to her, built just like her? Just get her the fuck out of there.
Just put a red wig on it. She'll be good.
Yeah, all of them dye their hair.
Like nobody checking for her. Nobody checking for her, Otis. Like,
look, Joe. The only thing I liked Anya Taylor-Joy in so far, because I haven't seen Last Night in Soho, right? Only thing I liked her in so far was Split. And I know why she was in there, to be in her tank top with her titties bouncing. I was like, come on, man, what the? Okay, whatever. This is prepubescent theater. This is what little kids get off on. Okay, I was 13 at one time, and I like Jennifer Connelly, so okay, fine, it works sometimes. Fine, awesome. But she does make a derpy fucking face.
And by the way, Count Seku, you're right. DC does do their gods better and give them better shine, because guess what? Zeus and Ares put the ass whooping on Dark Side. They put an ass whooping on him. Yeah. It's been thousands of years. He still remember that ass whooping. He's still so about that shit. Yeah. Motherfucking Earth.
I still have to watch the Northman. I keep hearing good things about the Northman, and I just found it on, I think it was Amazon Prime, so I have to watch that because it got my boy Vigo in it. So it got Viggo Mortensen in it. I got to watch it.
Oh, really? Shit.
What's that
I'm
about?
missing out then.
I don't know, Charles. That's the thing. I don't know what the fuck it's about. It's come out and everybody liked the shit. It's like, oh, have you seen The Northman? No. What's it about? You ain't seen it. Nigga, tell me what is it about? I don't even know what it's about. But some people whose opinions I respect actually like it. I'm like, okay, I want to see that. I got to see that. The Witch.
We need that clip from. We need that clip from Edward.
No
Niggatry is addictive.
Yeah, you talking about Count Seku was hella nerdy like pistols. Look, I tell you who I watch: Black Rambo, Coleon Noir, Terran Tactical.
Yeah.
What's the other dude? He's a Navy SEAL. I watch, and just some other shit on guns and stuff like that.
I mean, everybody likes guns.
I watch what I like. I watch what I like. I like a lot of shit.
He's a man.
Well, I watch motherfuckers play Magic the Gathering if I really get hard up and feel like it, because I know what's going on in the game. It's like, okay, you're gonna use
I'm gonna tell
a different color.
I'm gonna tell you what. You want some good viewing? Watch Sagat versus fucking Akuma Musion fight. Oh my god, the combination he put on fucking Akuma was vicious. When he said it's about time the tiger devours the demon. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry, AB. I just saw you in there. What's up, AB? Sorry about that. I just saw you was in there. I didn't hear the beep, no chime, no nothing. Boy, you got to work on your transport. Not giving a signal.
It's been a long day. Power went out.
For now on, AB, when you come on my panel, I'm gonna try to get the Haji Quest thing. Zim zim zalabim.
You gotta get that transporter sound effect. AB is my man in the Federation.
Yeah.
He's Ensign Media of Starfleet.
I'm sorry, Discovery doesn't count.
Whatever. Look, I watched Star Trek Discovery, I think. Was that Discovery? What's the one with Janeway? Wasn't that Discovery?
That was Voyager.
Voyager, my bad.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Discovery. I stopped at Enterprise. Because Scott Bakula was on it. I liked him, and then I saw they was using a little female Vulcan for the sex stuff. I was like, I'm done, motherfucker. What does this have to do with Star Trek again?
Yeah,
Just
still
fuck
not
it.
as Discovery.
They lost me a while ago, and trust me, I was a Trekkie. I was watching all that shit.
Yeah, it's less.
The only thing I wasn't doing was buying a lot of the Star Trek books and playing these little games. Wasn't doing a lot of that shit. The Fleet Command and shit, no. But science in Star Trek was actually kind of solid because it was imaginative, made people actually create shit like cell phones and shit, try to make some of this stuff possible. Sci-fi now ain't telling you nothing that's possible but getting in somebody's fucking pants. And I already knew that was possible since, I don't know, probably about 10. So.
Well, the chick that's smarter than everybody.
Yeah. What else we got? That's all y'all got?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
The Power Rangers gave me talking watches. Only thing I was missing was the ability to teleport.
Well, here's the thing. Before Power Rangers, it was Dick Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Tracy was your first smartwatch. Well, he talked and saw shit in his watch. And Dick Tracy was, what, the 40s or some shit like that?
Yeah.
He talked into his watch. Now you motherfuckers do that shit. I was looking at my facilities manager today, showing his text message on his watch to the other manager across from him. I was like, that's technology, motherfucker. There's your sci-fi right there. It's not science fiction anymore. Now it's actually a science fact. Yep. Because somebody actually put the brain work in to figure that shit out. Like, man, that would be awesome if you could talk into your watch. Yeah, it would be.
They had to redesign.
Somebody got to fucking work. Figured out how to make that shit work.
They had to completely redesign the Enterprise because technology had leaped forward so much since the original series on Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, they wouldn't believe you. It's like, well, that looks too limited.
You gotta think about it. If it wasn't for sci-fi, niggas wouldn't have cell phones. Niggas wouldn't have smartwatches. That's why when people be like, "Oh, you like comic
Thank you, Black Man, for creating that for you, motherfucker."
I mean, think about it.
By the way, they also wouldn't have widescreen TVs.
Shit, I'll keep it pistol. A damn car.
Yeah, I mean, I want you to think about this, right? A lot of people wouldn't even have telecommunications instead of just calling, where you can actually see the person through the video of the message.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, we actually have rail guns being developed. If they already are, so I mean,
Look, I need a lightsaber. Just give me my lightsaber technology. I'm good.
I just want the super soldier serum.
Oh, stop talking so loud. My fucking algorithm heard you. You said railguns, and this shit just came up. U.S. testing this monstrously powerful $500 million railgun. I'm like, damn, I want to watch this.
Damn.
Shit. Like, I heard you.
They heard me, huh?
Heard you 11 hours ago. Let me put that on my
Damn lion.
You're right,
He
Count.
watch
roars.
it later.
You're right, Count Seku, because Zeus look like Zeus. You know, Ares look like Ares, and Hercules look like fucking Hercules. And I mean, when you looked at the gods, when you looked at the gods in this DC extended universe, they look like, you know, Wu-Tang, ain't nothing to fuck with. And it's like, okay, that battle, they could have done a whole, this is how good the Snyder Cut was. The ancient battle between, you know, Dark Side, I forget what is it, Urus or whatever, Ux or whatever the fuck his name was. But with the gods and man and the Atlanteans and the Amazons, you could have made a movie of that shit. That was so epic.
And Green Lantern, remember that too.
And they had a fucking Green Lantern. And guess what? God only knows that you probably had an ancient Kryptonian there, because they already knew about the Kryptonians and what the sunlight could do for them.
Shit, if you want to say anything, Zeus was the Kryptonian.
Yeah. And I actually followed the dude on Facebook. He's one of my Facebook friends, the dude who played Zeus in the Justice League, you know, Snyder Cut movie. He's a fitness model. So
yeah, that was a big one.
He was like, yo, don't announce this. He was like, you know, I'm gonna be in Justice League movie. I said, is what? Anything you want? It's believable. And he was like, I'm gonna play. He says, I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna play a very powerful person, and he ended up playing Zeus.
I'm gonna be playing a very powerful person.
Yeah,
Charles in the movie theater watching shit. This motherfucker's playing Zeus.
Yeah. That's exactly
Look, she
what
said,
the fuck
anything
I said.
you want.
That's exactly what the fuck I said. I was like, God damn.
I said you was in the movie. You didn't say you was in the fucking beginning of the movie.
You said you was playing Zeus.
Yeah, you say you're a very powerful person.
Show.
Black Bolt? What?
Black Bolt?
Black Lightning? Black Lightning?
You know,
Snyder Cut
that's
shows. The Snyder Cut show how fucking stupid those idiots at WB are.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna tell you.
Well, that was mainly that chick that was at Warner Brothers. She don't like Zack Snyder. It was mainly her. She don't like Zack Snyder.
Snyder.
Warner Brothers KK. I'm forgetting her name. It's Anna some shit or whatever. She hated Zack Snyder. That's why he got that shit. But that's why AT&T came in and said, "Take this money and go finish that shit. We need something." You know, because they willing to gamble on that shit because it worked for them too. That if it was left to that chick, that shit still wouldn't have came out. But that's why her ass, when Discovery took them over, she was already out the back door quietly.
Yeah. That's why when you
one of the females from the League of Ordinary Feminists.
Yeah. League of Lonely Bitches.
League of Extraordinary.
League of Extra Regular Old Bitches.
Wow.
They're the Triple L, League of Lonely Ladies.
Well, they all got men. You know how white feminists do it? They still keep a dick on standby.
Yeah. It's motorized.
They're motorized. They let y'all people of color go hard. Go on, sister.
Yeah, you know them ugly feminists got them diesel power fucking vibrators and shit. That's why they stutter. You
fucked up, Charles.
If you really think that's fucked up, that's why they have chipped teeth too.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Trying to put it
and
in
then
your-
when you put something long, hard, and slender in their face, they act like the white chicken undercover brother. It's big, hard, and again and again.
And you know it's funny. I always told people when I remember Valdez was saying, "Why do they always give brothers the power of electricity?" I was like, Valdez, do you know how powerful electricity is? I said, take
Attached to a
static,
fucking
not static shock. Take static. Static has the exact same powers as fucking Magneto. And trust me, he's even younger and and probably even more
more
creative.
vibrant. More vibrant.
And you got to think about it. You put him near metal, he can go thousands of miles per hour. He's basically a fucking bullet train. Like if you have the powers of magnetism, you technically have power over time, theoretically.
Theoretically.
Now take that for your geek shit.
That's just speed. Yeah, that's your nerd shit.
Magneto is my favorite villain in the Marvel universe.
Mine too. He one of my
Same
favorites.
here.
Who's that?
He always top of the list. You know that
Yeah,
much.
Magneto.
Magneto show up, you know he mean business. He ain't
You
there for
know,
fucking.
two people I always loved. Well, there's three people. People always like, who's your top favorite Marvel characters? Thor is on the outside looking in. I always loved Thor, but he's recently gotten more interesting. One of my favorite underused Marvel characters is Ares, God of War. When Ares show up, let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, yeah. Start playing it.
Love Professor Hulk in the 90s. God, those were some good stories with the Pantheon and when he was actually cool and he actually did shit instead of just break everything and then leave. He was cool as shit as when he was facing the dude's trauma. That's I actually still got that comic. And I love Ultimate Captain America. Give me that true super soldier. He's not a superhero, and that's the point I'm making out. He's not a superhero. He's a
of his
super
time.
soldier.
Don't like what motherfuckers doing. He will take it to him.
People fuck you up 3 ways to Sunday.
I'm an old school dude. I will beat your ass for
Don't
breakfast.
call me pops for nothing.
Yeah. No, son, we gonna have a disagreement. Oh shit.
He like, we gonna step out. Remember what he did in the Ultimates when Giant Man?
Yeah, he
whooped his ass. He said, "Yo, grow." He's like,
man's
"Grow big."
ass.
He said, "Grow big." He said he slapped the shit out of him in the butt. Grow big, grow big. Make it fair. Make it fun.
Here's the funny part about that shit. What he did was kind of on some simp shit because Janet and Hank was fighting anyway, but Hank took it a step further when he got the ants on her and sprayed her ass with fucking Raid or whatever the fuck he sprayed her with, some bug spray. I was like, well, that was fucked up, dude. Right? He took it a little further. But Captain America came back and yeah, bring your ass outside. And he beat his ass. Now, it was because of what he did to his own chick. But so that's kind of on some simp shit, but he did whoop his ass. He did beat
But
his
you got to remember, he's a man of the 30s and 40s.
He's a 30s cat, dude. He's like, nope, got to defend that woman's honor. What the hell was you doing?
You're like, what are you doing? Like, I don't call it a simp. If let's say you see a lady who's like, I'm not against a woman who wants to fight a guy and the guy slaps the shit out of her to bring her back to her senses. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. But if you're because I've actually had to step in off duty when a guy was mad with this girl and the girl was swinging on him and, he slapped her. I was like, okay, I'm fine with that. That one slap. But then when he tried to stomp her, I was like, yo, what you doing? He like, yo, you want a piece of this shit too? I said, okay. I took my gun, unloaded it, and threw it in the car and locked the car. What's up? Somebody yelled, yo.
Yes, I do. Charles was like, yes, I do. I need a piece of that. I need a piece of that too.
Right there. I gotta work a shift with Charles.
I remember an issue happened with a family member. I'll tell you what happened offline, fellas, if you call me, where it was 15 dudes on a step, and it was an issue between my mother and this young 15-year-old. You know how 15-year-old girls are like huge now. But she didn't know that my mother came from a school to whoop your ass. And she felt homesick. So my mother had no marks, but the girl was lumped up like a goddamn like a German chocolate cake.
Damn.
And she was surrounded by 15 dudes on the step. I kindly took my gun out the holster, unloaded it, took the magazine out, pulled the slide, took them around in the chamber, locked the door. I kindly told people, I said, look, that's why I'm a C Marvel. If you ain't got shit to deal with this, you need to bounce. Man, them motherfuckers cleared that you could see the fucking dust from their ass.
What was that line in Players Club? If you don't want to die, get the fuck out.
Oh, yes. Yes.
What was it? What was it like? Before we begin, does anybody want to get off?
Shit.
That reminds me, I was at a McDonald's, and I just finished my meal, and I walk out the door, and I think it's about 4 or 5 boys walk out with me and act like they're gonna surround me. I just stopped right before I got to my car door and just looked over my shoulder like, really, niggas? You just saw them slowly just back the fuck
Hey,
up.
B, I've given so many young dudes that damn look.
Like,
I'm telling
really,
you,
niggas?
look. There's a look you can give people to let them know they're on the wrong side of fucking life.
Yep.
They fucking around with the wrong side of life. And I had a couple of characters like that trying to shout on you. And I just stopped. Walking down the street, just stopped, turned around, and looked them right in their fucking eye. And I'm sure they saw what I was thinking. I'm sure they felt it because I believe in telepathy. So they got the telepathic message that day. It was like, oh, it's cool.
Especially, I had that shit when I had
If
guys.
you didn't see yourself dying that day, you was mistaken.
Right.
I remember I went to a clothing store.
Because I didn't say shit. I just looked at them.
Yeah,
I remember-
y'all can yell at them.
I
Just
didn't
look
say
at them
shit.
like,
I'm just
really,
like,
nigga?
I'll tell
Here
you
we
this
go.
one, AB. I'll tell you this one, AB. I remember going to a clothing store, and it was a bunch of drug dealers who I had to run in with on Glenwood. And I'm like, my son was with me because I was shopping for him and myself. And my son already knows the drill. I said, when Daddy says duck, you get to the floor, you kiss the floor.
Low, nigga. Get low like you trying to phase through it.
Get low like somebody tipping you $100 bills on the pole. Like, and I'm telling people be like, yo, what you gonna do? You off duty? I said, I will kill you. I said, people get off. I said, I've known people get off on court, not in caskets. I said, try. I said,
Right.
try me. Try me. I don't decide who gets to talk to God. I just set up the meetings.
Yeah.
Just set appointments. I'm just in the admin department.
I'm just in the admin department, and I'm pretty damn good at my job. I said, what's up? And the dude's like, well, no, we don't want no smoke. I said, trust me, I don't bring smoke. That's gunpowder. I said, guess what? I will nod and respect you, and you will nod and respect me. And they be like, that's your son? I said, you think of it, and I will kill you faster than you attack me. I said, you will see me go total berserk in this motherfucker. I said, don't try it.
Straight guts.
Great guts.
That's the same thing with Strags, though. I'll have Strags, a couple of Strags try to talk crazy to me in the store. I just look at them like,
Look at this
Really?
one, Charles. What Joe said. God's admin assistant.
Admin assistant.
Yes. Yes. God's admin assistant. Yeah.
God's admin assistant.
You
I
want a
just
meeting?
set up the
Would you like
appointments
a
and
meeting? We got some
well,
slots
not-
opened up in the afternoon.
So I'm a peaceful man, but God knows I'm prepared for war. Like
Yep.
people don't believe it. I'd be like, yo, I'm one of the nicest dudes. Like you could ask anybody at BlurredCon, they were like, yo, you are so fucking fun, so chill. You create a vibe. Everybody was like, yo, when you out there smoking your cigars and you got your liquor and you playing your speaker, you got a vibe going. It's good music you playing. I said, trust me, if danger would have happened, because I was talking to a guy who was active duty Navy, so he understood me perfectly. He says, the only reason I got my back to everybody is because I know you got mine. I said, sure.
My front.
I said, sure,
Right.
as long as you got mine. And I said, trust me, was I armed at BlurredCon? You fucking right I was, because guess what? Black event and some white boy with a grudge need to come up there? I got a plan for that. They got a brick wall right there. I got enough cover. and got enough time to pull and read and pull and I had more ammo than Smith and Wesson. Okay.
What up? What up, G? G Duarden in here. If you don't change your
What's
name to
up?
G Duarden, you missed
G
it.
Duarden, that's what we're gonna say. We live in Menzo Berenzin.
Man, that's all I call you from now on. You know that. That's all I call you every time.
You know
I
How
say
what?
the brothers feeling, man? How you
You
doing,
know
big
what?
brother?
What's
I'm
up,
good.
G? I got to give you your
What up,
flowers.
G?
I got to give G his flowers. See, G proves that any guy who was in the hood and did his dirt doesn't mean he's not intelligent, doesn't mean he's not nerdy and geeky. You know,
Oh yeah, I'm a geek.
Guys like G, I would love to come to BlurCon because we have the greatest of times. We drink, we smoke, sometimes cigars. I'll leave
Hey,
it that way.
if I come to BlurCon, I gotta be Static Shock.
I mean, hey, you'll be loved, man. And I'm gonna tell you, that's the reason why I'm pushing for the Manosphere meetup to be at BlurCon because it will be perfect. So many guys. I'm gonna go to Angry Man and I'm gonna tell them, you in Carolina, dude, you don't have that far. Come on, nigga, come on up. And it'd be like, we do a panel for like, bless you. And we do a panel. I'm trying to get, artists up there, comic book artists extraordinary, comic book artists and owner extraordinaire. And then I'm going to put it to you this way on a business tip. That would give you a lot of shine because people will be like, oh man, we had people from LA coming out to BlurCon. So it was like, yo, they were loving it. So I'll be like, yo, if I got my niggas from YouTube up there, the power is yours.
All right, Captain Planet.
Captain Negro Planet, right?
All right, go. Nigga Planet. Go Planet.
Oh gosh.
Oh shit.
Actually,
Hey, do you guys remember Carmen Santiago? That
Carmen
cartoon?
San Diego.
Yeah, where on earth is Carmen Sandy? Remember that shit? Hey,
That
I
shit
was
was
seeing.
good.
I
I
was.
always liked that shit. I used to watch that Carmen San Diego show because it was just fun shit, right? Yeah, but I wonder what
That old girl's the chief. She passed away, unfortunately.
Who? The sister?
Yeah, I can't think her name. She Lynn something.
Yeah, the black chick. She did pass away a little while ago.
Oh, really?
Yep. That's why she came up in the news because she was the voice of Carmen San Diego. What up, Ray?
Shoot, what's up, bro? How's my mic, man?
Sounds like it's working.
Yeah.
Nah,
Damn, I missed my joke. I was supposed to say I can't hear you.
Nah, motherfucker. Nah. Somebody said it was static earlier or whatever, but I had to get a new mic. So yeah.
This motherfucker out on the nightlife.
Oh, fellas, I'm a bid y'all adieu. I'm right here on the Harbor Water in Baltimore. If you can see behind me, hit the big screen, artists. Hit the big screen. Right there. I'm gonna listen to this good music. See, I'm gonna hit this good music.
Smack her on the ass one time for me, cousin.
I'm gonna hit this good music. Watching over the waters and the waves. Good talking to y'all. Artisan, hit me up. I'm gonna hit you. Either you hit me up or I'll hit you up on behind the lines, and I'll tell you what the plan is for next year for the panels.
Okay, let me know.
For all you fellas, for all you ladies, for all you geeky fellas, and for all you nerdy ladies. Woo! Later.
Peace.
Peace, bro.
Woo Boots has left the building.
But what I'm trying to figure out though, Artisan, is that, man, I had read this graphic novel, man, about this. It was about a little brother that was growing up, and he was really an alien though. It reminded me like of I Am Number 4. I was like, I can't think of the name of it though, man. They said it was going to be another one coming out, but I read so much, it just got put in the back of my Rolodex. I read it about 5 or 6 years ago. It was a graphic novel. Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even longer than that. Marvel, it wasn't Marvel or DC. It was independent. Yeah, it was like a newer. It was like a new. And I remember I read the biography of the brother who wrote it, and he was just talking about how we're underrepresented in that genre. Like they always make the same base story about the superhero from the hood that trying to escape. And like, come on, man, this is the same shit over and over again.
Well, part of the video my mother sent me was about that kind of idea. The second segment in it was about that idea about the stories for Black people, and that part of what needs to happen is to keep producing more stories that shows more different views of Black life, not just the pain or the struggle or stuff like that, but more understanding of what it means to actually be Black and what it means to live in this goddamn world, and what your hopes, dreams, aspirations, or all that shit is about, right? So they understand that Black folks are actually people too. They just don't have one thing. They just have a tragic story, and all white folks want to see is your tragic story. Like, look, slavery was a long time ago. And if you get upset that they just keep giving you slave fucking movies, because that's the only shit they fucking know. That's the only shit they know. So it's on us to inform them of who the fuck we are. I'm not expecting them to give a good goddamn about being accurate to what we feel we are. It's up to us for that representation. It ain't up to them. They're not going to do it. They're going to give you the same shit you've been getting. If you want to see a true depiction of a Black person, then the Black person need to hold the pen and write the goddamn story. Don't expect to see that shit from some white person. That's why this whole thing with this woman king bullshit, that's why 2 white ladies wrote that shit and some Black chicks is front, because that's what they want to give you. Now, mind you, apparently nobody else know about the slave history of these motherfuckers, but Angry Man and Dr. T and showed y'all this is what's in history about these motherfuckers. Did these 2 white chicks read this before they wrote this fucking movie? I don't think so. So
no.
I guess not.
I don't give them that. I think that they read it. They just don't give a fuck.
No,
them, because you know most individuals concerning slavery, I'm gonna say most Black people concerning slavery is not educated about slavery at all. They really just know because it hurts to read that shit. Like when you start reading the literature and the books written by the ex-slaves, that shit makes you cry.
It should, should, but you should push through it and read it anyway.
I've read it. I'm talking about others.
Others, right? You're supposed to read that shit. If the person took the time to sit down and write this shit, so you would know their account. Look at it like this motherfucker's giving you they fucking journal. You should actually, no matter how painful it is, you should push through and read all of that shit. Because they put it out for a reason. They went through that struggle for real. That was somebody's actual fucking life. Read that shit and get it. Don't be, it's too tough. It hurts my feelings. It doesn't make me feel good. It ain't supposed to fucking make you feel good. It's somebody else's story. Read it, take it into yourself, and let it change the way you deal with motherfuckers. That's why they did it. But most people only want to feel good. To me, that's a woman complex, that everything has to feel good, or I can't get into it. It's like, bitch, look, we ain't eating yogurt here. Like, look, everything ain't gonna fucking feel good. Look, it's gonna get cold in about another half hour. It's not gonna feel good when I walk outside. But you know what I'm still gonna do? I'm still gonna fucking walk outside. Because some shit just don't fucking feel good. That's just what it is.
Like I read so much about slavery, man. And what people don't know is that there was escaped slaves, right, that went to South America and started whole fresh like kingdoms and fiefdoms. Like a lot of the Black slaves that they took from the Congo ran away from the plantation when they made it to North America and went down to Brazil and Peru, basically where the Europeans couldn't live at because of the climate. And they set up their own little fiefdoms and shit down there. You know, like a lot of people don't know about it. Yeah, and there was also, and then I always tell people this, there was a bunch of free Black people at the same time there was a bunch of Black people that were slaves, and they all lived in the same place. For some reason, most people think that every single Black person in America was a slave at all, like during that time period.
Well, that's usually the understanding of people that haven't done a lot of reading about that. Like I said, being ignorant in and of itself is not a bad thing. It just means you don't know. That's all it means. It just means that you're ignorant of it. You just don't know, right? That's fine. That's a place to start from where you can actually get some understanding. But if you're gonna stand on that ignorance and try to use your ignorance to argue against people who are actually a little bit more knowledgeable about the shit than you, Now you've gone past ignorance. You into that willful ignorance part, which means you don't care to know either. That's when it's a problem for me. Because kids are ignorant, and I'm not mad at them for not knowing. They just haven't been taught that shit. Willfully ignorant is a grown person who doesn't know and refuses to learn or know, even if you're giving them the information. That's the motherfucker I have a problem with, because you know what I'm saying is actually the truth. You just would rather not know, so you have to confirm it. That gets into a whole lot of other shit. Like, okay, so you actually just hating on me too, at the same time of shunning actual information to actually help you. That's fucking dumb as fuck. I can't do it.
Being the contrary.
But what's crazy about that though, artists?
Hold on, G. Shout out to Captain Clark. Yes, I did. We talked about it earlier in the stream about the Rippaverse getting up to that 3 million mark. Yeah. When I started the stream, he was approaching it and he was going to go live and give an update about it. So if he got past 3 million,
I'm willing to go to 6, man, if you can.
just send me my comic, nigga. That's all I need you to do. Just send me my comic. I'm waiting to read it. I'm really waiting to read that shit. That's it. Congratulations. What am I going to hate on? You got 3 million
That's
motherfucking
awesome.
dollars, dude.
That is fucking awesome.
That is fucking awesome. For your first offer, and ain't nobody even read the shit yet. Just put $1 million aside. You're gonna need some lawyers, because some motherfuckers are gonna be trying to fuck with you after this book. after people start getting copies of this book, they hate. What? What's that Cube song? Look at them niggas just waiting to hate. Waiting to hate.
Look, it ain't just It ain't just the brother from Black Sands. It's a couple of them other anti-hating justice cats. Because I watched a debate where this one dude was like trying to say, "Oh well, he just ripping people off," and the dude said, "The comic coming out in
the book is already done. He ain't ripping nobody off."
Yeah, that's what the dude was saying. He said, "But the comic is done." He said, "No, I don't. I think he just." I said, "He said the comic is done." He said, "How come he can't release it?" He said he's gonna release it in September. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
The comic was done. The whole campaign part was for printing. My boy Joe is in here right now. Fracture Comics. He prints his own books. Joe, how long does it take if you just a regular schmegular dude working to print your own fucking comic? How long does that shit take? How much money we talking about? This motherfucker got 3 million comics, I guess not sold, but he's earned $3 million. And the cheapest of those books is $45. Do them fucking math how many books he gonna have to print up. Even if he thought he was ready with 100 books, he got to print a whole bunch more. It take a little bit of fucking time. The book was already done. He just needed to know how many he needed to print. It's no different than fucking DC and Marvel does. That's why we have a whole fucking previews book to find out 3 months in advance. So how many of this shitty book do you need? 50 for you, 50 for you, 20 for you? Okay. And go back to the press with maybe 300. That's all they do. To meet expectations, to meet expected demand. That's why you get the nature of a second printing, a third printing, because they didn't make enough initially. They didn't know, like, oh, this one was good. I didn't know that. Hit the presses, run it off again.
Right.
Okay, here's Joe right here. This is Joe, own his own company, Fracture Comics, available at Stand Up Comics. My 300-page Hellfire book cost me $30 each just to print it. And the motherfucker this quick. Do I still have one on the shelf? No, I think we sold that one. $30 each to print. And that's just him by himself. You know what that means? That nigga at work. Shit.
And that's
just got hit for $3 million worth of buying comics that he wasn't expecting. He wasn't expecting that big. Yeah, he got to go back and print some more. Shit.
But you know, the one thing that's hard about being a writer, about being an FBA writer, is that we got to keep it real. Our people don't believe in spending money on literature.
Nope.
I personally right now, I personally own right now like 26, 27 books. That's like $800-900 worth of books right there. Sure. I bought a 3-volume set of books that costed me $140, and my brother called me the R word. You know, we ain't gonna say it. Like, you dumb, you spent $140 on some books.
Yeah, there's one book that I would buy now that would cost upwards of $150 off top. And that's the DSMR, right? The psychology book for diagnosing.
Oh, yeah.
I would buy that shit to have a copy of. My Sophia Stewart book that I bought was what, 40, 50 bucks? I do the same thing like G. I spend money on books.
Yep.
Because I don't have a problem buying books. I don't have a problem fucking reading books. Because I know information is knowledge. That's how you gain knowledge, by having that information and gaining that knowledge. Because then you know how to apply that shit. My bookshelf, I got more than 27 books. Way more than 27 books. Because for a couple years, I was doing a book a week. Just get this bitch out, right? But that was just me challenging myself. Like, okay, it's 12 months in a year. I bought this big ass thick book like this from Barnes and Nobles, and it was the 100 books that you should read. And I was like, well, I've read most of these on this list. That's pretty cool. Let me read the rest of them. So you get into reading the I Ching and stuff like that. Once you get past the Art of War and all that, and the 5 Rings, you get to all that other shit about philosophy and stuff like that.
And those books are $55 a piece. Like those Robert Greene books are like $50 to $70 a piece. Yeah.
It's like
I bought. Like, have anybody ever read Standing at the Scratch Line by Guy Johnson?
No.
Okay, I recommend that book to the space too, man. Like, it's called Standing at the Scratch Line, and it's by Maya Angelou's son. I don't think she actually raised him, but he's her son. No, I'm dead serious. I don't think she raised him at all, because I never knew she even had children. But
I didn't know she had children. That's what I said.
Yeah, because his last name is Johnson. That's what's like, okay, this was one of them babies that we heard about that got sitting with the family down south while you was in Paris with white dudes and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
saying? Yeah.
G telling us secrets.
Yeah, but no, it's like, his name is Guy John. It's a great book, man. It's 2 of them. The second one is called Echoes of a Distant Summer. I own both of them, but those books costed me literally. Yep, those books literally costed me like $75 for both of them. Because I didn't buy them from Amazon. I bought them from a black. Because that's another thing. I go to black bookstores.
Black bookstores.
So, so.
Oh, Standing at the Scratch Line. I have heard of this book. Now I think I really.
What was the other one? Echoes of what? Since you just
Echoes of a Distant Summer. It's called Echoes of a Distant Summer.
Because
this is like a cowboy book.
No, it's not. It's about the brothers in World War I. It's a fictional story. Yeah, Echoes of a Distant Summer. The first one is about a character named King Tremaine, and like it's dope as fuck. Like this, and I warn you, brothers, when you read it, y'all gonna be riled up, man. If you read it, you're gonna be riled up. When I read that shit, I thought I was Black Superman around this bitch. All around this motherfucker turned up. Because I'll tell you what, that boy King Tremaine ain't taking no shit. You know what I'm saying? So the first one is Standing at the Scratch Line. If y'all don't know, the Scratch Line, yep.
Why y'all need fucking?
They didn't see it. You hit a different button.
Hold on, G. My show. This is why y'all need like an Audible or a Kindle app on your shit, right? Because all those books he just told me, I just downloaded a sample for it just so I can get it. But if you look through my shit, I got a lot of books just to read and just on Audible. Some of them I actually already own the copies to. I just put it on here so I could have it with me. That is what changes your worldview more than anything else outside of, listening to the manosphere, is actually reading some of these goddamn books. Know some of this other information that other people lord over your fucking head. Learn that shit. Learn it. And I'm not saying you got to do a whole fucking book report on that shit, but you at least need to put that information into your brain and let it swish around in that shit you call a soup up there and form your own ideas. That's the nature of forming your own ideas. Taking in information, actually thinking about it yourself, and then deciding what you believe about it. That's the nature of having your own opinion and not having one, force fucked into your ears and eyes that you should accept this because this is all beautiful. No. Read some of the shit.
Well
actually
said.
read something that actually also that you disagree with, that can actually restructure and help you refortify arguments against stuff you don't like. That's why most people have read, you know, if you're not into like left-wing politics like socialism and communism, you got to read that stuff in order to disagree with it and in order to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you just regurgitating another talking point.
Yeah, you just sound dumb as fuck. Like, this motherfucker don't really know. And I heard so-and-so say that before. Tell me your opinion, not somebody else's. Look at Albert got his, what is that, your Kindle or your Audible or your Goodreads?
Kindle. I got both, actually. This is a Amazon Fire tablet.
Yeah. Same thing with mine. Look.
Yeah, I got to go back through.
Charging my bitch right now.
Was that app you was in?
Right now?
Was that app you was in, bro? Was that like for books and movies or just for books?
That's Audible.
Yeah, the app I was on was Kindle. It was the Kindle app, which is linked to my Amazon account. So all my books and stuff like that I've bought on Amazon and my Kindle are all on there. So I can pipe them to my phone so I can keep reading. That's why I got.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Right. Yeah. It's the same shit. So I just download it onto my phone. But then I can also, if I'm on the go and I hear a book that I want, I can hit it right there, find it, save it, download a sample or whatever, so I have it for later while I'm on the go. I don't have to be, I got to remember that book so-and-so told me. No, I'll look the motherfucker up right then and lock it in. So it's there. So now I have it. And then I can start reading it. And that's one of the things I love about Kindle. My fucking my English writing teacher in college sold me on this shit because I wasn't into it. I thought it was funny as fuck. Right, that you have a digital medium called a Kindle. I said, well, Kindle means you burn paper. You burn shit. So we get into Fahrenheit 451 where we just gonna burn books because everything is on digital stuff. Like, I thought it was ironic, right? But she sold me on it with the fact that Kindle has download a sample function, where if you don't know if it's worth $10, download a sample. That's free.
Yep.
It's like, no, like, we'll give you a sample, taste it. If you like it, get the rest of it. If you don't, well, at least you got the sample. That's what it's good for. You get a feel for the writing style of the person writing the book and how it actually flows. And if you get into it, you buy the rest of the book and carry on, motherfucker.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Then the Audible is just for listening to the other stuff because they're both pretty much the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all it's for. It's for, okay, I'm at work. Let me throw my buds in. This is a light read book, what I determine a light read book, which is just like some stuff for Star Wars or something like that, right? I don't really need to be focused on it and underlining shit. Put it on my earbuds, throw my earbuds in and do my damn job. I'm changed whole shit in people's house listening to books. That G up here, I was listening to that fucking Dresden series doing that shit. It's like, oh, goddamn. What was that? Nothing. Audio book.
Shoot, I can actually have Alexa read the book for me too.
Yeah. Yeah, motherfucker, it's almost 9:00. Why would we still be open? Nope, you won't come here tomorrow. I'm at work tomorrow.
That's hilarious.
There are no quarter comics. There are no quarter comics. He saw everything but this big black dude standing here looking at him.
Artisan.
What's up?
What was your thoughts on that last episode of Miss Marvel?
What part exactly are you talking about? Outside of the fact that I thought it was interesting that they turned her into a mutant or suggested that there might be a mutation in her. Yeah. And playing the little theme music, which was something I totally fucking missed. I'm listening to the dialogue and not thinking about the background fucking music. Because as soon as he said that, I'm thinking about, wow, so they're changing her whole thing. I totally missed the part about the damn music was playing because I'm already into my thought process about he's talking about mutations, this leads into mutants, all the rest of this shit, how this actually works together, because I'm not just blindly sitting there watching shit. I'm actually thinking about the stuff I'm watching. I missed the fucking music until certain music. Yeah, they even played the music. I said, they played the music? There was music playing in that scene? I had to go back and look at it. Like, oh, there was music playing. Oh. Son of a bitch. I missed it. I was always
Yeah,
when
when he
here.
and when he said that to her, I was like, okay. And then then you see the end where she turns into what's her name? Danvers. Yeah.
Yeah, she teleported and Danvers took her place. I was like,
Yeah, I
okay,
was
so
like,
somewhere in the universe, Kamala Khan getting her ass kicked right now.
I mean, can you put those two together? Like what he said about her genes and all that, and then her turning to that. I'm like, wow.
No. I mean, it's interesting that they turned her into. Basically, they're suggesting. Everybody say they turned her into. He suggested there's a mutation, but scientifically speaking, he's being correct. If there's some aberrant in your genes, it's called a fucking mutation. It doesn't make her a mutant. It just means she has a mutation. Like if she had an extra fucking toe, or I ain't gonna say this because she underage, but that was a good joke about enlarged clit. Right? It's just a mutation. It doesn't make her a fucking mutant. It just means she has a mutation. Not that big of a deal. Making the rest of the leap. She's the first mutant introduced. Okay, whatever the fuck. Who cares? Give me an actual mutant and not all these things that could be leading to that, but didn't really lead. Come on, man. That's too much supposition. Just get to the point. Just stop, trying to tease me with the shit. Just go on.
Yeah.
Give me a real X-Men.
Stop looking around it, bitch. Put it in there and suck on it.
They already did this at the bait and switch, like with the Spider-Man No Way Home. I mean, Far From Home. They were trying to say, oh, the multiverse. And then we get to the movie. No, that it ain't real. Only for the next Spider-Man movie is real. I was like, okay, goddamn, is it real or is it not? Like, just say the shit's real and keep it pushing.
Yeah, stop fucking around. So that whole thing, just getting away from the whole inhuman part of her, which is like, oh well, okay, whatever. She got a mutation. I thought that conversation that Bruno was having was a bit far for a dude that was going to Caltech for engineering, but okay, apparently all sciences are the same thing now. Like, so you can talk about genetics and engineering in the same. Fucking, he's not a geneticist. Okay, what the fuck are we talking about?
You know how it goes, Artisan. There's no such thing as gender either.
Yes, there is. Because
we're just all androgynous.
No.
And then once we get Neuralink, we'll all be cyborgs now.
Fuck that. As a grown man, I understand there's a such thing as gender because I only fuck women. So there's.
What is a woman, Artisan?
What is a woman? It's one of those things that split in the middle, and we're born with that piece.
You can define. You're not defining me right.
There's a such thing as a drill in a cave.
Definition.
There's a joke that Kevin Smith used way back in the day in Dogma, and one of my favorite little lovely Selma Hayek delivered the line. She said, "Traditionally, what defines a woman falls between two things: her legs." It's not my joke; it's somebody else's joke. I'm not. Look, you can do whatever you want to when you're a grown up. If you don't like your parts and pieces, you can go to the body shop and they'll tune you up and change your ass into something else. But for everybody else who studied biology, there's only two genders on the planet, dude. It's not that big of a deal. If you don't like,
you're uninformed, Artisan. You're uninformed.
Well, I'll die uninformed then. I just lived 48 fucking years not knowing what a fucking female was. Apparently.
I told them that I identify as Cobra Commander, and I'm offended that you will not call me Cobra Commander all day. So
shit.
I don't know.
I started using that shit too. It's like, oh, you got to call me whatever. Well, I like being called King of the Universe. So what the fuck is that about? Why ain't you call me like my preferred name? Your Highness.
You see my man on what's his name? He's the Vagina Slayer.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Look, I literally was telling people I identify as Titan.
All right, AB. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, AB.
I see you later, AB.
Captain Picard, I'm hearing wild rumors about Professor X and Magneto being some niggas. Yeah, I heard that. I responded to that earlier last week about that whole rumor about Giancarlo Esposito being Professor Xavier, and I'm on record saying I don't want that shit.
Okay, how are they going to turn? How are they going to turn a dude that was a Jew in the Holocaust into a black dude?
Because they got to update the story. It's called a reimagining. They got to update the story.
Well, now he's gonna be a Black Panther.
Yeah, the brother from Double Toasted was joking about this, about having Giancarlo Esposito as Professor Xavier, and then Denzel Washington as Magneto and just put her from like the Dixie South or some shit like that, which kind of sounds funny, but at the same time, no.
So they're
I
going to
don't
make
wanna see that.
Magneto.
Yeah, I don't want to see that just because I think they'll. I have a problem with Hollywood pushing all their bullshit with black faces on it. Like Reva. Reva did not need to be a black woman to have that shitty ass character up. It didn't. But what KK did was make her a black woman so they could use that as cover for this shitty ass character that they were putting in, which was basically a character assassination of Obi-Wan and Anakin Vader. That's all it was. But they hid it behind Reva being a black woman. So anybody who said anything against what they were doing with that character got stopped by the whole thing, you being sexist and you being racist. That's what all it was used for, cover. That's what I worry about with this shit. Anytime they try to push their bullshit nowadays, when you see they making a big deal of putting a black actor in that role, they about to fuck that character up. And they're using a black face to hide behind. I don't like that shit. So if Marvel was talking to Giancarlo Esposito about coming on and being Professor Xavier, you best believe you're about to get onslaught. You're about to get fucked up Xavier with the protocols and shit, that he was a terrible pseudo-father to all these people and was secretly going into their brains and fucking them up and wiping their memory and shit. Giancarlo Esposito will be the face of that shit. I don't want that for another black person. I don't. Use a white boy if that's what you're going to do. Because if you're making this push to make them black, that's probably the shit that's coming behind it. They only put you up there when you want to fuck up something. That's the only time they only give you the controls when they about to crash into the iceberg. So they say, that nigga did it. No.
One thing I noticed with Reva, though, as I can say from my opinion, on it, because like I said, I'm about to watch the 6th episode tonight, is that I find it crazy how they turned it to where, you know, you to have, huh?
I said, I just prayed for you.
Oh, but no, bro, but look. But dig it though, right? Because I noticed it. I'm like, okay, because they have a funny thing with doing this, Hollywood, like turning this person who's like evil as hell, and then twisting it to where, like, you know, for you to have some sympathy for the evil ass villain. So,
Misunderstood villain.
Yeah, like,
I'm all for a little bit of more background on the villain, so they're not just black and white. Because villains are a little bit more interesting sometimes because they have a reason for why they're doing it. But Hollywood doesn't do it well. Manga does it really well. The dude who writes Naruto does it really well because he introduces villains all the time. You be like, fuck that motherfucker. I don't like that dude. Then you get some of that backstory on, like, okay, I understand why he fucking y'all up.
Yes. Yes. Oh,
hey,
bro.
I think I got on the side now. Yeah, Pain. Fuck that village up, dude.
What you said was prime, bro. What you said was prime. Yes, because I'm with that exactly, man. I resonate with that exactly, especially when it comes with like Gore and Noel, the Simeon guy. Like I said in my stream, I'm like, I don't blame neither one of them two bastards. I'll fuck around do the same shit.
Yeah, exactly. So look at Joe in their Fractured comic. Fastos, the reason for Hiroshima. Exactly. That was the grown moment in that Eternals movie. Not just him looking uncomfortable as fuck kissing another man on camera, but then they made Fastos the reason for the Hiroshima bomb. I'm like, oh, so it's all our fault now, niggas, right?
Yeah. That shit was so janky that they made him a homosexual, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
That wasn't even basically part. Yes, that's what happened.
When the credit scenes came on, my fault, beastly nerd. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. Like I was so upset.
Saying I didn't see it.
Yeah, well, that's what you missed. They hid that shit under the gay agenda, right? That's why that whole thing was, well, if you didn't like this movie, you were probably getting some of this other shit. The biggest, blackest thing in it got to be the one poof, to use a British term. The one poof. He the only person gay in this whole shit. The only person. Biggest, blackest dude. You got to be gay. He looked so fucking... He looked like he was kissing a fucking lamb or something. That shit looks so terrible.
And to make it worse, the two gay dudes had a son.
Yeah. Another look. Somebody can get on this colorism shit about how this black ass nigga with this other dude, they adopted a son. Like, look, they just going down the light skinned quotient right there, from black to light to lighter. Like, what the fuck is this about, dude? Like, they making it the full transition and they will emerge as being white or something.
That shit that ruined the whole image. His whole image.
It does ruin his whole image, but that's why he's in Bullet Train with blonde hair and shit like that. I'm like, this nigga going way off the other side.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you haven't seen that trailer for Bullet Train with Brad Pitt? That movie out now. It's premiering all over the world right now. Yeah, that's what he is in there.
That's why I admire people like Sidney Poitier and them, like, and Denzel. They refuse to play roles that compromise them. Like I'm not gonna play that shit.
None of that.
None of that shit. Yeah. So
look, that dude was
Itachi's story. And Death Racer, to Death Racer's point, Itachi's story. Yeah, you get Itachi's story, how they rigged that motherfucker up to go against his own fucking family. Oh yeah, I'd be coming back with Akatsuki too.
Boy,
that's a genius ninja. Oh, I'm a genius ninja. Yes, I'm coming back for vengeance, motherfucker. Fuck all y'all. Y'all on some bullshit. That's why I love the Naruto story. Boy, so many layers to that shit, generational fuck ups. Like,
hey, that's my shit. Hey, well, since you said something about Itachi, shit, I feel the same way about fucking Madara.
Yeah, Madara had his own reasons too. Look, it was usually some goofy shit the villages was doing during war. It's usually what it was. Some counter-espionage bullshit with them. I mean, I feel not even Madara. I feel sad as for fucking what's his name's dad, Kakashi's dad. He got
Kakashi's dad.
Dirty. Yeah, Kakashi's dad got treated dirty. He got treated dirty as fuck, and then had that reputation of just being fucked up. He ended up being a drunk and shit like that. Like, damn, they broke that nigga. Like, god damn. These other dudes came back hard. Like, well, fuck this village, right? Tachi dad just died, dude. He died, shame, hurt, heart broke. Like, god damn, dude, that was fucked up. Eternal Tsukiyomi.
It really was. It really was.
Neji's cousin, where he was pissed at her because his pops was the one that took the fall for the shit, and so Neji was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck up." I was like, "Well, you got a point. His pops got killed, and then only to find out when her dad was like, "No, I wanted to do it. My brother, he was so about his honor and the code that he went and did it for me." So it's not that I didn't want it and I made him took the fall. No, he did it to maintain order. And so Neji had to learn to let that shit go.
No shit. And then Death Race talking about Itachi double agent like a motherfucker. Yes, Itachi was a double agent like a motherfucker. That's why I love that scene where him and Sasuke finally fought. And he did all that fucking fighting, and all he did was touched him. Because he wasn't really trying to kill him at all. He wasn't. Just trying to get him strong enough to give him the power he needed to do what he needed to get done. I was like, that was deep as fuck.
Yep,
He wasn't even a villain? He wasn't even a villain? Like, oh, nigga. God damn it. Itachi was doing some shit. Those are my boys, too. Itachi and Kasami was my boys. Like, them two niggas show up like, they on some bullshit. They on some bullshit. They're not going to be cool. They're not going to be cool standing over there on that ridge.
And that's the
two
thing.
Niggas on the ridge. Go get them.
Hey, because I love my brothers, bro. That Itachi and Sasuke fight, man. Like, in the end, when he touched his forehead, boy, you know how hard that hit me, boy.
Yep.
Hey, you know what's crazy? When they ruin this, my fault, Artisan. When they ruin this stuff, they mess up when they do the stuff with the shows that ruin them, they ruin the great writing that went into developing this shit. Because you want to spread your agenda. Like how y'all discussing this thing. Like I've never watched Naruto or read the manga. But now I don't really want to watch the show. I just want to read the manga now.
No, here's the thing with that. Here's the thing with that, which is good for Naruto, anime and manga. Only complaint I'll have about the anime is that they have filler, right? They have filler, because I was reading the manga and watching anime at the same time, right? The anime will have a lot of filler. but it's not filler like Dragon Ball Z filler, like it's going to be forever. The filler is actually interesting. It's more backstory on these villains. So you find out why the villain is doing what the fuck he's doing. So by the time you get back to the mainline story, you're like, maybe I don't want to see this motherfucker die. Now I understand why he going so hard. It's not just because he just feel like being fucked up today. No, he got reasons. He trained for this. Okay, I understand.
Towards somewhere you could say, towards somewhere in a way you're saying like basically, you know, there's some appreciation to have for fillers.
Exactly. There is perfect example is Pain, right? Pain was coming to destroy the fucking village. Plain and simple.
Pain.
Yeah, that nigga Pain. He was coming to destroy the village, plain and simple. And Naruto couldn't really stop him, right? But then you find out Pain's story about his group of friends and how their village was in the middle of where all these other villages used to have their fucking battles and shit. They never really got to live a life. There's fucking orphans and shit too. They end up hating these other great villages. So you figure out a way to come get at their ass. And then you find out how they're kind of related in a sense to Naruto, that whole Uzumaki clan was just disbanded, broke the fuck up. So anybody with red hair running around in this village is basically one of Naruto's family line that got all broke up. They destroyed their fucking village. You see, all these fucking hidden villages was on some bullshit. There's all
so
out there on some bullshit.
So Naruto is based on the hidden village era?
Yes. It goes
okay, that's what Nameless always talks about, yeah.
Yeah, Naruto is the main character who was a kid. You especially, if you got me on the Drizzt shit, watch the Naruto shit. Naruto, plain and simple, like 2-minute version of who Naruto is. Naruto is an orphan kid in this village, and everybody treats him like shit. They hold him responsible for something happened that he don't know his mama, he don't know his daddy, but everybody knows something that happened but won't say anything about what it was. But they treat him like he's a scourge on that village. They don't want to fuck with him. They just leave him to do whatever. So in typical kid fashion, he acts out. But what he acts out doing is telling them he is going to be the best ninja in that village. He is going to be the leader of that village one day, being the Hokage. And everybody is giving him shit about that. But that little motherfucker holds to that his whole goddamn life. He keeps trying to prove to these people they don't know what the fuck they talking about with him. He is going to be Hokage one day. And he makes them believe. That's the Negro struggle. That is the Negro struggle in Naruto the whole fucking time. Like I was saying earlier on the stream to Charles, if Naruto would have been in DC Comics, the nigga would have had a green power ring stronger than Hal Jordan. Because that motherfucker believed in himself. He believed in himself. Everybody else don't. He believes in himself, and he make motherfuckers believe along the way because he just work at it. He is the shittiest ninja in that village. Learning shit he ain't got no business learning, no skill, no talent, whatever, but that motherfucker work ethic is so much that he just get in there and keep doing it. He gonna get in there and keep doing it until he fucking die. He don't care if he get hurt.
Hey, brother Artisan, that's why I have more respect for him than Goku.
Exactly. That motherfucker Naruto get his ass kicked. And
hey man, leave Kakarot alone,
man. You see it happening even when he's a little kid, where this motherfucker is so beat up and crippled, he just crawling over to the nigga, inching like a worm and biting on him with his teeth. Like, damn, nigga. Man. It's okay if you take a breather.
Hey, hold on, man. I just heard Ray insult Kakarot. Do not do that, sir.
No, because Goku is kind of the black folks struggle too. Naruto
is just Goku definitely is. Hey, I always thought the Super Saiyans was niggas anyway. I was like, these niggas is niggas. The Saiyans is clearly niggas.
Yeah, Rock Lee's my dude.
Rock Lee is your Saiyans in the Naruto universe. Because all Rock Lee is a Super Saiyan to me. That's all he is. That is the representation, paying respect to Dragon Ball Z in Naruto, which is Rock Lee. Another kid who got no fucking talent with none of this genjutsu, none of this other shit. But what he has is a work ethic, and he just train hard at everything he do. Like going in the hyperbolic time chamber and just give me 15 times gravity, and I'll just do push-ups until I fucking throw up or pass out. That's what Rock Lee is.
He has no power.
He take them weights off and start opening up the rest of his chakras, the motherfucker turn into a goddamn Super Saiyan.
But it's clear that Piccolo and
get
them
him
was
drunk.
niggas, though.
Remember what happened?
Oh yeah,
when he gave him some sake. He got the drunken and he went off and they was like, yo, what's his name? Was like, guy was like, don't give him no sake. He said, everybody's like, why not? He goes off. I can't even stop him. And he went with the drunken martial arts and he was whooping everybody's ass. I was like,
because he was strong as shit and he was loose and limber. Oh, that motherfucker was fucking people up. Just watch first season of Naruto, and it's from when he is a kid. It starts when he's like, it's about 10, when he's trying to get into this ninja school. And you'll see the shit that they give him. They shit on him. They shit on him throughout. This motherfucker been living by himself his whole goddamn life. Yeah, motherfuckers, the whole village just shit on him. Treat him like, why is you even here? Why is you even alive? They treat him like shit. That motherfucker turned them all into fucking his biggest fans.
He just starts winning fights.
Okay.
He just starts winning just because believe it. I'm gonna be this. Believe it, nigga.
Especially
am I wrong?
West Coast shit.
Especially during the trials when he fought Gaara. Mm-hmm. And Gaara is another one of them characters who had like a fucked up situation, who's a villain, but then his village treated him the same way, only because they was using him because he had one of the tail beasts in him. Yeah, he's like a personalized ballistic missile. It's their secret weapon. So they treat him just like you, my weapon, nigga. We don't have to care about you. You just need to hold this shit and be good with it. Right? That's the same. It's the same thing with Naruto. He just didn't know for a long time. But it starts when they're kids. You'll see how this stuff goes through different generations. The bullshit that these adults and these other leaders do goes through generations. And these kids are the ones you're following who grow up in all of this shit and have to start learning all this stuff about all these secrets and bullshit. Naruto learns when everybody was looking at him fucked up for a long time. Why his teachers don't really want to teach him so much. Well, you responsible for my dad being dead. Nigga, I didn't even know your dad. I don't know what the fuck happened.
That shit sound like going to meet your family from the South and learning the family secrets. Yeah, that's not your auntie, that's your sister.
Yeah, and the whole if you watch that first season, you'll get it. Like it's on Netflix and some other shit. Watch that first season, you'll get it. Because the dude who wrote it, I forget his name right now. That motherfucker writes really well. He writes really well. Even reading the manga, I'm reading the manga with me and my kids reading the manga the whole time. It's like, I really like the way this motherfucker writes. I really like, because I didn't know where he was going necessarily, right? And he always throws something in there to kind of like, oh, you motherfucker. You pulled all that shit together. He kept a consistent fucking story in those manga. And then it transferred directly over to the show because he's doing the show too. There was no deviation. The only deviation was in, okay, this number of books in the manga hasn't come out yet, so we'll give you a couple of filler episodes because he knows the story. He wants to expound on this part a little bit more and then back to the main story. He's not just going to give it to you exactly the way it was from page 15 to page 30. This is what happened. Well, in between page 20 and 23, this happened. And then back to the rest of the story. So
some of the fillers be hilarious too.
It's pretty consistent. Because my favorite character in that shit is Shikamaru. I like Naruto because Naruto is inspiring. I would give that to any kid to read. Any kid. Yeah. I would tell any young kid who thinks he don't know what he's gonna do with his life and he don't think he can be anything. I would tell him to watch Naruto because that get a little kid pumped up.
Yes.
Even the little girls will get pumped up because if you don't know nothing about Sakura ended up being a beast. That bitch can get up and then, let me put my gloves on. Like, what? Man. Sakura even become a beast.
And that was the only thing that the fan base got pissed off about the writer, even the writer's wife, because he ended up putting Hinata with Naruto. But I was like, that's who he should have got with. That was the chick who was liking him ever since they was kids.
Hinata was down from the beginning. She had always been down.
Down, shit. Man, that's an understatement, damn it. Especially during the pain fight. Shit.
Yeah, that bitch had no business out there in the middle of that goddamn fight.
She got worked.
Did she get worked? God damn. Look, you saw how Naruto was looking.
I was like, look, you're not Neji. Yeah, right. You don't have the 8th gate.
She was fighting for her man, though. She's like, no. She knew she didn't have a shot of beating this dude at all. But she believed in Naruto, so she jumped the fuck out there in front of this dude that she knows she ain't got a chance in fucking hell of breaking his goddamn nail. And that motherfucker went at her just as hard he was going at Naruto. Like,
she's the top pick me.
Yeah, what is you doing, nigga? Bye! God damn.
I was explaining that to my 11-year-old cousin. Like, he was like, he said, why you get with Sakura? I said, because Sakura wanted hug dude and she ended up getting him. But the problem was when you jump to the Boruto series, where is he at? He's not there. He's off doing his own thing.
Yeah, she's sitting there, she's sitting home like fucking Chi-Chi waiting on Goku to come alive again.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I was like,
that's what you got, man, for wanting that angry loner out there. You get to be alone, motherfucker.
And I'm like, why Sasuke? I'm like, Sasuke, why you just decide to keep just one arm, bro? I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Sasuke went a different direction. I like Sasuke too, though. Every one of those kids in that story, G, you will see the different things that they've gone through in their family line, right? Because some of these people is really rich. Some of these people are from really respected families. Some of these kids are actually genius martial artists. But you see all the shit that these kids go through. It end up being some grimy shit behind the scenes. So even the best kid that you think that should have had no problems is still in some ways fucked up. There's some fucked up shit going on with them too. And then at the same time, you see how rivals create each other and how you get lineages through generations teaching one generation to the next generation. How you get lineage in that. Because with Naruto, you have Naruto Sensei, right? But then you have Kakashi. But then from Kakashi, you get Minato, who trained Kakashi, right? But then from Minato, you get Jiraiya, right? But then you get Jiraiya's group and where his rival was and the chick in between the two of them. I was like, damn, this is an awesome fucking story, dude. He just keeps expanding it out further and further to where every character in that shit is interesting. It's like the Star Wars universe. Every fucking character show up on the screen got an interesting story. Interesting. Even Shikamaru, that motherfucker just played chess, but look, you fucked up Azuma-san, what happened? He took down this motherfucker and just said, yeah, only my family comes here. We will watch over you forever. My nigga, that was some dark shit. That was some dark shit.
I mean, y'all got me convinced already.
And he went back, he studied his books, he got real nerdy, got real serious, made his plan, and he blew that motherfucker up and buried his body parts in a place that nobody ever goes except his family. He said, yeah, we'll watch over you forever. I'm like, that was some dark shit, dude.
Hey, Art. Wait till G get all the way to Kaguya.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no, I'm gonna start it tonight because I got the anime app, so I'm gonna pull up Naruto. And I'm gonna start it tonight.
I'm gonna start watching that shit. It'll entertain you. It'll be funny too. It'll be funny.
Well,
too.
It sounds interesting that. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Right now, the series is about his son. They didn't move. He's an adult, and now they talking about Boruto right now.
Yeah, skip that. We started him on Naruto season 1. Season 1.
That's what I'm starting. It sounds interesting.
And G, and know that it's Naruto, not Naruto Shippuden. Naruto Shippuden is after Naruto.
Yeah, that's Naruto Shippuden is when he was a teenager.
Okay, so I'll go all the way back to the original.
He's only doing the first season. This is me giving him a sample. Just watch the first season. It's just Naruto.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Season 1. Watch that first season. Tell me what you think after that. If you don't like it after that, I ain't gonna ask you to watch shit else in it.
Listen, my little cousin, she loved that shit. Like she watched all that shit, so she into it. She got the Naruto shirts and shit. Like she's into it.
And that's the thing. This is a show about a young boy, but your young niece or your little cousin, right? It's a female. She loved that show. What is it about this little show about a little boy that this little girl loves so much? You need to find out. I mean, goddamn show.
She got the shirts, all that. She got like a big poster of Naruto. I know that he like got the 9-tailed fox. That's all I really know about him. Yeah. So
it goes into a lot of Japanese mythology and stuff like that with these tailed beasts and whatnot. And look, just get into it. My son. Like I said, I was reading this stuff with my son and my daughter. Son is the one found out about it because we went to a con. I was like, who was this black dude dressed up as? He was dressed up like Kakashi. I didn't even know what the shit was. And I was like, oh, that's Naruto. Fuck Naruto. My son started talking about it. Got one of the books at Barnes and Nobles because we made our weekly trip to Barnes and Noble with the kids. It seems kind of interesting. We'll get to shit. Read it, watched the anime, liked the episode I saw. We was on that shit together. That's how I used to do my shit. Me and my kids got into all of that shit.
What do y'all people think about well, and y'all too? What do y'all think about 'cause these characters, damn it, hell, they had struggles too in that anime. One Piece.
I didn't get into One Piece, but it's around the same.
Hold on.
Around the same. There's two that I didn't get into when I got into Naruto because I focus on one thing at a time, right? It's One Piece and you're gonna make me forget the name now. Bleach. It was One Piece, Bleach, and Naruto that I was trying to get into. I only got into Naruto. I didn't get to Bleach and the rest of them yet.
Is One Piece the one where he's trying to beat his father?
No, he's trying to find the pirate. He's trying to find the island to become the pirate king, but he still ain't found that island. It is long as shit right now.
Oh yeah, I'm in episode 1013
shit right now. Get on it.
1013. I told you, shit's long.
Yeah, I'm gonna like. I think I'm gonna like those because the best art imitates life.
Yeah.
And what you said about every character having an interesting story, that's like real life. You don't know what happened to the person you meet in the cross from you. You know what I mean? But you meet people. I've met so many brothers. They be like, yeah, man, you know I'm a carpenter, and then I also do this, and then I'm also this, and I went to college for this. Like, oh damn, for real? Well, yeah, and I'm from here.
Yeah, my favorite kind of shoe, a cross trainer. I like being multi-dimensional and getting into a lot of different shit because that's just what I was always into. So I like a lot of different shit.
Hey, Artisan, was I wrong, bro, for telling people, because I have been telling people this, in Naruto, when it comes to checking out Naruto, to check out the past, the prequels, basically like the first, when the first Amato was fighting. Like around that time.
Because here's the thing that gets into me when you trying to recommend, when people try to recommend anime to people who are not really into anime, they always think of the most action-packed shit that happened in an anime and try to give that to people to watch. But action with no context is fucking boring. It's just like watching an explosion. You don't know why the explosion happened. Yeah, it was colorful and it looked cool, but what was that all about? Nothing. That's why I always start at the beginning, just like you started with the shit, and tell them a little bit of stuff that happens, nothing spoilery, later on in the story, but let them start at the beginning. That's why I'm telling G, season 1 of Naruto. That's it. Season 1, watch that first season. If you don't like it after that, I ain't gonna ask you shit else about it.
Yeah.
I'll never mention this shit again. But if you do, then we'll talk more. But I've already told you some stuff that happens later on in the story. So if he wants to get to that point and the show is interesting to him, he will get there and we'll have that conversation. I'm not worried about time necessarily. That's the thing that happens with a lot of younger people. They want everything compressed into one moment. It happens over a long amount of time. And you get to these and you build to these moments that really end up impactful. Because first season, what's the first fight you see that was the epic fight for the first season?
Zabuza.
Sasuke and Naruto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Or you get the Jonin trials, right?
Yeah.
Matches. All of that builds layers onto that character. So when he gets to the point where the exciting parts where everybody knows about, you know what he's been through to get to that point. You know how he had to level up to get to that point. You know what it means for him to be there at that point. Like if you just say, oh, you got to get to Madara. Well, nigga, he got to go through kid years and teenage years to get to Madara. That's a long way off if he ain't started at the beginning. If you just want the fucking cliff notes, yeah, you can watch that episode, but it ain't going to mean shit to you. It won't mean anything to get into the third Ninja War and understand why it's the third fucking Ninja War and what it means to have, you know, the gold and silver ninjas popping up, Choji sprouting wings and shit. You don't understand what that shit is because you didn't do all the background information loading to get to that point to understand, oh shit, all these people leveled up. You don't get it. It's dude, it's like a come without fucking. Like, oh, that shit happened. Oh,
Yeah. No, I'm gonna like it because you gotta remember I'm the type of person I like the origin story. Like I like the long. That's the type of literature I like. I hate books that are not yeah. And this is the thing. I got a problem with this. I hate books that aren't series.
Yeah.
like if it's not a series of books, I kind of don't even want to read it. As far as my fictional books, you know what I mean. If it's like if it doesn't have character development, the plot, the backdrop, you know, that's why I love Lord of the Rings and I love like Drit's story because it's like 14 books to Drit's in total. But when
you read all of them. That's how I know you.
I read all of them. Yeah.
This is why I'm pitching Naruto to you the way I'm pitching it to you. I know you'll get through all of them. You read 14 goddamn books on one character in a row. I did the same thing. So me having backstory on G, having enough conversation with G on how he reads stories, I know he has the patience to go through the whole story. So I don't have to worry about just giving him the high points from 5 years down, 2 years ago. Look, just start at the beginning. If you like it, keep going. If you don't, fuck off. Right? It's very simple.
Hey, and to me, that was part of the genius of Star Wars that he wrote the 3 of them first and then came back 20 years later with the backdrop. Because that was a genius move right there. It was like, okay, you get the universe where the empire is already established. Darth Vader already exists. And then you always wonder, well, how the fuck did it get like this? Boom, Star Wars Episode 1, 2000. Or whatever the fuck it is.
I never tripped on that when I was a kid, that when the opening scroll, when I saw Star Wars in the theater, opening scroll starts up and it talks about Episode 4. I never thought about how genius that was as a kid. When I got older and actually wrote my own stories and stuff like that, I came to the idea that it's more fun as a writer of a character, just start somewhere in the middle. And if people are interested, you give them that backstory. But you start from wherever you start and just start going forward. If they get on board, they'll be interested enough to read that backstory and that history. But the character is still going forward. You don't have to start at necessarily the right beginning and then the man pulled out and the child was conceived. No, you don't got to start right there. You can start, okay, I've been a hero for a while. This is what I'm doing, but this is the next big event that's happening in this character's life. You don't have to start necessarily at the origin. You can get the origin later. Start with this character and what's going on now, why this is the epic part of the story to start in. Basically, George Lucas started in the middle. If you take the prequels and the sequels, right? 6 movies, 9 movies, he started in the middle. He started in the middle and told you a story and then fed you back the 3 preceding stories that led up to that moment that you started at. And then they gave you another 3, which was bullshit, but they still gave you another 3.
But then you said too before, bro, about Star Wars that you had a problem with them keep going back in the past and not going forward or something like that.
The stories and stuff like that they're doing right now, all of it keeps happening back in the past. They keep going backwards into the canon, doing stories and fucking up the canon forward. That's the problem that I have, is because say this, they're going to do a show in the Clone Wars thing, right? In the Clone Wars era. That means they're going back into the prequels again. You go back into the prequels again and do this story of all this other stuff that introduces new ideas that didn't exist before. It changes the canon all the way up the line. So you have to be really careful with what you do back
then. I see.
It's not like you just starting a whole new universe from this point. You're starting in a pre-existing universe back here where we already know what happened in between all this shit. No, but there's another story. No, motherfucker, I don't want to. No. You just gonna fuck up. That's why I don't like this High Republic shit that KK did, because it jumps in front of the prequel series, and it jumps after the Old Republic era that everybody loved. That's why that High Republic shit is so troublesome, because it sits there in between the old Knights of the Old Republic and the prequels and the Phantom Menace, and it sits right in the middle of there. And it changes everything going forwards up into the prequels, right? But it's also pulling from the Old Republic and fucking that up too. That's why the High Republic is troublesome, because it fucks up the timeline in both fucking directions. And Kathleen Kennedy don't give a fuck about doing that because she want to fuck it up. So if you ever see this fucking Acolyte show, don't be surprised when you see Revan and Malik in that shit. Don't be surprised. Or Nihilus, whoever the fuck it was.
Hey, look, I'm
She
not gonna
wants to
lie.
fuck up those old Republic characters. But she also wants to mess up Yoda and them other characters. That's why it's going to mess up the prequels too. That's why everybody's so worried about the fuck is this bitch doing over there. That High Republic bubble fucks up everything down the line. That's why I don't want them to do anything else back in the past. Just saw Kenobi. Where does that happen? In the past of New Hope, but after Revenge of the Sith. Did it do anything good for that? It introduced a bunch of shit that doesn't work and fucks up the canon going forward. So Leia's smart and knows how to splice stuff at 10 years old. And why the fuck couldn't she get out of her cell,
that little girl was annoying as hell, bro.
Why couldn't she get out of her cell then?
Hey, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. You destroyed. I was listening to your reviews, right? I would be chilling, working and shit, listening to your reviews. I haven't watched Obi-Wan. I'm not going to watch the Marvel shit. I'm not even gonna watch that shit, because I'm already pissed. I'm already pissed at a lot of shit that they did with the writing, and I'm just like, all right. I watched The Mandalorian, and I like, and I ain't gonna lie, I liked it. The Mandalorian was decent to me, but the shit they did after The Mandalorian was trash, and I was just like, all right, I'm not watching none of that shit no more until they get some real writers, and they remove our present day politics from the fucking fantasy novels and those shit.
Exactly.
Because I'm a real fantasy sci-fi fan, and when you put our fucking mundane ass shit into the novels, it fucks it up. Like, you fucked it up, bro. Because first and foremost,
shout out to Death Racer for donating in the Cash App. I will give you that 3B salute. And the Death Racer's comment, yes, he should have at least got to Bleach. I didn't get to Bleach, but my boy Noel watched. He loved Bleach. He was telling me all about Bleach. Didn't need to.
That's like, I was thinking about writing a book, right? And I was going to start with the backdrop. But I wanted to write a sci-fi book. Well, fantasy mixed with sci-fi. It's going to be like Star Wars, like mysticism mixed with science.
But it's pretty good, bro.
That's kind of how Naruto is, because it's basically feudal times, right? Japanese culture, because they have hidden villages and doing ninjutsu and stuff like that. But then at the same time, they got earpiece communications and stuff like that. Well, that kind of makes it sci-fi, because they got radios and shit.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was going to develop the characters, but inside the novel, I was like, I'm not going to have any concepts of race or none of that, because it's based on a group of people that did. Yeah, it's based on like Star Trek type. Like, okay, we've achieved
Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek. No, race wasn't a big deal. Everybody on the ship.
Yeah.
Russians, everybody.
If we've achieved light travel, what the fuck is we still arguing? Come on, man. We passed arguing about shit. We all are human beings of the same species. Now we dealing with Vulcans and Klingons and shit. Like, we can't be arguing when a new species then came to our motherfucking solar system. Like, come on, bro. We not about to be tripping off of that.
Argue
shit.
about each other's color. When this motherfucker blew and he just showed up with his whole armada off the coast of San Francisco. Motherfucker, if you don't put on that uniform and shut the fuck up about this shit, we need to deal with this up here, because these motherfuckers don't look like they coming to have a beach party. Okay.
Look, David gonna find a signal in the satellites and gonna be rushing to get to the Washington. Like, man, hey, they're using the signal and it's about to blow up. Like,
BMT talking about one of my favorite new anime, Shield Hero. I love Shield Hero. I love that shit. Mafumi Iwatani. I love Shield Hero. Rise of the Shield Hero. They did some grimy shit to his ass, dude. They deserved it. They deserved to get fucked up.
But even in Star Trek, it was like, okay, that was a show and writing that was like, okay, we were lucky that the first aliens that came were helpful and not fucking Romulans coming to conquer a new motherfucking solar system. You know what I'm saying?
You lucky. You lucky you got them Klingons first, because their cousins ain't about that bullshit. Cousins ain't about that. The Romulans don't give a fuck about you like that. Yeah, shit. See, somebody else who know Juicy 4. It's like, yeah, they did that man dirty. Shield Hero was underrated. Shield Hero is underrated. They did him grimy. Shield Hero is on my fucking game that I like playing right now, and this is the only reason I'm gonna play this shit.
Bro, I
Again,
haven't seen the new
because
season yet.
I've seen some of it. I haven't watched all of it, but Malfumi on there being himself, which I like because it's RPG style guy in the video game world, sort of, which I like, but I like RPGs anyway. So the idea of a character having to level himself up and keep growing and building, getting stronger, building his party, I like that. So yeah, that's my game. What is this? Grand Summoners. They got Shield Hero 2 on there. I'm like, okay, now I'll play this shit again. Since you brought him back, now I'll play this again.
How fun is the game, man?
The game is fine. It's just a grind. But it plays itself mostly, which is fine, which I like. That I can actually get this shit to play, and it'll play itself and do all the stuff it needs to do without me having to sit there and watch the goddamn thing. Because it has an autoplay function on it, so it'll play some of the battles for me. But it's like RPG combat. Creature comes out on one side, you and your party's on the other one, and you can pick the moves that everybody's doing, or you can put it on auto, and they'll do their own shit. But you get to craft their weapons and all the rest of that shit and their armor and give them stuff that you want them to have and how they fight in battle. Do they go with all their skills first, or do they use their arts first? Set up your healer, your main attacker. What is a party of 3, 4? It's regular RPG shit.
Basically like first level Final Fantasy kind of.
Yeah, it's fun. I say Dragon Warrior. I'd say Dragon Warrior because I go back a little further.
Oh damn.
Old school Dragon Warrior, but not the same shitty graphics. But it's fine just to play on a fucking cell phone. I mean, shit, I got a flight simulator on here too, and I keep getting fucked up because I keep crashing. I have to turn that. Oh, if you move your phone, you can fly the plane. I say, no, this is garbage. I'm gonna hit some shit. Trying to take out this transport to keep bombing my base. I was pissed off. Parasite was a shit. Yeah, Parasite. I heard Parasite was good too. My son, I handed off the duties of watching all new anime to my son a bunch of years ago. So my son just fucking gorgeous on fucking anime. He watched
fucking good pick.
All kinds of shit. He has to give me a playlist to watch anime. It's like, what's good? And he'll tell me, well, you got to watch this. You got to watch Assassination Classroom. It's about this, and this. Okay, what about this?
Yes.
He know. He watch all of that shit.
Just the whole concept of Parasite, dude, just kind of like fucked me up and just made my mind go into wonder. Like, what if some fucking parasites did fall from the fucking?
That's what anime is good for. Anime is good for telling stories that Hollywood would never fucking think up, and you could not get away with showing it on TV here to get away to tell the story and go into it, because anime will fuck with religion. It will analyze Christianity and shit like that, and it will give you some supernatural shit all at the same time. It could be in the same fucking show. That's what's hard to try to sell people on anime, because you have to watch all of it to be able to tell somebody to just condense it down to just what is it about. Well, the title don't tell you everything that's in it. Is the first fucking thing with anime. It's about this. It's about this character. But you have to be somebody who's watched all of it to try to explain that shit to somebody, to break it down into a 2-minute elevator conversation of what this is about. Most of the time, there's so much stuff going on in anime, people get thrown off by it. What, you got monsters? I tried to get my brother to watch Gungrave, right? Because my brother likes gangster movies. Gungrave, at its base, part of it, in at least the anime, is mob stuff. It's all mob stuff. How these 2 orphan kids get into the mob. And one of them wants to be the boss. And how he moves his way up to being a boss while his best friend, who's a quiet, stoic one, ends up moving up being the best enforcer, the best killer in that shit. And then they eventually end up having Static.
Yeah.
Pretty much it, right? You tell him that, but then he said, does it got monsters and shit in it? Well, yeah, at one point, they mutating these bodies and turning them into orgmen, which is like, dead zombie-like soldiers and shit like this. Yeah, see, that's where you lost me. Just watch it, bro.
Right, yeah.
Attack on Titan.
He would watch the mob stuff and be totally into it. But as soon as they start introducing some science where they were reanimating dead bodies and shit like that, he ain't into that shit. He checking out. He ain't gonna watch the rest of it.
There's all
You know what's my hardest part? The hardest part for me getting people to convince. My fault. Hold on, I got tongue twisted. I'm watching the movie. Hold on. The hardest thing for me to convince other people to watch anime and read manga and comics and shit is that it's just animated series. That doesn't mean it's for kids.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean it doesn't have advanced concepts. Like I remember I was watching Rocky and Bullwinkle. Rocky and Bullwinkle. And I was like, these dudes is doing shit. They're talking about destabilizing national economies and shit. This shit is not for children.
It wasn't made for kids.
And that's how, like, I remember I was watching the episode of Pinky and the Brain, and Brain came up with a plan, right? His plan was to isolate all the world's drinking water so they would have control of the world. And I'm looking at that shit like, now that I'm grown, I'm like, this shit is not for no fucking kids, man.
It wasn't. That was the whole point.
I know I said I was gone for the night, but I have to say two things. One, this Glenn Levitt is hitting, and two, Hashirama above all, and Eiko probably would have fucking bodied all your favorite anime heroes. Just saying.
Would you say Hashirama the first?
Hashirama and Naruto.
Hashirama. Oh hell no, nigga! It's Madara all day. It's Madara all day.
Hokage.
Hashirama above all, because guess what? Hashirama could do what every other Hokage could do, only better, and he was the only one who could fuck up Madara. Even Madara had to admit that motherfucker had my number, and
been holding it for a couple years,
holding it for centuries. And then, by the way, for a lot of you newbies in anime, because a lot of y'all haven't even fucking watched anime since like started with Naruto. Project Eiko, and Eiko probably would have bodied your favorite anime character at one point.
Hey, that's decent.
I would pay to see Eiko go against Rogue from the X-Men.
Oh, that'd have been a battle, because if y'all never seen Project Eiko, don't talk to me about anime. I'm gonna tell you that one, because Artisan know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Project Eiko is my shit. I love Project Eiko.
And when Artisan, I remember the first time speaking to Artisan, he tried to test my comic book knowledge, you did for a little bit, and it was like especially the one with the vision, and I was like, yo, that's the West Coast Avengers vision, and he was like, he had that look in his eye, like, my nigga, my kindred spirit.
Yeah.
Because you have to be a down home comic book fan to even say that shit.
Because you have to read.
I'm not even gonna challenge y'all shit, man, because y'all older for one, and two, I mean, so
it's not because we're older, it's because this is
the experience.
This is about how comics had little notes by the editors or the writers that tells you to read back when that hero fought that person.
AMS 117, Todd.
Exactly, Todd. Or Stan Lee's favorite. Or Stan Lee's favorite. Nuff said.
Nuff said.
Yeah, when you heard Nuff said, you knew that book was gonna be fire. And see, you gotta look at certain stuff when I get my friends to read comics. They may not necessarily read the comics, but they will pick up on the shows. Like, I felt like the god of information when it came to Young Justice, because everybody was asking me, all my friends, about different characters. Like my boy Darren, Baltimorean as Baltimorean can get. When he came to BlurredCon last year, he felt like a little kid when he saw somebody cosplay as Mega Man with the whole blaster hand, and he had to take pictures with him. And he said, yo, that was some trill shit. I said, yeah, this is the part where every hood nigga, I don't care where you from. We had government workers. When I played Gimme the Loot and Rock Boys, they were like, yo, I know I work for the federal government. I just want to feel like a drug dealer for a few minutes.
They always do.
They always do. And it's
where'd I
funny
get all my
because
bootlegs from? Government
when
workers.
you look at
Bro, you
when you look
forget
at
that the federal government is drug dealers.
I mean, well, the best drug dealers wear Gucci belts. Watch the picture with the Williams sisters and Ronald Reagan. Just enough said. Stan Lee.
Those are the best drug dealers work for the CIA.
And you got to remember,
Cocaine Import Agency.
That everybody always asks me this one question: why is Superman your favorite comic book hero of all time? And I easily tell them, you have to be one hell of a man to have godlike power and decide that I want to help humanity instead of rule it.
Fucking rule. Y'all get on my nerve. If I had godlike powers, it'd be some shit changing.
And you got to remember,
motherfuckers just end up going like, the fuck?
You got to remember,
basically turn into fucking Homelander minus the childish insecurities.
If you got to remember, shout out to the Kents because they raised the fuck out of Clark. And you got to remember in Kingdom Come, which is if you haven't read Kingdom Come, don't come back to this fucking program. You can watch because my man need to view his shit, but don't come back on his goddamn panel till you fucking read Kingdom Come. Superman said it best. He said, look, there's 3 ways we could go about it. Either I can rule it, or I could get out the hell of the way, or I can be the guide. He said, I will guide you to greatness, but I'm not going to rule you, or I'm not going to stay out the way. And the fact that
that's real shit right there.
Yeah, that's that went straight at the fork in the road situation. Yeah. There's only 2 choices. Nah, there's the choice I make.
And then you got to remember, he said, I will guide you. And the one thing about anime and comics that we forsake a lot of time in the real world is the guide, the person that guides you to greatness. Facts. That's why when we look in masculinity and why we're upset, we don't give a fuck if the hero's female or male. Make it a good one. We all cheer for Wrigley when she was fighting the fucking aliens.
No shit.
We all cheer. All cheer for Sarah Connors. Sarah Connors went from this.
Sarah Connor was a fucking G.
She went from this damsel in distress in the first Terminator movie, which the first Terminator movie was a horror movie,
cracking her ARs and shit.
And when she one pumped the fucking 12 gauge. I mean, Sarah Connor at T2 was a motherfucker. And you telling me you saw the progression when people thought she was crazy? No, she just became realistic. But you can't. But women don't understand that unless they're ran by a father. Like, look, you're gonna have to earn your greatness. Nah, you can't do the baby girl shit. And that's the best fucking heroine.
You mean you can't get your greatness from going to the ancestral plane and having it taught to you?
No, you have to actually get your ass to the realistic plane and work your fucking ass off.
Movie, huh?
And you know what's crazy, Commander?
I love the shit out of Celestina.
In the developmental concept of the novel. In the developmental concept of the novel I was going to write, the basis of the novel was going to be to become God. So the idea that I came up with, it was going to be called G-A-Pop. You know what I mean? So if y'all don't know what APOP means, our apotheosis.
Yeah.
Apotheosis is the transformation from man to God.
Yeah.
So
but you gotta remember, G. I want you to read Kingdom Come, and you'll see the different philosophical beliefs in it. And I want you to see all the intrigue, how everybody's playing everybody. And even when the moment when you have Captain Marvel go toe-to-toe with Superman, and Superman grabs his ass. I'm not even going to tell you what because
that's Superman grab you was over.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I need to hop into it. I need to hop into it. I do too. I gotta admit, I need to hop into it.
I'm gonna tell you, I got homework for you niggas. Read Kingdom Come and then come back to us. Because
yes, sir, I will.
I do this shit every time. You get one motherfucker on the panel that's gonna watch one thing, and then y'all overload them with other shit to watch.
Yeah, because I already gotta watch Naruto.
Nigga, I'll just take my notes, nigga. I'll take my notes.
I'm gonna tell
Take
you.
your, exactly.
I'm gonna
Take
tell
your
you. Take
note.
your notes. Take your notes, because we
Find your
teach the
victim. I
doc.
got my.
This
I'm teaching my one today. Okay, this is my
this
one I'm teaching today.
this is your
He
dissertation.
passed me off a good series that I love, and because I love that series now, I always call him G. Dwarden. Right? He
You
don't give
know.
enough respect in the space.
You
So
know.
I passed off one to him.
It's kind of hard to give artisan like a good comic or a good series to read because we probably read it the fucking same time, and so it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to do that for him.
It's hard, but if you can sell me on it, then I'll look into it.
It's,
Look,
Like
it
the
just got to be
Terminator.
good.
I'm
No,
gonna tell
you
you.
gave me, and really, Commander, you
Who
gave me a
sold me on reading the rest
newfound.
of the Dune series? Who sold me on reading the rest of the Dune series? Who sold
Yeah.
me on reading the Foundation series?
Yeah,
Who sold me on reading the Drizzt series?
yeah.
Oh, shout out
You
to
get-
Drizzt. Shout out to Drizzt. Now that,
Yeah,
like I
shout
said,
out to Drizzt. Drizzt the motherfucker, dude.
like
That's
I
the
said,
Negro
he
story
comes
right
from a
there.
fucked
You should
up
be
background.
reading that shit.
He comes from a fucked
Okay.
like to y'all Superman. I would say Kenshiro. I mean, I get Superman was all knowing, but I'm like I went more into the anime direction for mine. Like Kenshiro, I had other people like Dragon Ball, of watching a boy go on an adventure, from a fucked up background. Oh, you're a Namek, you're a Namek, you're a Saiyan. Goku didn't care. He said, "Hey man, could you fight? Can you teach me something? Shit, I'm down. Let's go on the adventure." I think I look at stuff like that. I was watching
Yeah,
stuff.
but Superman's a way better father than Goku. Good
Oh
God.
my
God.
God. Where
Is
we
What?
he?
going?
Hey, stop
Is he?
talking about
Is he?
Kakarot, man.
Wait, Charles,
Leave
wait.
Kakarot
Is he
alone.
though? I saw his
Here's
son
the bad thing about it.
flying the
If you're
rainbow.
going to say Superman was
Well,
the
you
best
gotta
father,
understand something.
if
That
you're
was
gonna
a
literally
shitty
rate
writer
it,
Wait, man,
who
hold on,
put
hold on. What
that
did you
stuff.
say, Artisan?
That
What
was
did you
a
say, nigga?
shitty writer who actually put that in.
let
And
me show
all of a
you.
sudden
Let
now,
me show you.
guess
Let me
what?
show
If we could say that one, we could look at Batman with Tim Drake. But you
Come
know, I
on,
respect
man.
Tim Drake.
If you want,
I
if
can
you got
respect.
Star.
here's the irony. Here's the irony.
Hey,
Here's
one
how
at a
you shoot
time.
that.
One at a time. One at a
Here's
time.
how you shoot that silver bullet. It took Batman and Young Justice to go talk to Clark and say, "Hey, bro, that's your flesh and blood. Why are you pretending like, hold up, I gotta get back to Metropolis." No, dude, stop
Look,
it.
Joe Herb
Stop.
telling you. Look,
You're right.
Vegeta
Stop
way
it.
better father than Goku.
Hey,
Exactly.
listen,
He is
y'all
not,
need
ain't
to
he?
leave
That's
Kakarot
why
alone, man.
I said I like Dragon Ball,
Hey,
not
I
Dragon
Vegeta
love
my
Ball
this
dude.
Z.
shit.
That's right.
I said I
Vegeta
like
my dude. Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball Z. There's a difference. I'm talking about the boy's adventure, not
Well,
Dragon Ball. He's an adult. See,
well,
there's
the
a
only reason Goku learned instant transmission because Chi Chi said, "I don't suck."
oh god.
I know
Listen, at
someone who
least
does.
Goku wasn't. He said Goku wasn't like Broly's dad.
I would probably
At
say,
least he went back. At least his dad went back to search for him. Shit. God damn.
like I said, like Dragon Ball
Y'all
Z.
niggas hilarious.
Dragon Ball Z is kind of like the beginners. If you would have said something like Trigun, if you would have said something like Berserk,
Said Trigun.
like right, if you would have said
No,
something,
no. Apparently, nobody knows about Vash the Stampede, man.
right,
That's
like I said, like
I'm
like
disappointed
let
in you,
them come
motherfuckers
back
a
to me
little
when
the
they
bit.
talk about
$60 billion man,
Yes,
boy.
60 billion
let
double
them come
dollar
when they
man. Come
talk
on,
about
man. You don't know about his brother Knives? Come
Nas,
on, man. You
Nas was a
don't know
motherfucker.
about
He was
Legato
a
Blue
nut.
Summers?
He
You
was
don't
a
know about Legato
motherfucker.
Blue Summers? Come
Well,
on,
I'm
man.
gonna tell you, there's nothing a fucking 30 and below can tell me about Inuyasha when you fucking watched every fucking episode on Toonami Midnights. And you like, you niggas can
Hey,
tell
boy,
me
that
that.
shit
I was
was the
watching.
Biggest
shit.
hey,
thing,
what's my nigga? Hey,
biggest
Charles.
Inuyasha fan I know is my
Hey,
boy
y'all.
Joe Thompson in the chat.
I was
He
watching
don't
Him and
know
what's
that.
dude name from Full Metal Alchemist?
Ed and Al.
Ed and
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
hey,
You know who my
before y'all go back to that, hey, what's my nigga in the Inuyasha name that be slapping a girl on the ass? Oh shit.
the priest?
The
Yeah.
monk. You talking about the monk?
Priest.
You talking
another
about the priest?
pervy ass character. That's who that was.
It's
Well,
always one.
you
It's
gotta
always a
realize
co-worker.
something, man. My
It's their
favorite
co-worker.
character in Full Metal Alchemist was sure King Bradley. The hardest scene he had when he was like, "Get out of my building, get out of my castle." The motherfucker should have took his warning. They had a fucking anytime you have dual swords and you bitch a tank, that tells you how much of a nigga you are.
He
That
bitch.
nigga was
Yeah, I never
bitching a
got
tank.
Full Metal Alchemist. because that to me that was the start of. I would say at this point it was probably millennials really getting into anime. It was full
Yeah.
on where shit was just blowing up. Like, what is this shit even about? Like, it looks cool, but I'm not watching it because I'm watching some other shit. But
Hey,
that
hey,
to
I'ma
me
tell
that was the start of the millennials being really into anime. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna tell
Hey,
you
bro,
what
when
was
I first
wild.
seen that shit,
one at a time. Charles and then Beasley.
I'm
Keep it
gonna
short,
take you
Charles.
back.
Next week,
Remember when Guyver was real big?
Yes, I watched Guyver.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ray.
No, that was Beasley that was up. Go ahead, Beast.
no, BC, go ahead.
No, like yeah, like you were saying about that was when Full Metal Alchemist. Because for me, unfortunately, I was both Dragon Ball and Gundam. For me, I
Right.
was about
Yeah,
Gundam Wing. I'm a big into the mech
I'm a
fighting
Gundam Wing
robots.
fan too.
Like I'm
Yeah,
watching Evangelical Neon Genesis right now. I'm like, oh
yeah.
shit, because I like
That's
the
that's my
monster
shit.
battle.
That's my shit.
Yeah.
Evangelion.
That shit's kind of dark.
Be careful when you get to the end. You might get seizures. I'm just letting you know
Yeah,
right now.
you
You
look
might
when
want
you
to.
Oh,
get to the end, you're gonna be on some shit.
look, it
Hey,
can't be
for
as
No,
bad as
me,
no
Attack on
drugs at the
Titan.
end.
One at a
Because Attack
time.
on Titan was like what was out of this fucking world.
It can't.
When Homeboy,
Here's the thing: if you say Attack Neon Genesis Evangelion is not can't beat Attack on Titan, it's because Attack on Titan came after Evangelion, and so
yeah,
they went bigger than Evangelion did. But
Right.
Evangelion's story deals with all of fucking humanity and
And
how
also
fucked up that
religion.
shit. And it gets into esoteric wisdom and shit. Some of that shit I shared with BGS. And he's like, "Yep, that's such and such and such and such." I said, "I fucking knew it, dude. This dude
Fallen
was on fucking
angels.
dope when he wrote this."
Like
yeah.
I was looking at that when you said that, and I'm like looking at it when people say I'm a Gundam fan, and I'm like, which one? And I'm
Yeah,
like, the only Gundams I fuck with was Gundam Wing and
That was
G Gundam. You know,
Death Titan.
this hand of mine is burning red, and it's telling me to grasp victory, my nigga. Shit.
for
Gundam
me, it
Wing,
was Gundam Wing and
Death Titans, my
what
guy.
was the other one? It was Gundam Wing and Cowboy Bebop. Those was the first
yeah.
animes I really seen. And
Okay.
then I seen Sailor Moon, and then I
Sailor Moon.
watched the movie Heavy Metal 2000. I was hooked.
Yeah, heavy metal. I watched the original Heavy Metal on that one, still on VHS. But Heavy Metal 2000, I didn't watch.
So if I had to,
You didn't need to watch
you
Heavy
want,
Metal 2000. It was
if
trash to me.
That's a good picture.
Listen,
Right there.
sir. Listen, sir.
so, yeah, that's when he
Do
lost.
not listen, sir.
So when it comes to looking at a lot of these things, I guess for Gundam, I'll probably go with more so of a orphan Gundam orphan, because that teaches that if y'all really want, and actually that's if your friend likes monster movies and watching boys coming of men, he would want to watch that, because that's literally those are boys that were slaves, and good night, babe, and they get 1 to 2 Gundams, because they're usually those are working class Gundams, and they find one battle Gundam, and they literally show them, they understand, hey, we got to start saving our money, we got to start being wise with our finances. They actually become a force to be reckoned with, and their main journey is to get back to Earth. That's a pretty good fucking show, and you have to understand that of that Germagon. If y'all want to understand about they I love anime because you can throw out so much information in
Yep.
and there's no way this, like, I was like, wait, I was learning more stuff about how many firearms are in the world, about merchants and weapon dealers and all that stuff. And they were going over that in Germagon. I think watch a Fist of the North Star with Kenshiro. That man pretty much is Kung Fu Jesus. Like literally the man holds himself back so much. Like and so that would be my Jesus of Kung Fu, because in a post-apocalyptic world, he could easily have become a king or god, having one of the greatest martial arts. But he said, no, I gotta go find my nigga that screwed me over, and then I gotta go see if my girl's alive. And then I'm like, this dude, I don't know why you keep on going, dude. I would have been a tyrant. All your friends and all your other buddies are now gods, and you're choosing to walk around saving people. Like it's things like that. I you can look at, because they actually make the reader think.
Yep.
I don't like. My wife was into Berserk. I'm like, you on some dark shit, woman. Like you're reading Berserk. Like, I don't know
Yes.
what happened in your
No,
life.
this nigga didn't just mention Berserk.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but see, that's the thing about it. Where, for those who are reading those types of books, like I said, like that's the thing about it. Like anime, more than how cartoons were, they were definitely hitting on challenging Christianity, religion, certain policies. They were challenging, I don't have proper representation of gender. I'm like, dude, I've seen so many queer dudes throw hands with like the best of them. Like, what are y'all talking about, dude? Like, these dudes are like teaching you like some hidden secret and stuff. Like, I've watched it all. That's why I said, like, when I said Shield Hero, I'm like, I think this is the first red pill motherfucking actual anime kid that literally said, yo,
I didn't think about it like that, but Malfumi is pretty red pill. But he became red pill when he turned up there. He had to become red pill.
Yo,
hey, can I say something? Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to cut in good before y'all go too deep because I know how big bro BMT is. But nah, going back to Full Metal Alchemist, hey man, watching that dude at the beginning, like where it showed like what Al did, what Eric did to bring Al back. Yeah, that right there, that display of just brotherhood right there, bro. Like if you watch that shit and you still treat your fellow man like shit or your fellow brother like shit, something's fucking wrong with you.
But you know that anime, the main concept of the anime for the lesson that the boys started understanding was there's nothing given without something having to be paid. And that was
basically everything has a price. That's what I got from it. Like everything costs something.
The equivalent exchange, yep.
So when they were coming up with having that type of, because mind you, the stuff that the boys were doing, their alchemy level, they're like, wait, to know all the knowledge you have is dangerous. And everybody who had that level of knowledge, they were at a whole nother level of a threat. Just like hell, I was nervous about it. Thank God that when they started talking about the Muslims and how they all were being killed and slaughtered off. And I'm like, holy crap, dude.
Yep.
This is going down
That hits on that point that you were mentioning, how anime is good at mixing this stuff together and actually looking at those issues in a different way and actually question that issue. Well, was this the right way to go with this shit?
Yo,
that's why anime beats out American stuff.
Right.
Hands down right now.
That's what the fuck I've been saying.
Then a lot of animes have that concept. That's like when Goku's I'm not with Goku, but just in any anime, the concept of equivalent exchange is always there. So it's like, I don't remember exactly what I was watching, but it was like something where you could use power, but it always cost something. And at first, the people were using their own life force, and the masters wanted to keep it a secret that you could use other external forces of power to use your power. And then they was fucking killing the land and making deserts and shit. Just to try to get
a lot of y'all. A lot of y'all need to watch Superman.
Picking up steam, boy.
A lot of y'all niggas need to watch Superman too, but I'm just gonna say. But anyway,
I'm gonna say right here. Who even knows what this shit is?
Wait a minute,
Who knows what this anime is? This is one of my favorite.
Guy. Oh no, not Try Guy.
No. That's the boy. He could get in his It's a dragon that turns into a fucking knight. God damn it!
I haven't seen this one.
No, it's like literally, fucking goddamn it. It's the boy. He's a prince, and and the girl she by
Lord Vaughn. You close, Lord Vaughn. Yep.
Yep. She goes to their world. God damn it, dude. She goes to their
Lord
world.
Vaughn for nil.
Dude, like that. Listen, I would never want to be in that suit, dude. That shit goes right into your neck and blood. Oh my god. Like,
damn, artist.
That was the movie version. That was the movie version. Did that shit drilled into his neck? That shit was painful as fuck. Like, god damn, dude.
Yeah.
Look, Artie Edmore knows. Ding, 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 ding for the Doughboy.
Yes, SK Flone. I'm so sorry.
Like, Flone, my shit.
I heard of that title before.
You got to be a bad motherfucker to have your shit with a whole cape on it, bro. Like,
damn, you would put on some badass shit I haven't seen.
Said the cape, you got to be a bad motherfucker, like a pimp with a cane.
Hey, Artisan, you ever seen Machine Gun Girls?
No, I think my son watched that one.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
That's one from this one, Charles. Here's the thing, just to negate some of that shit about when I go hard on Reva and stuff like that. This show, Escaflowne, it's a female protagonist. The main character of this shit is a chick, right?
Yeah.
Hitomi, right? And she gets sent to this mystic world that runs parallel to our world, right? But it's feudal. Now, when she's on this world, she meets this dude, Von Fennell, right?
The asshole.
Vaughn is a descendant of he's part of some regal royalty, right? But he's almost like the last descendant of it, and he's part of these other people that used to be Atlanteans, and they came to this world. That's where Atlantis went. They went to this other world, right? So he has this power in him that lets him be able to turn this suit of armor. They fight these big ass mechs like this, and they look like knights. Right? They look like fucking knights with capes and shit. They big ass mechs. Because it's Japanese anime. It's always going to be a big fucking mech, and it don't matter if it's a fuzzy robot, right?
Yep.
But the motherfucker, the one he's using, works off his blood. Because his blood has something special in it. This motherfucker can turn into a whole goddamn dragon and shit. Right? But it can go crazy.
Damn.
If he gets filled with too much rage and shit, this is what it looks like when it's a dragon, right? If he gets filled with too much rage, the suit turns colors. It turns black, and this motherfucker just going like a damn killing spree, like berserker. Like, god damn. It's like when they did it in the movie BMT, where they showed it taking his blood in the anime, in the OAV, right? All he had to do was cut his finger and put it on the dragon stone, right? And it was good to go. In the movie, when they did the theatrical version of this shit, they had them drills drilling into his neck and shit. I was like, oh, that made it a lot worse. That lets you know it was some pain to pilot that motherfucker, because it is literally working off of his blood. His blood is like the oil in that bitch. So it's not moving without pumping his ass dry. I'm like, Jesus.
You can't be no punk to get in them damn things.
No, you was not being no punk jumping in Escaflowne. You had to be about yours.
Oh my goodness! I gotta ask this question: how many of you would have still been a virgin in Tenchi Muyo?
Tenchi Muyo. Oh, what the hell?
I mean, yeah, but I like I said, I love Tenchi. Like I said, I grew up watching anime and comics. I think I was more so into the anime world than I was more in the comics. But then I came back in. But, but when I saw Tenchi, I was like, damn, dude, that's a lot of harems. But again, the cartoon, they were cutting off a lot of stuff that they were doing actually in over there in Japan. Because there was a lot of titties and a lot of naked bodies. And he was fucking a lot
of naked bodies.
So it's like I said, but damn, like I said, that's why I fucked heavy with anime. I enjoyed my comics back in the day. Like, hey, like I said, like I got my G.I. Joes and stuff, you know. But it's just like I love it when there's a good story and there's a moral behind why they're doing what they're doing. Not some stupid agenda, but a good moral. Like,
oh well, hell.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Yeah. I'll give you a title after Charles talk. I'll give you a title.
A lot of y'all niggas need to really go back and watch the masterpiece called Batman the Animated Series.
Batman. I think I fucking seen that shit where it was like they had different forms of art or some shit like that. Like,
no. It was the Tim Burton shit.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you this one thing. Go look at the 90s Batman the Animated Series. This shit was so critically acclaimed, they literally start playing the shit prime time.
Yeah,
and there were so many adult themed. I mean, it wasn't over the top, but it was like shit that adults
adult themes. Yeah, it wasn't sexual adult themes. That's why it worked better.
It was like, you know, you saw. To me, when I look at Batman, the greatest Batman in the world, you know, by the way, homeboy actually said happy birthday to me in the Batman voice, by the way. But
happy birthday.
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman. I was like, oh shit. And that was the same night Ed Reed said happy birthday to me. So fuck it. That was a great night. But It's
Hell yeah.
crazy because when you look at the quintessential Batman, I always go back to Batman the animated series because you got the detective, you got the martial artist, you got the big brother, the father figure, you got the flawed man, you got the billionaire playboy.
Indeed.
Everything you think of Batman is in that goddamn series. Like even the movies, you think of Batman. And they even spawned Superman, the animated series, the new adventures of Superman, off of this shit. And trust me, even with the Superman series, the best fucking episode, one of them, was when Darkseid looked at Superman, looked him in his eye, and said, "If you will not be my knight, you will be my pawn." I was like, God damn. And he literally heat visioned with the whole boy, the detective, and he said, "Hey, it is what it is."
Who knows what this one is?
It look. Hey, I think I've seen it before. Damn it.
Shit. Another female
Hey, I ain't gonna
protagonist,
lie.
which is I like.
I ain't
That's
gonna
what I
lie,
said.
man.
Like
I want to
maybe that's
wear
why.
some of the armor that these anime dudes
Man,
got on.
Maybe that's
They
you
why.
make
talking
good
about
armor.
female protagonists, Robin the Witch Hunter,
Oh yeah, Witch
Witchblade.
Hunter Robin. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
go there because it's recent. I'm going back to some older shit to see who
Witchblade.
grown up on this shit.
That's not Bubblegum Crisis, is it? Nah.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Joker.
one that's. Oh,
Hey,
oh,
show
okay.
Sailor
Spelled it
Moon.
wrong
That
though.
was the
Spelled it
first
wrong.
cartoon character I was attracted to.
You know, it's a
This
Sailor
is
Moon.
Area. The
That's area.
Zerum. Zerum.
Hey,
Which
but for a
best thing about it
BMT,
that
but for BMT, like yeah, what he said, like what he wants, you know what I mean, and yeah, it's the same thing. I want to like when it comes to story plotting and all that, watch Kingdom, watch the anime called Kingdom,
I
and
mean,
that yeah, it's a depiction of the war back in like in Japan. I mean, not Japan, but Asia.
A
I think
really
that,
good show that I had found and came across. It was on Netflix before they took it off, and it's now on Amazon Prime. Was Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple, and
that's
it was really cool because
Oh, that was a decent.
it wasn't one of them anime shows where they had a bunch of superpowers. It was basically just about a kid
No
wanting to
tentacle
be
rape.
a martial arts master.
There you go, Art.
like I said. I was watching shit like Vampire Hunter. Like my son, the first anime he ever watched with me was Vampire Hunter. That was the first
Yeah,
anime.
Vampire Hunter D was tough.
Like, that was the
Vampire
first
Hunter D is my shit.
and
Yeah,
Oh,
I watched that in
especially
my
like
the newer art, the newer version.
Yeah,
but
Bloodlust. Yeah, Bloodlust was good too.
you know what I'm saying? Actually, I explained the birds and the bees through. Those are tits. That's a little girl. That's a dog. That's a man. That's how I explained the birds and the bees by just showing Cowboy Bebop. My wife's like, "You sure he's gonna understand it?" I'm like, I showed him a few episodes of Cowboy Bebop.
Unless he
He's
fucking stupid.
Hey, Syndicate above all.
like, nah, I didn't need to do all that. He already got. He got. Like, here's the thing about it that I find so interesting. Uh, if you cultivate them properly, like I mean, like I said, but I was watching Toonami and I was watching like anime, like goddamn Ninja Scrolls and shit. And I'm like, whoa, goddamn,
Yeah,
damn, like
yeah.
that damn girl got her head ripped off.
The
That
classics.
dude head got split in half. Like my dad was right there with me, and then we'll go from there and go watch Xena Warrior Princess, and then go watch Hercules. You know, Kevin Sorbo and shit. Like I grew up watching '80s movies and stuff, like from Chuck Norris. I don't know how the fuck he had an infinite Uzi gun that could blow up a helicopter and a whole village. But
I know
it
That
just
nigga Chuck Norris was a
Hold on one second.
the
Hold on one
best
second.
Chuck Norris
Hold
movie
on a
was
second.
Octagon.
Hold on a second. Hey, Artie Idmore. You see this clip from Record of Lodos War, and one thing I'm tripping off of, this guy's armor in the beginning, that's a better drawing than a current comic book.
yeah.
That's a better sale drawing than the whole art in one of these current comic books. That is fucking sad.
Who's
dude.
the
You gotta
That shit
Doctor
came
Strange
back in the
looking
80s.
motherfucker?
This was 80s. This was the 80s.
Now,
And that
no,
shit
no,
looked better
see,
than 2022 art.
Damn.
God
Hey,
damn,
BMT.
Taylor.
You remember
Taylor.
Beastmaster?
yeah, I've seen. I watched Beastmaster, Sinbad. They're actually.
I used to watch all that
It
shit.
was a whole.
Beastmaster.
It was a whole series. It was a whole series, man.
Yeah.
They all were all connected in a one pantheon universe. Like I said, like I love shit like that. Like that, I rather watch the '90s and '80s shit, not just off of nostalgia. It was just off of they actually put in
The
effort
story. Yeah, the
into the
stories were better.
story, the artwork. Goddamn, like I said, when y'all talk about you can mix up mysticism like Escaflowne. They had steampunk technology in magic. Like the motherfuckers had dragons and goddamn, hey, for the rest of us who don't got magic, we need rifles. Oh yeah, okay, everybody get a rifle. I'm like, well, goddamn it,
Hey,
that's the damn
I'm gonna
goddamn.
tell
Yeah,
you.
you're right.
I'm I'm to match what BMT said. I mean, it's amazing when you're like a 4-year-old boy sitting on your daddy's lap watching Rambo First Blood. And it's like you kind of got what the reason why, because Rambo's First Blood was really the story of the black veterans coming home.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And it was like, why are you fucking with me? But I gave so much to my country. All I want to do is just get something to eat, maybe get a night's sleep, and I'm out your fucking town. I've given all that I could give for my country. And it's crazy because I remember watching the first RoboCop when my father took me. And I'm like, wait a minute. I watched all these ultra violent shit. And by the way, the first time I watched fucking Bloodsport was with my grandmother. And grandma loves the action movies, baby.
Kumite.
Kumite. I mean, you got to remember that kids were brought into a world of violence. Like when you go to overseas and you have to interact with people of different cultures, violence is just a norm. Like either you strong or you weak. And what the one thing that anime and a lot of these characters brought up, comic or anime, was that the fact that you had to earn yourself. Yeah, you can't. The reason why you can't get on the paddle is because you selling that Cambodian breast milk. That's why.
Oh damn. Oh nigga, I just looked and see. I was like, okay, what the hell Charles talking about? Oh, shit.
But you know, but I think
That's the only
one thing
reason why they getting sales off that bread, because it's made by the Doughboys breast milk.
Oh man. You,
Hey,
like I said,
you know what? Art?
You ain't
like I said, I was
but
learning.
yeah, but that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just
Hold
saying,
on,
like,
hold on a second. Shout out to he donated to the stream, so I need to give him his respect. Fucking hell, sorry. And I'm gonna have to give it about 10 more minutes because it's 10 o'clock and I've been standing up all fucking day.
It's only 10 o'clock where you at?
Yeah. Shout out to 3000 GT. Thank you for donating to the stream. I will give you the guts and butts since Charles is in here.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Never let a hard time on the
Start fucked up. But it'll teach you a lot.
Damn, them little midgets was thicker than death.
Yeah, art like the the guts and butts.
I'll be too scared to hit a midget though, man. I feel like I'm hitting somebody disabled.
Well, technically they are disabled.
You know, right?
They actually are disabled.
Thanks, BMT. BMT just broke that shit all the way down. Seriously, technically they are.
I couldn't sleep with somebody with one leg. I would feel so fucked up. Like, where you like? But I'm taking advantage of you because you only got one leg.
No,
Nothing wrong with her pussy. I'm
you
fucked
eliminated
up.
half of your fucking problems and having sex. One leg. Now you don't have to hold the other one up. You just roll her on the side.
Hey man, I'm fucked up about shit. It interferes with my morality because you know when I was young, I thought I was a gangster ass paladin.
I think that's the beauty of. See, this is why I when I watch these shows or these things, like, you know what I'm saying, there's holistically, like, no limitation. You can see a young boy like get his ass kicked. Hey, you train, you bust your ass. You know what I'm saying? Hey, are you doing this all to get a girl? Fuck that. Now I want to win the tournament, but this dude's been kicking my ass for like 2 seasons. I need to beat this motherfucker. Oh, no, like, fuck you, bitch. Like, Like, listen, I had a whole new perspective for Baki, where the bitch said, "Well, you want to go hang in front of that dude? Well, you can get the fuck on." Like, I'm like, "Yes, Baki, you are definitely now a man because you told that bitch he has no power over you." And see, it's stuff like that. You can go watch Baki, Yu Yu Hakusho. If you notice in a lot of these animes, they definitely emphasize on character development. That's why Peter Parker for like Spider-Man is so heavy with a lot of young men, because it's like you're watching Peter from a teenager, and like this, I'm like, damn, dude, you're one of the strongest men or strongest heroes in the universe, yet your life sucks. Like, damn it, dude. Like,
Yeah,
you know
Peter
what
was
I'm saying?
going through some shit.
Well, that's the thing about it. His conscience of Uncle Ben weighs so damn heavy on him, and you know that right there is why even Captain America said, "I respect the fuck out of him," because everybody talks shit about this dude, and he doesn't hardly take credit like that. And that I think it's showing you like, hey man, these roles ain't gonna be fucking easy as a man. I mean, I don't know about the women. I don't know what fucking hero that they got that
Well, Peter
give them
Parker.
that kind of lesson.
Well, Peter Parker is a man whore, but anyway,
Hey,
But
he's
what really drew
he
me,
deserved that. He deserved every piece of pussy he got. He deserved it.
you got to think about
Get
it.
caught in
Like,
his web.
you got to think about it. It's like when you got heroes like that, the hero's journey, and that's what in literary and comics and manga and movies was taken away from a lot of the shit. At this point, like when me and artist was talking about, like the Thor is supposed to have growth. There was no truth. He was supposed to actually be so mature after Thor Ragnarok, allegedly, that he was looking for another place for his people to stay. First of all, if you really want to look at historical records, Valkyrie would not be the king of Asgard. She would be the regent. She would be the leader in my place when I'm away.
Leader pro temp.
She would
but
be
we're
the regent.
androgynous now, Charles. You didn't know we're androgynous beings who've eliminated gender.
The only person allowed to be androgynous in their dress is Prince, and he even died. So
Prince is a bad motherfucker.
God damn.
Any nigga that fuck Vanity, he a bad motherfucker.
Let's put it to you this way: he's not even as bad as Vanity. So fuck that. So when I look at this movie, I can literally just pick this shit apart and say wrong. If you want to talk about, well, she's the king. When do we call women kings?
Yeah,
Never.
I understand.
When do we have a discretion when we call you a king? You're not my equal. See,
Well,
there's no queen that ran out in battle for war because a queen can only make a king if she birthed him.
you know that dumbass saying that we always heard. Behind every king, there's a smart queen.
I had a coworker who said this shit. What's a king without a queen?
You know,
You know what I
we
told
only
my
ever
coworker?
listen.
You know what
Only
I told
heard
my
that shit
coworker,
from black
G?
women. We never heard that shit from nobody else.
You know what I told my coworker, G? I said, still a motherfucking king. I said, what the fuck is a queen? You still the first servant to the king. Let's get that shit straight.
What did the great one say? The queen is only the king's bitch.
Yeah. You
You're
the number
only
one bitch.
you're
You just
only one
you if I marry you, that
First
means
subject.
whatever kid you birth will number one get the throne. That's it. That's your greatest legacy is the fact that you birthed another king. You don't marry
exactly.
somebody else and make him a king. That's impossible for a woman. See, this is the difference when it comes to when people talk about esoteric knowledge. This is the power that men still hold, even today's knowledge, that women wish they had. You
Well,
cannot make me great out of your marriage or union with you. I
yeah,
make
think about
you
it. The
great.
Queen of England is married, and he's not the king of England.
No, the Prince Philip died, and he was still never called the king. He's the royal consort. Yeah, you're just the nigga that the queen married and fuck time to time.
You the
Yeah.
queen's in-house dick.
Basically.
No,
Yeah,
until
like
the
y'all, like you
outhouse
said,
dick is available.
I
yeah,
think they
like you
had
said,
that
Charles,
in
the purpose of the purpose of the king queen was to provide the king and heir. That's what made you so special. And you have women. I'll see like goofy memes and stuff where people say, "Well, only a king bows down to its queen." I said, "No," because also, if you studied history, you know that sometimes the king had more than one wife. The queen was just the first wife.
And
He would
both.
also have a second wife that wasn't the queen in case that queen couldn't provide her heir. He had about 2 or 3 more in the chamber ready to go.
Listen,
bitches
listen.
forget,
The ladies in waiting.
bitches
Back
forget
Genghis
about,
Khan.
bitches
Genghis
forget about
Khan was
Henry VIII.
married. Go ahead, Commander.
I was gonna say, bitches forget quickly about Henry VIII. Oh, this is a girl. She's done. Who's next?
Hey,
Go ahead,
and
G.
then Genghis Khan was married and fucked a new bitch every day.
Why do you
That
think
nigga,
half
how
of
many
fucking
kids
Asian?
did Genghis Khan have? Like 1,000 something kids or some shit.
I don't know. I just
Why
count China.
Listen,
Why do you think like half of fucking Asia is related to him?
Yeah, that's what
that
I'm saying. I
nigga.
just count China.
That nigga
I
Genghis
don't know.
Khan was married. He used to make his wife go pick the bitch. Like, go get a bitch for me tonight, wife.
That's your job. That's what I said. The queen is the first subject. That's all you are. You first subject. Great.
Yep. That's
You
why
got
when they
duties.
talk, well, that's why when they talk about I had my ex in the department. She was like, "This is why we won't have a woman as president." I said, "You know why? Because of what you're doing right now is biatching. Think about it. What is it? What is it called? Bitching. Because y'all want to bitch. Why do you think we call you bitches? Because guess what? A bitch is something that you do. It's what you are. You bitch. You don't solve shit. You just bitch and
Bitch
complain
about it.
about it and pray that men will bestow upon you the rights that you think you deserve when you really haven't earned any. I said, think about it. Let's look at history. How can white women seriously think they're going to get the right to vote beyond black men who actually earned the right to vote through war,
Because she
through
was sucking that white
bloodshed?
dude's dick, and if he didn't give it to her, there was gonna be holy hell at home. He was like, I gotta make this bitch be quiet. So I'm sorry, Yusef, but
Like,
And,
yeah, this
and
bitch
here's
ain't
the
about to
crazy
nag
part.
me tonight.
I can't have my house upset. I can't have
Here's the
just
crazy
harmony in my
part.
house.
You still had the right to vote before that bitch.
And she
Oh
was mad. She
man,
still took that shit personal. Like
And
it
to
was
this
something.
day, white women are mad at that shit. Why do you
Yeah.
think they always come for a black man's head?
Highlander.
There can only
listen,
be one.
There can only be
Commander,
one.
I done heard so much heinous shit over the last 5 or 6 years. Apparently, women really started the Black Panthers. Like I done heard so much shit from these bitches. Like, hold up. Like, yeah, do you know that it was really a black woman that started the Black Panthers? Like, who? Like, I didn't hear about that.
And Artisan, you in Oakland, that the birthplace of the Panthers. I know that's some bullshit.
Man, listen, these bitches done
That's
said
why I
Malcolm
never
X was
really pay attention to
LGBT.
it. That's
Come
why I
on, I done
never
heard
really
all
pay
this shit.
attention to it. And I always get kind of upset when they keep trying to inject all the women in front of everybody else that ever did anything in terms of civil unrest or things to keep this community going forward and for black folks. So, the women was there first. No, you weren't. Get the fuck out of here. You was the ones that the ops was getting to try to destabilize all those organizations. Shut the fuck up.
You know what, Artisan? I'm gonna piggyback on what you said real quick. The women, if you ever look at historical facts, before my major was criminal justice, it was U.S. history. Women were always the ones who they fucking conspired to fucking sabotage the presence of men, especially black men. Why? Because
Facts.
you're gonna give up people before anybody else. You know why? Because men do have a brotherhood, regardless if we're all black men here. Even white men respect the brotherhood because there's times historically white men who were Masons and black men who were Masons, and that white man said, "You know what? I gotta help him. He's my brother." But he's a nigga. No, he's my brother. Either you help him or I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna help him. Either way, I gotta help him.
Just think about all the ancient literature warns you against indulging women too far. All of it. Like all of it. It tells you, do not indulge this bitch this far or your society will fall down. This is going to happen. All the ancient literature, like the Asian ancient literature, the Middle Eastern, the African, the old Mayan and Aztec shit, that shit all warns you about the about the evil woman and her wives. You know what I'm saying? Like,
man.
Kato the Elder. And just think about it. Well, as men, we're willing to die for certain shit. Like you could get a man, he'll die for this idea. You know, a bitch ain't gonna die if you told a bitch, your kids will inherit $1 billion if we could kill your ass today. She's not even gonna think about it. She's gonna say, fuck them kids.
No, she's gonna get somebody else to kill you. For the kids. For the kids. Because she's going to go to somebody else and use the one weapon that they always have. It's like, well, you know, what about the kids?
and they so disrespectful. Just think about Brother Martin, man. What he died for an idea that he'd never seen before. He died for that shit. And these bitches is coming out and disrespecting the very person that earned you your rights to even talk how you're talking right now. And to go to the schools you're going to. And to go, oh, I'm so educated, but you disrespected the person that laid his life on the line for you to get that education.
Because it's all about the patriarchy. I heard some of that dumb shit today, and I'm gonna start closing up after this. I heard this dumb shit today. This woman came in with a big ass plastic box of comic books that she wanted to try to sell me, and they all Archies and stuff like that. And the reason she said she was getting rid of them is because they were like her grandmother's books or something like that, and she wanted to know if they were worth money because she thought they would be. And she said, I can't keep it around now. You know, it's full of patriarchy and stuff like that. And I sit there, roll my eyes at that bitch like, oh, my fucking God. Like, for real, I gave her the Star-Lord. Like,
Archie?
Why she looking right at me? I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking that goofy shit. Like, Archie.
What?
Full of patriarchy and stuff like that. And I was like, and I'm sitting here thinking, well, I guess you're fucking moving out of America, aren't you? I guess you're moving. Apparently, there's a whole plane full of people going to fucking Paradise Island or some shit like that. Patriarchy. Shit. Anyway, final thoughts, you guys. It's about 10:30, and I need to go home and actually.
Oh well, nah, bro. Salute, man. Hey, this is really good, bro. This is really good, man.
It was. That's why I don't worry about the numbers. I worry about the content of the conversation. I'm used to doing shit in the dark that people don't know or like or understand. So I'm not worried about the damn number of viewers necessarily.
I resonate with you, bro. Real talk. First off, is because the type of assholism you bring, but it's real. But it's real shit though. But it's because I resonate with it because like some of my other brothers that I hold dear, they're just like that. You know what I mean? So I just remember them every time, like when I come across you and shit. You know what I mean? And sometimes we put each other them in the big brother headlock and shit. You know what I mean? I was like, okay. Yeah, I was like, damn it, Artists get talking tough Tony. I'm like, okay, let me put him in the big brother headlock. I'm like, but I realized
well, you know my name is Antonio, so talking tough Tony actually works for me.
Oh shit! Oh damn! Oh, but then I had to realize I'm like, oh shit, bro, he older than me. But nah, bro. But yeah, but that was it, man. You know what I mean? And also too, I sent you something in the private chat.
I was watching it. I was watching it. Unfaded Era of Kingdom. I was watching it. He just got into the fight. But what I want to tell you on that is that my homeboy Ron, hallowed be his name in this shop forever, he used to say that when I first met him, I thought he was an asshole. And he said, no, I am an asshole. I'm just your kind of asshole. That's all it is. As a man, you should be, and a lot of millennials get this shit nowadays, is that you're not supposed to be an asshole. Everybody is supposed to like you. Everybody is not supposed to like you as a man, if you think about it. If everybody likes you, you don't stand for shit. You don't. You don't have an opinion that nobody can find objectionable. You are like fucking tofu, or fucking wind in the wind, just bending, just go wherever. But men,
if everybody likes you, you're the most dishonest politician
No shit, right? So
Toast
men, actual men, masculine men, to me, in my definition of manhood, they're going to say some things that you don't necessarily agree with, and it might rub you the wrong way. You might get a little bit of feels like, "Fuck that nigga," but he was right. You know, that's the second part you're supposed to have. But the
Grab her by the
society
pussy.
bleeds you so much against that shit that you just think, well, if he's an asshole, I'm not supposed to like him. No, you should actually
Right.
like him because he's the one being honest with you.
Yep.
That's what
Like
you
what
can know for damn sure. He ain't blowing
Like
smoke
what Trump
up your ass.
said. Like when Trump said, "Grab her by the pussy," everybody got mad at him and shit. I'm
They didn't even
yeah,
listen to the whole speech in context.
Look,
goofy shit back
Trump
in the day.
is a
Like,
billionaire. He done grabbed plenty of bitches by that pussy, and they
well,
came willingly.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. If I'm supposed to be shocked and appalled that he said something about grabbing a bitch in the pussy. At the same time, I can remember all these people wheeling out their stories of what they did at Studio 54 back in the day, which was worse than grabbing motherfuckers in the pussy. You know, shut the hell up. Stop trying to tell me what I'm supposed to be outraged about. I don't give a fuck. If the women gave a fuck, they'd have brought him up on some goddamn charges or something, right? Shut up. Don't tell me that I'm supposed to be shocked and appalled and clutching my pearls because he said this. So fucking what? You got kids out here walking in pride parades right now with men in assless chaps and everything. I'm like, I don't care, but I think that's a little fucked up for kids. They don't need to be exposed to all that shit.
Listen,
so don't tell me
women
one
are so
thing is
hypocritical.
objectionable, but this is okay. Fuck you. I'm not listening to you.
That's
Them same
destroying
women
a
will
kid's
fuck the
innocence.
Listen,
yeah, exactly.
them same
That's
women
the point.
talking shit will fuck the shit out of Trump at Trump Tower in the Trump suite.
Look,
It wouldn't give no fucks about it. And then they would come out and tell us, I fucked Donald Trump.
Yeah, Ivana Trump's funeral was going on, right, yesterday or today, right? There's some bitch that was talking shit about Trump that'll probably give him 2 minutes to bend her over that casket and get railed. And skeet and shoot up the club and everything because she's looking to get rich. You know it. Some chick will fuck that dude. No matter how much, oh, he orange, he ain't got no hair. You know what? I think you'll love his dick a lot more with a couple $100 bills wrapped around that shit.
Listen,
don't tell me that. If some chick fucking you right now just for fucking Big Macs tonight for her kids.
Listen, man, they wouldn't fuck him to get rich. They will fuck him for a purse with some other bitch name on it.
A racist bitch, as far as I understood.
Listen, these bitches, if you told these bitches, I want to get you a Chanel clutch, they fucking. Just to walk around to other bitches and show them that purse with another bitch name on it.
I told a chick that before about she was sizing herself up to other chicks in the office on Valentine's Day about, oh, she got flowers, she got this. I said, that shit is only about y'all and trying to outdo each other to prove that you a better bitch than the other chick. That's all that shit is about. It's just trying to make some other chick feel bad. I said, most of what y'all do is all about fucking over another woman. You just do it passive aggressively. You do it through guys. Like, oh, look at the ring he bought me. Look at the shit I got. You just do that to fuck with other women. That's all that shit is for. It ain't got nothing to do with men. All this bitching and complaining they do most of the time ain't got a goddamn thing in the world to do with men. And if you really thought it did, you would understand that all it's about is you're not giving me what I want so I can make this bitch feel lower than me. That's all it's about.
Listen, bitch is so
about.
dumb.
It's not even a fucking argument, really.
Hey, what's it called when you live in a lie? Like, what is that called? Like, what is the word for that?
I call it fucking delusion.
Listen, bitches are so dumb and delusional. They act like they don't know that we gonna fuck all y'all bitches. The bald-headed ones, the fat ones, the ugly ones, the skinny ones. All of y'all's getting fucked. So y'all might as well go ahead and see the bitches in the old school days knew that these niggas gonna fuck everybody. And they wasn't tripping about a nigga going to fuck something. These new age bitches is so delusional that they like, he cheated. Bitch, every man cheats.
My thing is this. In some senses, at this age now, for me, I've redefined this cheating shit for me. Now, you can call it delusion, you can call it what you want to, but unless you fucking married, it ain't fucking cheating. Right. Because I don't take boyfriend, girlfriends, I don't even use that fucking term. If I got a chick saying I want to be your girlfriend, I know she young-minded. So I can't just have her. Damn.
Oh, well, you gonna behave me because I don't think it's cheating unless I nut in this bitch. If I nut anywhere other than in her, that's not.
me at this point, it's not really cheating unless you have some kind of committed relationship. And if you ain't got the highest form of a committed relationship, which is a marriage, then what the fuck are you talking about? You can leave any day. You just don't want him fucking somebody else. Why? He was fucking somebody else before he met you, just like you was fucking somebody else before he met you. After the fact, it's not okay. What? You the only person supposed to think they attractive in the world. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's part of their delusion.
The next nigga come along and he got $2 more than me. You're gonna be trying to fuck him, or you're gonna be trying to give him a piece, or give him the promise of getting a piece, so you can get that extra $2.
Well, we know that these bitches don't really fuck niggas based on money, because all of their baby daddies seem to be broke and shit. And only the niggas that have something is the ones the bitches trying to finesse and suck.
Well, here's
shit out
the thing: all of their baby daddies is broke. You know how all their baby daddies is broke? Because they broke them motherfuckers. That's how they broke. If he was broke after you had a baby, he was probably broke before he had a baby.
Man,
and you was fucking him and letting him shoot up the club. I'm sorry, if I was a woman, I wouldn't be letting no broke nigga nut up in me. Why the fuck would I do that? So my baby can starve? That seems real.
No, Artisan, you forgot Artisan. He tall with dreads, girl. He's so sexy.
And tattoos.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. They
Girl,
do
he got a tattoo on his neck. That's sexy.
They do a lot of dumb shit to try to think they pussy is taking a dude off the market. So they jumped in front of the line of some other chicks, but well, you can't have him now because I had his baby. And then the nigga's like, I'm fucking all you bitches. He's like, oh, he ain't shit.
Hey, this gonna be my closing statement, Artisan. I'm gonna get up out of here.
Peace.
Look, man, I done seen bitches. I done been around bitches. I got a homeboy, right? He like 6'4", light skinned nigga. You know, this nigga can't even read. This nigga, this is my homeboy. I'm not making fun of him because he doesn't even have the desire to be. He doesn't even have the desire to become literate. This is real shit. The nigga been in jail about 10 times. I'm talking about not jail, but prison. This nigga been in prison at least 5 times. This nigga got like 7 to 10 kids by like 6 bitches. And bitches still fucking this nigga. Bitches pay this nigga car notes and everything. This nigga can't even read. They're fucking this nigga
that long and ain't reading. Oh hell no!
Listen, this nigga. This is my homeboy. I've been knowing him since we was yay high to a grasshopper. That nigga struggle reading the stop sign. Only reason he stopped because he know he supposed to at the sign. I'm telling you, this is my friend. We went to school together. The nigga never did homework. This is my friend. Like this is my nigga. Like he's a good worker though. Like he work in a factory and shit. He's a good worker. He's just illiterate. This nigga got like 10 kids.
That's what
but he's fucking bitches based on the fact that he's tall and light skinned. This is the reason these bitches is fucking this nigga. They haven't vetted him to see if he's honorable, if he's none of that shit. Girl, Johnny's so sexy. Johnny's so sexy and tall, girl. And when he done fucking, all of the bitches act so surprised that he's fucking another bitch that's taking care of him.
Well,
like, come on,
let me add this real quick. Well, part of it is with that, when it comes to that stuff, is that's the reason why most of these chicks don't know what the fuck they look for is a lot of them have grown up in a home without a masculine presence. So they don't have a father to actually say, don't fuck the light-skinned nigga that's 6 foot something that can't read with 10 fucking baby daddies. Otherwise, if I'm not gonna come through for your ass in case some shit go down. And that's really that's part of the damn problem. Not saying that it ain't the women's fault either, because it is some of this shit too. They need to learn too for a bunch of people that run around talking about how smart and intelligent and educated they are. You sure pretty make some dumbass decisions.
Well, real quick, don't forget too, they also learn from TV.
Yep, that too.
They only learn from TV. Not also only.
That's why it's important.
The only difference is these modern chicks actually have gone to school a little bit. But I've been to school with some of these bitches and they ain't learning shit there either. They getting somebody fucking homework.
I think these bitches is fucking the teachers to pass. I don't believe these bitches really in school learning.
I would believe that too, because some of these bitches can't read either. A lot of them.
Art.
That's why they don't.
I told the story, Artisan. They asked this bitch, when did slavery end? This bitch is supposed to be cop. This bitch said 1950. I looked at that bitch like, what? Bitch, she said, oh yeah, but then the bitch turned around and said, oh, my dad was 60 something. So she's like, your dad was, so the motherfucker turned around and asked her, so your dad was born in slavery. And the bitch had a dumbfounded look on her face, like, I don't know. But bitch, you're college educated, man. Listen.
There's very few women that I have met, even in California, who have a strong grasp of history, accurately wants to remember stuff, and reads often. Very few. Very few. Most of them only get their information from some shit news on TV, tabloids, and just word of mouth.
VH1.
That's it. They don't. Even the most educated ones I know don't read at all, really. If it ain't for work, they ain't reading the shit. It's just what it is. So, final thoughts, Beastly. The other two brothers bounced out of here. Thank you to G. Dwarden and Ray Hama for coming up. Charles Faulkner and BMT. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
ABB as well. And the Beastly Nerd who's going to close y'all out with a thought, because that's 5 hours.
Yeah, I noticed how everybody talking about the damn terminal list, and I told y'all that shit was gonna be good.
I watched it. I said it was good. It's slow, but it gets better at the end of close to the end of every episode, so that's good.
Yeah. So the only thing is they changed the character Katie. She's not Asian in the book. She's like Eastern European. So they changed that.
They had to use that chick from Crazy Rich Asians or something.
Oh yeah,
Candace Wu. Candace Wu looked like she's trying to sell that body off to get some dick. Because every picture I see of her, when I looked her up to just do a little bit more research on her, she got that leg out, stuff like that. So she advertising that pussy or something.
I'm trying not to look up the images because she is kind of spicy for an Asian. I'm like,
she low key cute for an Asian, but she got that lazy eye thing going on. That should be bothering me.
Yeah,
not a perfectionist, but I try to get close. Like
we're saying, the Black Panther stuff, not looking too good based on what we getting, and just
that's just the rumor mill.
Man, how often do them rumors pan out though? I mean, we know a lot of it. Every time some rumors. Yeah, it's like sometimes they come out, but so I don't know. We'll see. And then lastly, congratulations to Ripper for hitting 3 million. I hope he gets more. For the haters, fuck you. You hating on a brother that's actually trying to step out and do something on his own that most of you motherfuckers are too scared to do. You just trying to piggyback off everybody else's and making videos, responding to response videos, and that's all you're doing. So shout out to Ripper. I hope I'll be getting my copy soon. So that's all I got to say. So peace out, y'all.
Yeah, peace. Hey, bro, before you go, Beastly, hey, check out the link, bro, in the private chat that I sent to Artisan about the Anime Kingdom. Yes, so next time I see you, I'm want your comment on that.
I only got to drive home for a half hour. I mean, I guess I'll be awake.
Oh shit!
All right, then.
Yeah, bro.
Let them get their piece out, and if I give anybody a prize, if they can tell me, if they can answer this question, does Ray, Beastly, and G on the panel all together sound like the same motherfucking dude? They all sound like the same dude. They only have small inflections that make them sound different, but Ray and G sound like the same person. To me, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just coming out my speaker differently, but they sound like the same person. It's just little inflections that's different, but tonally, I'm sensitive to that shit. I'm like, that sound like the same goddamn person. You saw me. Look, go back and watch this shit. You saw me on the screen at times when they was all talking over each other, and you see me just looking like I'm trying to see who the fuck was talking. Like, wait, I thought that was it was him. Okay.
Oh man! Oh yeah, and one more thing.
Now I'm closing out. CG3 gonna fall off a cloud.
Oh damn!
Wait, you showed up too. We about to close the stream out. Like what the hell?
Man. Hey, but yeah, I forgot. I'm playing Division 2, and I'm on World Tier 2.
Oh, you on World Tier 2? Nah, I fucks with you. Scorpius. I got a long name. It's hard to say because I did it that way specifically. But a Scorpius with 112 in the middle of it. SCR Fuck, every 3 letters, put a number in. Every 3 letters, put a number in. I did some really nerdy shit, so artistically nerdy shit. So that's why I can't pronounce it. But it's like SR1 CCO SC1 OR1 some shit. It's on there. If you ever look at one of my videos of Killing Time videos, you'll see the fucking screen name on that bitch. It's easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Charles Gilmore with Division 2. You never played Division 2? Join my party, motherfucker. We'll take some motherfuckers out.
Hey, boy, because I'm sniping motherfuckers like it ain't shit. You hear me?
That's what I do. Shotgun. Singing that West Coast shit. Pistol grip, pump in my lap at all times. Pump, pump, pump.
Hey, because you gotta have your own kind of setup with that shit too, man. Because I got like the turret gun, the one that stays in place, and I got the drone too that I use.
Yep, I have the turret. I never use it. I use my shield sometimes, and I use my little drone. That's it. That's all I pretty much need. And I'm running my semi-automatic rifle, and then my shotgun, and then my pistol. And my pistol, I'm using my HK. But I got my own rig set up where if I'm in cover, I'm gaining, and when I use my shield, I'm gaining. But I try
That
not
shield
to
is decent, boy. That shield is strong than motherfucker.
I get you out of a tight situation because I got last time I played, which was last week, I got flanked by a door, and I end up passing, and my back was to this door, and like 6 motherfuckers came out, and I had already used my grenade, so my grenade wasn't charged. So I spun on them bitches in the middle of a reload, like shit. Threw that goddamn shield up there. Got my pistol. I was going for it. It was them and me. But that's it. Final. You said your final thought, Beasley. You out of here? Want to make sure before I drop you down.
I'm out. You can drop me.
All right. You can leave yourself. Then I don't have to drop you. There you go.
All right, brother.
All right, Ray.
Hey, I'm a definitely show my brother his punk ass this shit. Because he's the same age as you.
Personal, motherfucker. You can take it how you want to, but that shit was garbage. Tell George Lucas it ain't garbage because he said it was garbage. So who you want to argue with?
Yeah, because I really couldn't get it. I was trying to keep in mind too of everything you were saying about the show. While I was watching it, so I can peep it out. I was like, okay. And this Reaper bitch, she's kind of evil and annoying too at the same time. I'm like, damn. So her, yeah.
You sound like an Affleck fucking duck. They squeezing their neck. Stop fucking screaming. Be in charge of some shit. You don't have to scream when you're in charge of shit. You know that, right? If you really want to try to take this whole masculine thing all the way, really masculine men ain't got to yell at nobody. They don't. Motherfuckers move when they say, you need to go do this. Do I really need? Okay. Just leave it, go do it. I want that motherfucker to get up, move, say nothing. Why is Gus Fring scary?
I mean, even though they show basically that she actually had a thing against Vader and all that shit, but I'm like, damn, black women, this shows like a good example of why you're fucked up. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to follow structure. If the bitch followed structure, her ass wouldn't have got fucked up.
No, she wouldn't have. But she the only motherfucker that can survive from getting stabbed with a lightsaber in Star Wars history, which is why I don't like them going backwards, fucking around where they can screw up the canon. So now you make Qui-Gon look like a complete fucking bitch. His death just seemed like, oh, that nigga was faking. He just went down. Reva got up. Fuck all that. No, I didn't like that show. Bro. I didn't like that show. They did me dirty twice. They gave me the 1-2 punch. Book of Boba Fett was 1 and Kenobi was the 2. Like, nigga, and you kicked me in the balls. Jesus Christ.
So Boba Fett. So you kind of feel the same level with Boba Fett?
Book of Boba Fett was bad until I saw Kenobi, and Kenobi just edged it out a little bit because they had a little girl in there that was annoying. But
okay.
Thankfully, in Book of Boba Fett 2, they're supposed to keep the helmet on more. And Timor Morrison wanted that. Like, yeah, keep your fucking helmet on. Mandalorians don't run around showing their fucking face all the time. And if you're known for being Boba Fett, you're known for having a goddamn bucket on your head. That's what people recognize. Put the fucking helmet on. Fucking stupid. I am Boba Fett. I don't recognize you. How are you, Boba Fett? You don't look familiar at all. Showing your face.
Because after I'm done, because real talk, after I'm done with this episode, the 6th episode.
Look, here's another one right there. Here's another one right there. Your brother don't even know this dude. Charles Gilmore III, what do you say? Kenobi sucked. Dude, yeah, exactly. Even he know. Shit. All right, I'm getting out of here.
All right, brother. All right.
Appreciate you, Ray. Yeah, tell your brother get better taste or something.
I heard that. I'm like, the man got a fucking comic book store. Like, you know what I mean? And he's around your same age. So
yeah. I'm about 50 years old, but even still, even not being 50 years old, I could have been 30-year-old and told you that shit sucked for the same reasons I gave you. Same reasons. Anybody watching this shit that actually knew anything about Star Wars knew that shit sucked. Only people, since he wanted to do with that absolutist bullshit, the only people who thought it was awesome was people who buy into this bullshit agenda and know nothing about Star Wars to know how much it was fucked up in that one show. Okay? That's why George Lucas didn't like it.
Damn. I'm going to check out The Mandalorian when I'm done, though.
Mandalorian is good. Mandalorian is good.
But yeah, but let me go ahead and let you go, bro, because, man, you look tired, Chief, and I want you to get your rest.
I am tired, but it's been more than just this day. This is Wednesday. This is day 5 of late nights, so I need to get home and get some rest because I ain't been home since last Friday. So.
Yes, sir. And lastly, and after I'm done with that, I'm gonna check out Top Gun. But peace out.
You ain't watched Top Gun yet?
No, sir. Top Gun, the first one came out. The first one came out when I was born, bro. Like, you know, in the year I was born.
What? This motherfucker said
I vaguely remember the first one because I was born in 86.
Top Gun, yo.
I'm 86, man. Born in 86, bro.
What that mean? That movie been out forever.
I know, but it's like, damn, I never really got round to it, and I haven't watched Jack Reacher yet. So yeah.
Oh, nigga, you just hurt my fucking feelings. You just get me all of my scorpion feels. Like this nigga ain't watch Jack Reacher.
No. Oh shit! Let me get out of here before he beat my. Oh shit! Let me get out. Ah!
No, he gonna have to get that Batman. Oh, nigga, what's wrong with you? Wake up! No, wait. There you go. Better get on that action, Jackson. Old school Carl Weathers. Now you piss me off. All right, peace. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming through. This was an impromptu stream. It's just something I decided to throw up and do a little geek talking. So good crowd for something that was just impromptu for me. Appreciate you guys' engagement in the chat. Appreciate everybody who actually donated in the chat. That was very nice of you. It's a nice, good Wednesday geek talk. I mean, why the fuck not? It's Wednesday. You got new comics and stuff like that. Perfect time to have a little geek talk. And I still owed you guys a stream because I didn't give you guys a panel last Sunday because I was tied up with work. So maybe this kind of feels in. Oh, no problem, Ray. No problem. Yeah, your brother wrong. That's all it means. It can still be cool, but it just means he fucking wrong. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But he can like it all he wants to. Somebody out there like big old chicks. I like them as friends. I ain't fucking them though. To each his own. Anyway. Charles Gilmore said, I want to stream everything. Here you go, Charles. You need to go see Top Gun Maverick, CG3. You need to go see Top Gun Maverick. You don't go to the theaters anymore? Go see Top Gun. It'll be worth the trip to the theater. It will. Anyway, thank you guys for coming through. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Check me out on Sunday for Shop Talk Live, 11 a.m. Pacific time. What is it, 2 p.m. Eastern time? My brain is shutting off. I'm tired. It's time to go home and go to bed. He just pulled up. Yeah, let him have it. You just pulled up, Ray. Wait a minute. I got something for him. He just pulled up. Send this with him. That's his argument getting cut the fuck down. First ask him why, and then play the clip. That's it. That's all you got to do. First ask him why. What did he like about that shit? Why was it good? And then play him that clip. Yep. Yep. That's his argument getting cut to pieces. Ask him why he liked it. What did he like about it? Right? Play on my clip. And then tell him George Lucas didn't like it. So now what? Do you think George Lucas don't know Star Wars? He hated that shit. He hated it so much he coming out of retirement to do season 2. Coming out of retirement to do season 2. And you think that shit was good? I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. But that's it. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Appreciate you guys for coming. And I will see you next time. Peace.